a while because we're having some serious storming here. But I'm back. I actually had to go to run some errands around town, and I have some interesting things to talk about today. One of them will be what I'm about to show you. This is the finished design of the four-story hotel, and that is an architectural rendering done with the well, I designed the hotel. He did the rendering. I'm not really good at that. Actually, his daughter did that, which came out quite nice. But I will tell you this: you just don't. You have no idea what it's like living here in the Philippines. I'll try to explain to you what it was like to get that drawing to me. Okay, so there was another hotel similar in size and structure as my hotel. And I did not use their plans, but I used the same architect. And he's a good architect. There's no doubt about that. I mean, the guy, he's been doing it his whole life. That's all he does. However, I explained to him that my hotel was going to be 4 floors. And he said, okay. And he drew up the original rendering, which I have somewhere, for 2 floors plus the basement. So theoretically 3 floors. So I said to him, this is how easy it is to work with the people here in the Philippines. I said to him, it's going to be 4 floors. He said, no problem. He goes, no problem. We'll just use the second and the third floor, because the first floor, the ground floor, is different from the second and the third floor. And he said, he laughed. He goes, no problem. We'll just use the second floor and the third floor, and we'll just put down the word typical to the 4th floor. So we were done. It took about 5 minutes. But then, at my request, I asked him to draw up the 4th floor perspective, which was done after the plans were approved. So it's really easy to work with the building department here. If the architect and the physical engineer that comes to the job communicate with one another, either over the phone or in person, and they agree that something is agreeable, they'll call up the building department or just talk to the building department, the head of the building department, the next time they go into that office. And they'll say that I spoke with so-and-so, and he spoke with Michael Fazio, and I spoke with Michael Fazio, and we were all in agreement that we're going to change this part of the structure to 4 floors. And it was done. They just said okay, and they approved plans for 4 floors. So I thought it would be a big deal. In America, you'd have to go through civil engineers and architects and electrical codes and plumbing and septic tank design changes and all of that. But not here. Here it took about 5 minutes of conversation, whereas I was in the building office, but it took about 5 minutes of conversation between the head building officer and the architect, and the architect had already, he didn't even change the plans. He just took a piece of paper and put on a piece of paper typical 4th floor layout, typical of 2nd and 3rd floor layout, and then printed his name and wrote his name, and then stapled that piece of paper to my original set of plans. And when I brought it to the building department, the head of the building department called up the architect and the engineer, and said, "Did you put this note on Michael Fazio's plans?" And he said, "Yes." And the building department inspector, the conversation apparently ended. There was nothing else to say. And the building inspector approved my plans for 4 floors. So I will, now someone shifting gears, he asked me a question last night and I forgot. It was so long since I looked at my plans, I forgot whether it was 12 columns or 16 columns or 19 columns, because it's an oddball shape on one end of the hotel. And it turns out that if I review the plans, if I go back over here to page 3 from the bottom, I reviewed these this morning at 5 o'clock. It's not page 3, that's the electrical. And that's the large scale. Well, those are for purlings, okay. There's this. Oh, I'm back on the 4th page, that's why I said 3rd page. Okay, so I'll give you the ground floor layout, and that involves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 columns. I'm not going to highlight them in red, so I will let you see them. This will eliminate, there's so much bullshit on YouTube. There's just so much bullshit on YouTube. There is one particular entity on YouTube that can't get it through his fucking head that my plans are legal and approved, and I don't know why. And then there's another completely different set of fucking idiots, as a grouping, fucking idiots, that think they know more about painting metal than I do. These are some of the dumbest fucking people that have ever set foot on God's good earth, flat or round, whatever it is. I heard stories. I heard stories this morning and read the comments from some guy named Johnny Turdbull. Johnny Turdbull, JOHNNTURD. Johnny Turdbull said that WD-40, fucking idiot, WD-40, fucking Johnny Turdbull. Imagine coming on YouTube with a name like Johnny Turdbull. He said that WD-40 was specifically manufactured, designed, built, created for NASA as a lubricant and a preservative. This fucking guy, Johnny Turdbull, he has got to be one of the dumbest fucking people that have ever fucking breathed air. Okay, first of all, NASA did not put out monies to design WD-40. That never fucking happened. Now, hello, Ty Cobb, welcome to the machine. Let's see. NASA did not request the design of a lubricant product. Huge reaction. You just be careful. I don't know who you are, and first time you leave some stupid comment on my page will be the last. So NASA did not put out a request to design WD-40. I don't even know where you people get this shit from, but anyway. And Johnny Turdbull, he was clear that I don't know how to get those frickin' bubbles off my screen. He was very clear that, just let's go to Glow. He was very clear that NASA designed WD-40. Where do you get this shit from? There's no place on the internet that says NASA designed WD-40 as a lubricant for the space program. First of all, NASA wouldn't use pop. How do you? I don't know how to get the bubbles off, Dennis. I don't even know how they got on there. Okay, I got it back. Okay, I got it dark, but anyway, thank you, Dennis. And then I heard another fucking guy. Holy shit! This is the dumbest fucking piece of information I have ever heard in my entire life. I'm trying to change this back to a normal screen. This is the dumbest piece of information I have ever heard in my entire life as to how to preserve metal. I have never heard anything more worthless, more misleading and stupid, more stupid or stupider or more low IQ, low-brow, less intelligent, unintelligent, worthless piece of information as I heard this morning at 5 o'clock on a live stream, or 7 o'clock on a live stream. A man said that instead of Jack Thompson, oh, Jack, I got something to talk to you about. A man, I don't even know how anybody could fucking wake up in the morning, put their shoes on, and disseminate this piece of information. But this is the piece of information that was disseminated on YouTube this morning. Number one, Michael Fazio doesn't know anything about painting metal, bare metal or otherwise. And that my cement mixer does, where it's rusty because the factory paint job is not complete exactly 100% the way it should have been, that the best way to keep the cement mixer from getting rusty is to wipe it down with WD-40 every day. How fucking stupid is that? How fucking stupid is it to listen? Okay, first of all, WD-40 is one of the worst fucking products ever in the history of the world designed to put on metal. For two reasons. One, it makes metal shiny. And then when it dries, it leaves a caustic chemical on the metal that rusts the metal. So in other words, well, let me tell you what WD-40 is so that you'll understand why it leaves the caustic residue on the metal. WD-40 is very fine diesel fuel or aircraft grade jet fuel, very fine, a fine grade. And inside diesel fuel, which it's a lower grade than the actual than JP4 or JP6. Inside diesel fuel is sulfur, S-L-U-F-E-R. Sulfur is inside gasoline and diesel fuel. So WD-40 is a very light diesel fuel, or very thin viscosity diesel fuel that has sulfur in it. So when people put that shit on their guns or gun steel or their tools, and they polish up their tools and they put their tools away and they put them back in their boxes, wherever their tools are, whatever the tools are, wherever they go, it's all nice and shiny. Their barrels shiny inside, the barrel of the guns are shiny outside, the metal, the knives, the swords, it's all shiny. And they put them away and they come back 2 or 3 years later and they open up the box, and everything in the box is rusty. And I mean rusty too. I'm not talking about you might see a little brown spot. I'm talking about wherever you put the WD-40, it rusted. So if you WD-40 it every couple of days, it'll stay like a polished piece of metal. But the idiocy, the low level of IQ to wake up each morning and put WD-40 over the entire machine instead of painting the machine once now and 2 or 3 years from now. What the idiot was saying is that every morning you wake up and you spend 3 hours putting a coat of WD-40 on a cement mixer, of the barrel, inside the barrel, around the barrel, on the axles, on the rims. It would take a man a couple of hours to put WD. Plus, you're going to use $5 of WD-40 every day. So let's just say you paid a man for 3 hours. That's, say, $3 to put the oil on the cement mixer. And then you paid $5 for the material. That's $8 a day. So times that by 300, and what does that come out to? If you had $8 a day times 100 days, that would be $800. But you have 365 days. So that's $2,400 plus $400. That's $2,800 a year to put WD-40 on a cement mixer. When instead, I buy a gallon of paint for $12 and I paint it once in one day. And it lasts for 3 years. Instead of $2,800 a year or $5,400 for 3 years, because that's about how long the paint job will last on the cement mixer. So instead of spending $12 for paint and whatever my labor is for the day, $200, figure my labor for the day, it costs me $200, $250 to paint the cement mixer with my time. And now it lasts for 3 years, costs me $80 a year. But the other way, it cost me $5,400 for 3 years. And you got to do it every day. And here's the problem to the fucking idiot, Johnny Wadsky, or Johnny Shit Turd, whatever his name is. Are you going to go out every morning and spend 2 or 3 hours to put WD-40 on a fucking cement mixer that you may or may not use that day? And are you telling me you know more about painting than I do? Because I will wage you any fucking amount of money that, based on the stupidity that was fucking posted this morning in a video, I could get $1 million in fucking US dollars together to fight your stupidity and to prove that I'm 1,000 times smarter than you are. Nobody, no painter, nobody in their right fucking mind would go out and splash WD-40 on a fucking cement mixer every day, you fucking idiot. Johnny Wadsky, you fucking mental midget. Who tells you this shit? Where do you get this shit from? WD-40 was created for NASA. WD-40 pushed itself on the airline industry in the 1960s and the 1970s. The product was a completely different fucking product in the 1960s and the 1970s. It had a chemical called TR4 in it, which later became another company that sold TR4 and TR8, chain oil. WD-40 was it's just very light-duty kerosene. It fucks up metal. Now, moving past that, let's say it rained for 3 days. The WD-40 is going to get knocked off that machine in the first couple of hours of rain. And then it's going to rust anyway because the water's going to hit the fucking machine. You people out there in fucking YouTube land, I don't have any fucking clue how stupid you are, where you got this shit from. Where did you get this information from? It's not even realistic to fucking spend 2 or 3 hours a day putting WD-40 on a cement mixer for every day, for the rest of your fucking life, you stupid fuck. Johnny Wadsky. Holy shit. Jack, I got something I wanted to talk to you about. Dennis Adam, I can't remember how you get rid of them. As a matter of fact, I only found them maybe a month ago. I don't even, there's a screen. I still don't know how to work the tablet, but I think I got rid of Vincent Michaels. WD-40, Vincent Michaels, thank you for stopping by. And Vincent Michaels, a special thank you for all your support. and you know what I'm talking about. Thank you. WD-40 and Jack Thompson said what the one thing I forgot to tell you about WD-40 is, well, first of all, for me, the smell of kerosene is sweet because diesel fuel is what makes me money. When I'm burning diesel fuel, when I'm putting diesel fuel in an engine, I'm making money, honey. So for me, the smell of diesel fuel itself is sweet. But WD-40 is just a very refined diesel fuel, like the kind you'd put in a kerosene heater in a house, with perfume in the refined diesel fuel. And it is literally perfume. It's not, it's literally something that makes it smell good. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate that. Vincent Michaels, here in the Pacific Northwest, we paint everything. Works pretty good. So yesterday I had an instructional video, Vincent Michaels, the day before yesterday, of how to put on red lead by going left and right, up and down, on crisscross, both directions, and then the final 2 circles in both directions, and then I will put the lay of the paint on the way I want. So basically, this is 1, 2 directions, 3, 4 directions, 5, 6 directions, 7, 8 directions, then circles, 9 directions, circles back, 10 directions, and then the lay of the paint. 11 different ways to work red lead or other paint into a base metal. If you don't do that, you're going to get blistering. And if you do that and there's a little oil or debris on the metal, it'll knock that debris off and let it go down to a base, especially red lead. And yet, instead of red lead put on with 11 different stroke techniques, the idiot Johnny Wadsky says that you should put WD. I'm talking about you. What we're talking about is a cement mixer now. You guys all know what a cement mixer looks like, right? So to go out there every morning with a rag and WD-40, how stupid can you be? So now moving on. Thank you for confirming, Bruiser. And the heat, right, the WD-40 would melt right off. So let me show you. This is for shifting gears if he's here, and if he's not, I looked up, I took my plans out for the first time in probably 6 or 7 months. I'm going to show you the ground floor plan, but I'm not going to show you the signatures on the ground floor plan. For that, you can eat shit and bark at the moon. So let me get my tablet here. And this is the ground floor plan, because Shifting Gears asked me how many columns am I going to have, and I forgot. So here's my column layout. I'm going to have 1 column. All right, I'll start on this side. I'm going to have one column, 2 columns, 3 columns, 4 columns across the back. Then I have to come up to the front of the apartments, 5 columns, 6 columns, 7 columns, 8 columns, 9 columns, 10 columns, 11 columns, and 12 columns. So I have a 12 columns. Now, without moving the container, which is basically on this section of, the container is blocking this last column. I'm going to have to move one of my cargo containers to another property so that I can get this back column in and these 2. And then the container will stay on that other property. So that's the layout of that's the layout for my vertical columns, which is the first part of the job. And So for the people that think I'm still fucking around here, I'm just getting my tools ready. I have other things that I am doing in the background. You don't just start building a hotel. You just don't do that. You have to get the logistics of the construction site itself. Thank you very much, BB Bruiser. The guy will go into a fucking hissy fit and pull out all his fucking hair before long. Now I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Now I have no idea how to get back to the original. Oh, God. What did I do here? Okay. The guy will have a fucking... He'll be pulling out the rest of his fucking mat. And I got to tell you, that shit's long gone past north of his fucking earlobes. There's no... That comb-over shit just ain't working. Now, he will have a fucking hissy fit about that. Now he'll complain that the fucking plans aren't real. But I keep saying $10,000 on a fucking table, which is exactly... Let me show you, asshole, in case you've never seen $10,000 in Filipino pesos. $10,000 is this big in Filipino pesos, in 1,000 peso bills, in case you've never seen it. I have had the opportunity to see that much pesos, okay? So to that fucking idiot that thinks he knows about painting because fucking Johnny Wadsky, Johnny Shit Turd, Johnny fucking Shit Stain told him about painting, Jesus Christ, don't get your fucking information from a shitbird named Johnny Wadsky. Don't do that. Fucking Johnny Wadsky is leading you in the wrong direction to make you look like a fucking idiot. So, for $10,000, I will bring these plans, these multiple pages of plans. I'll show this to you. Here is page one. Page one, right? I'm going to flip that over to the right. Page two. Page, well, where is it? Page 2, 1B. Wait, we'll start again. For the fucking idiot that can't count, that doesn't know about painting. Here is page 1 alpha. Here is page 1 beta. Now, 1 beta is my plans. 1 beta. Now, I put one... One F, and I mixed them up because I had to look at something. 1 Delta, 1 Charlie, and 1 Echo. So I'll do it again in case the fucking idiot didn't get it the first time. Johnny Wadsky, watch, Johnny Wadsky, you fucking idiot. That you don't know the difference between fucking paint and WD-40. 1 alpha, 1 beta, 1 foxtrot, 1 delta, 1 Charlie, and 1 echo. Okay, so I'll give you another little swatch of the hotel. Fucking morons. Well, you people are fucking stupid. Here is the window layout. I'm doing this because I am about ready to do this. Okay, when I do this, then I will give you the price for workmen's compensation based on the salaries of the men that I'll be hiring, and then I'm doing this now because, well, it's been raining on and off since 5 o'clock this morning. So All of this is customized for me. Where you're gonna see something over here, the pipe railings, it calls for stainless steel pipe railings. That is my design, the stainless steel pipe railings. They wanted to go with steel, 1.5-inch tube steel, and I said no. I'll use stainless steel pipe railings, and I will be able to modify the railings any which way I want. This is just what is called a typical plan. And then here are the sliding glass doors, plain cement finish, painted roofing. Now the roofing detail is here, and only a contractor would be able to decipher what that means, but it's the roofing detail with some cupolas on the top of the roof. So, and here is the 4-story structure. Three units on the bottom, ground floor, 3 units on the second floor, 3 units on the third floor, and 3 units on the fourth floor. Typical. And then I'm going to put this tablet down, turn it around. I got to plug it back in also. So I hope that alleviates all the fucking problematic, because I guess I just got tired of listening to these stupid fucking people on YouTube that just don't get it. Number one, I'm going to build a hotel. Number two, I have approved plans for a hotel. Number three, some fucking idiot with an IQ of about fucking 32 is not going to stop my plans. So that fucking Johnny Wadsky out there, who knows nothing about construction, who knows nothing about the truth, who knows nothing about my demeanor or my resolve. You fucking Johnny Wadsky, you piece of shit troll worthless commenter on YouTube, you will not defer my intentions one fucking way or the other, or any of your friends. So for Johnny Wadsky, you just keep on making yourself look like a fucking idiot by saying that NASA reconnoitered WD-40 for a product, for a lubricant for fucking space technology. NASA wouldn't use that shit on a wagon wheel on their outside fucking base. It is a total garbage product. Okay. No, I don't. No, they don't know how to read blueprints. That's 3D exploded view. They don't know how to do. So let's go over here. Let me go also. So yes, Bruiser, it depends on the heat. Right, you could put WD-40 on and the sun would burn it off. 3-day Tampa. Woohoo, Disney lookout. Nice prints, Bruiser, thank you. Oh yeah, they're detailed prints. And the good thing about working with the inspectors here is, I'll tell you what, Bruiser, I'm going to show you something in a minute. No. No, these guys don't know how to read blueprints. They'll look at the blueprints and they'll think I made the blueprints up, which, when I was in high school, I did take blueprint. I actually took aircraft architectural engineering and design, and I was actually responsible to pass that course to make 3D exploded views of a gear system for a Pratt & Whitney 940 gearbox, a section of the gear, and that involved all the different. So at the time, you used a 60-degree triangle, a 45-degree triangle. You used the slide rule, of course. You'd use a straight ruler. Then you had all your curlicues, all your different angles on a plastic placard that was all punched out. So in order to pass my aircraft architectural and engineering grade course, I had to do an exploded view of a gearbox for a Pratt & Whitney 940, which was what everybody had to do. And it wasn't just me. So I know how to read exploded view, and then I know you needed to have your vocational certificates for architectural engineering. You also needed to have a minimum of 70% in minimal 70% in all your classes, all your academic classes, science, English, history, gym, whatever other classes you had in aviation high school. We had 12 classes a day. 4 of them were for shop the last 2 years. You had to get at least a 70. So if you failed just one fucking class in the sophomore year with under a 70, you had to make that class up by taking it the following year if you were going to go for your A&P license. And then with that, I got my college regents diploma, which is completely fucking different than a high school diploma. High school diploma means you showed up every day. A college regents diploma meant that you had a minimum passing grade of 70 plus in every subject, and you had to have a 92% attendance to get the college regents diploma. You couldn't come to high school 89% of the time and get a college regents diploma in my high school. In my high school, you had to have a 92% attendance throughout 4 years. Not 92% average, but 90% or above in all 8 semesters. Jack Thompson, NASA invented Tang and space food. Patrick Barker, I got your question. I got your question. Yeah, that fucking, there's a douchebag out there that says he's going to have, Jack, what was the name of that thing the guy made? The tribunal, Patrick Barker. I saw your question this morning, but I was about ready to set up my live stream. Yeah. Somebody said they had a tribunal and they're going to throw me out of the Philippines and off of YouTube. I think the tribunal, they gave me a 7-day window to get off YouTube and to stop blogging, or they were going to, whatever they're going to do. I guess they're going to do it today or tomorrow. I think what they're going to do is, I don't know. I'm not sure what the plan is. Probably won't work out well for them, whatever it is, Patrick, but thanks for your concern. No, that was serious. I apologize, Patrick. I didn't get back to you because like I said, I was starting the stream. Vincent Michael says that stainless steel railing will be there long after I'm gone. See, now, and Vincent Michaels, the architect, first of all, it took a while for the architect to understand that when I modified the plan, it wasn't a request. It was what I want. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to hire somebody every 2 years to paint a railing. I don't want to do that. I'm sorry. Excuse me. There's going to be people in those apartments, and no one wants to see a stranger on their deck painting the railing, ever. So if the units are going to be full, they don't want to see a stranger on the deck, and I don't want to have to pay somebody every 2 years to paint the railings. And you do, because I will tell you, the air that hits the hotel is from the ocean. It's not Arctic air, cold, dry, Arctic freshwater rain air. It's salt air. It hits the railing. It hits everything. That's why I'm painting the cement mixer. The shit rusts in a day over here. The wind blows off the ocean, and what does the ocean do? The ocean's evaporating salt water. Even though salt is minimal in the evaporation process, it's still blowing salt air, salty, smelly air on my equipment, and it rusts in hours. You bring the shit here, and 3 days later, it's rusty. So the stainless steel railings will cost a little bit more to make, and that's it. And it's a done deal. Plus, I have other plans for the stainless steel railings that have been approved to put benches on the railings, to weld benches off the railings, to weld what is called, well, you would know, saddles. I want to weld saddles off the railing. I want the railings to go on a 15-degree angle out like this, and then I want to weld saddles on the railing for benches. So the stainless steel will eliminate any rusting of the saddles and collapsing of the benches later on. Vincent Michaels. Thank you. Johnny Jackhammer, two things. I don't know who you are. Never heard of Menards, and I'm not interested in learning about Menards. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Menards. I'm at an age where I should have heard that word Menards before. So either you can't smell, or I'm in a different fucking universe. I used to like drafting, says Bruiser. Okay, so what I wanted to show you one more thing in the plans. Thank you very much, Patrick. You probably would come by and help. Aussie Mick, I would appreciate it if you would super chat me $10, and I'll explain to you the process for building permits in the Philippines, because I've explained it a dozen times. So now you're either fucking trolling, you're new, and you've never watched my videos before, or you're just breaking my balls. So $10 super chat, and I'll explain the exact process for filing building permits in the Philippines. Thank you very much. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not here for your view. I'm not here for you to ask me questions. I'm here to talk about what I want to talk about. Now, I've explained it 5 times, building permits, over the last 3 months. You haven't got that part yet? Send me $10 and I'll explain exactly how to get building permits, okay? I don't know who you are. You come on here with some bullshit questions every day. I have no idea if you have a channel, you don't have a channel, whoever the fuck you are. $10 and I'll explain how to get building permits. Pretty boy Kirkhevic. Greetings, Mr. Fazio. Good to see you. I'm going to go out to the job site tomorrow. We're looking at snow Monday, and I don't want to get behind. You understand, since you're a contractor. Pretty boy Kirkhevic is a heavy equipment operator, so you got to get those days in when the weather is good. I agree, pretty boy Kirkhevic. Tang is delicious with vodka mixed in. Actually, you're right about that. Remember what was that name of that shit? They sold it with vodka. That was just vodka and Tango. That was that cheap Boone's, like the Boone's Farm apple wine. I just paid a nerd chick. My teachers weren't as smart as me. A lot of teachers became teachers because they weren't smart to begin with. They had education, but they had no real day experience. Now, Pretty Boy Kirkhevic, a blogger that is overcome by hate, says on his stream earlier, he wants you to die on camera. That would make him happy, and he would, and that'd be his celebration day. I can't believe how evil he is. He is a fucking low-class motherfucker, isn't he? Pretty Boy, it says hello to Jack. I went down to Travos Meat Market. Bought a bone-in ribeye. Oh, come on, Bruce. You're fucking me all up here. 26. Oh, okay. Now I feel a lot better. $26 for a fucking steak. Holy shit. You should mount that motherfucker on the wall, Bruiser. I wanted to show you another part of the plans, Bruiser, because you said you understood plans. So let me open this up. Here is the perspective. To that guy who wants to know how to apply for building permits. Are you in the Philippines? Or do you just want me to waste 2 hours of my fucking time because you have a question? Get the fuck out of here. You guys are a trip. Okay, Bruiser, this, being that you understand plans, let me show you how uncomplicated the plans in the Philippines are. Now, I explained this to you, not you per se, but people per se. I explained it about a week ago. How I gave the architect my electrical detail, and I gave the plumber my plumbing detail. Okay, now my electrical detail was every light switch, every ceiling outlet, every wall outlet at 16 inches from the floor, every light switch left or right side of the door. This is for Bruiser because he understands plans. Where I was going to put the 220 volt ground fault breaker for the electrical water heater in the bathroom, and where I was going to put extra outlets at 36 or 42 inches for a computer table, and where I wanted my kitchen outlets, what height on the counter. I explained all of that to the architect. Now, I didn't explain it to him, nothing. I drew it. I drew a wall, typical wall of each apartment. And you know what he came back with? This is how easy it is here. He came back with this. This is after and each room had about 24, each apartment had about 24 outlets and receptacles. You want to see what they reduced it to? Here's what they reduced it to. And then said to me, and then I'll tell you what they said to me. Fucking guy wants me to stop doing. He wants me to answer a question, how to apply for building permits. For fucking, because he has nothing else for me to do all fucking day. You people that want to ask me a question, it's a serious question, you seriously want to know, pay me for my time to explain that. And I'm not even being facetious. I don't give a fuck. That piece of information will cost you $200 or $300 or $400 or $500 of your time to find out. You will come here and you will try to figure it out on your own, and you'll spend fucking days or weeks, and you want me to explain it to you for free? Pay me for it. In an hour, I'll explain the whole process. Super chat me $10 and I'll explain it to you. Otherwise, do me a fucking favor, and I mean this sincerely. Just don't make any more comments at all on my channel at all ever. Because if you really want to know, you'll pay me. And if you really don't want to know, what the fuck did you ask the question for? Because if it's really important to you, you'll pay me. And if it's not important to you, you just want me to waste my fucking time to explain how to get building permits to you, which costs time and money to explain it. To do it in real life, what I did, I guarantee you, you couldn't do. What I did, they hire people to do. But because I know how to do it, I did it myself, which is why I can build my own hotel. Fucking people fucking sit here and ask me stupid fucking questions. Holy shit. Here, Bruiser, look at this. I had 22 outlets plus in each room, 22 outlets. And this is what they reduced my electric outlets to. One outlet in the bathroom, switched outlet in the bathroom, right top right-hand corner. One switched outlet by the front door, and one switched outlet in each corner of the room. So what is that? One ceiling outlet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They reduced 22 outlets plus ceiling fixtures and fans, maybe 27 total, to 5 outlets per room. And I said to them, but that's not what I want. And he said, Mike. He said to me, Mike, we'll put these in, and when you put 22, you put 27, you put 30, put 40, put 50 outlets in, we don't care. Just give us $3 for each extra outlet. I said, okay. In America, you'd have to have all this pre-approved. Here, they just tell you, there's your electrical outlet, and have at it. Put it in, put outlets anywhere you want. We don't care. 110, 220, 360, 440. We don't care. Holy shit! Colors. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh wow. Now you gotta get a pot. Ace. Bachelor. Cool. Hello from Spokane, Washington. Ace. Welcome to the machine. Menards is a Midwest thing, hardware basically. Never heard of it. I don't live in the Midwest. It's a department store. Okay. It doesn't know if it wants to be a Home Depot or a Target. Okay, well, now you know that I'm out of America for 7 years. I'm out of New York since 1993, and in Florida. And in Florida, we have Home Depot and Target. We don't have any of that. Jack Thompson hits me hard. Aussie Mick, new. Okay, new. Aussie, all right, so Aussie Mick, I'm waiting for that super chat there for the, I think that was you that wants me to... Yo! Hold on a minute. Guapo, 8 o'clock. What happened to 8 o'clock? What happened to 8:30? Sorry, Guapo, because I wake up at close. It's okay. You wake up what? I cannot wake up. I pack my hair. No. Close. No. Close the door. No, the door was open at 7. Really? Yeah. 7:30. I'm on the live stream now. I will see you. We will do that Ugma. It's okay. Thank you. That was the man that was supposed to be here at 8:30. It's 11 o'clock. Philippines time, baby. Anyway, all right. Sorry, wrong message. Make it look like a stainless steel boat railing. Dennis, I will, when I get a computer, I'll show you what the rails will eventually look like. All right, so I have to get a pot. Menards, I don't know. Okay, you say it's, thank you for the explanation. Jack Thompson and Norwegian Crypto Stormer. Holy shit. Oh my God, let me get a pot. Let me bang a pot. Let me do this thing with the pot that nobody likes. Where's my pot? I am potless. That guy, I heard that fucking Johnny Wad got pissed off at yesterday's booty on YouTube. Fucked everybody up. Yesterday's booty. Salamat. So, Norwegian Crypto Stormer. Norwegian Crypto Stormer and Jack Thompson. Black Pots Matter. And Jesus is coming like Eli's coming back to back, yeah. Jesus is coming, pot to pot. Jesus loves the super chat pot. Jesus. Oh, by the way, let me just tell you a little story. The guy who just came here, who was supposed to be at my house at 8 o'clock, 8:30. My door was open. I'll let him slide with that little missed piece of information. My door has been open since a little after 7:30. He didn't show up at 8:30, so I left without him and went into the city. So he lost a $300 peso ride, which means nothing to me because I just called up another guy. But on my way to the city, I saw him where he was, and where he was not where he just said he was. And I don't care where he was. It makes no difference to me. But why tell me something that's, I guess he figures I never left the house because I just shot into the city and came back 1, 2, 3 round trip. So that was really 300 pesos to the city and 300 pesos back, 600 pesos. So I would get in and out of the city. And I found, I have a fella that lives close by that going to the city in the morning, and I called him up and said, I need a ride. And he said, I'm on my way. I'll pick you. He was going past my block when I called him up. So he just picked me up and dropped me off right in the city. And then another guy that I know was coming back home for the day to go to church with his family. And I got the ride for $250. So I actually saved a shitload of pesos. And I don't care who drives me to the city, but why, if you tell me you're going to show up at 8:30, that you show up at 11 o'clock and say, what's up? I don't care. It makes no difference to me. That I have a freaking phone full of numbers for tricycle drivers and motorcycle drivers. I don't understand that. I don't understand it, but that's the way it is here. It's Filipino time, man. He didn't show up, and he didn't want to look bad, so he made up a story. And had I been here all morning working, I would have never known where he was when I went by him where he was. See that? So, and I don't care what he does with his time. And I didn't call him up at 8:30 when he wasn't there. I waited exactly 5 seconds. And at 8:30 and 5 seconds, I was on the phone to another guy, and I got another driver. Jack Thompson, Norwegian Crypto Stormer. Here we go, baby. Jesus, got something to say? Say it to Jesus. We're going to say thank you, Jesus, for yesterday's haul in Super Chat. And that's one of the reasons one of the little smaller channels gets pissed off that I do these 12-hour live streams, is because you can't review how much Super Chat somebody made by scrolling through the whole Super Chat. You got to open up like an hour of live stream and then look how much Super Chat the guy made in 1 hour. And then he has to scroll that, like go past another hour and then go back up in the comments and then go back down another hour. And sometimes it doesn't show right away. And then he has to go and he has to do that 12 times. And then he might miss some. Why does he even fucking care? Why does he even fucking care? That's the question. Why does he even fucking care? He cares because there's something fucking wrong. That he has to know every detail about everybody's monetary intake. Why does he even fucking care? I don't understand it. There's got to be some deep-rooted fucking psychological mis-fucking calculation. Like, when everybody gets like 30 trillion brain cells, he got nothing. He missed the fucking boat when it came to brains. Jack Thompson sent me big super chat. Big super chat yesterday and today. Norwegian crypto stormer sent me big super chat. You have to go back and look at the super chat to know how much I made yesterday. Jesus said it is better to give super chat to Michael Fazio than it is for Michael Fazio to give to anyone else. It is better to receive than to give, says Jesus in the Bible, in the red letter. It is better to give your money to Rabbi Jew Barker than it is for Rabbi Jew Barker to give his money to you, because he's the best super chatter, better than you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Like I feel, sound a little bit like Elvis Presley. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. All right, thank you, Jack, and thank you, Norwegian cryptocurrency Slama. Campo from you buy 8-day Tribune. Oh, wait. You're on the 8th day of the whoa. I forgot all about that. What did the douchebag say today? You're on the 8th day of the tribunal threat. Stainless steel. Now, I remember the tribunal was 7 days or else. Let me tell you something about the fucking tribunal. Here's for you and your fucking tribunal, okay? That is... I asked people to record the tribunal if they could find it. I don't know if they did because I don't have a computer, but you know what? I don't even give a fuck. But number one, but if there was a video of some sort of fucking coercion to get me off fucking YouTube, that's illegal. If it borderlines on threats, that's illegal. And what I have to do is get my computer, and then of course, let me show you. Let's make this fucking clear as day. When I get that video, see this little the orange folder. You know why it's fucking orange, don't you? Because it stands out. Let me show you what's inside the orange folder so far, and then I'll show you. When I get that video of the tribunal, I'm going to take the transcripts from that video. So I told you there were 3 videos. Here's one. The transcripts from one. I will just show it to you like this. See those words there? They're doubled up and they're number 14 font. That's one. I'm going to put it down in front of me. That's one transcript. I'm going to take another one over here like this. That's just 2 transcripts. I'm going to put it down in front of me like this. This is 3 transcripts. This is the last page of the 3rd transcript like that. And then this one here, I won't show you the name. This is the notes for one of the 3 transcripts, the primary transcript. So when I get that video of the tribunal, if there is any kind of coercion, if there is a face involved, these three videos all have a face involved with them, and the transcripts from those videos. And I put that in my orange folder because it's easy to remember. Orange NBI. And there you go. There's my NBI folder. And I'm going to take that tribunal video, if your face is in there, or even if it's not, and I'm going to show the fucking NBI that I'm still being harassed. So, we'll see how that works out for you, and we'll see how it works out for me. Stainless steel railings are the wise choice, says Jack. It's one time. 50 years of stainless steel isn't going anywhere. No brainer, says Jack Thompson. The stainless steel rails are the way to go. Just give a building inspector a handy and they'll tell you all you need to know. LOL. I'm not real sure what a handy is, but let me tell you this straight out. You don't know me. You people don't know a fucking thing about me. You all think you know shit about me. I was a licensed contractor for 38 fucking years. And in 38 fucking years, I never gave a building inspector 10 fucking cents. I never bought a building inspector lunch or dinner. I never offered to take them to lunch or dinner. They have a fucking state or federal or city job with full benefits, medical and dental. If that's not enough, I would go to their supervisor to push them to do what the fuck they were supposed to do. But to give somebody a handout, that ain't gonna happen. And so far, in the Philippines, no one's asked, and I've never had to offer. Everybody here enjoys my company to the point where they just do their job, which is what they get paid to do. They get a car, they get a cell phone, they get a gas account, they get medical, they get dental, they get insurance for their family. They have a nice cushy job where they get to go to work and sit down in an air-conditioned office. If someone wants to push a job through illegally because they did something wrong, and they give or offer an inspector money, I don't know nothing about that. My job was done to specifications, to codes. Everything I've done so far that's been signed off has been done to specifications or to code. I don't need to give the inspectors money. So giving money to an inspector is just not part of my repertoire. I don't do it. I didn't do it in America. I didn't do it in New York. I didn't do it with the marine construction company I own. I didn't do it with the excavation company I own. I didn't do it with the septic tank installations that I did. One time, 2 inspectors came on my property in Florida, and I had just cleaned off a big job. And part of the job was on the side of the building, there were 4 brand new tires from a brand new Honda car, brand new. And I said to the guy fooling around, because they were brand new tires and they were aluminum mag rims. I said to the guy, can I have those tires? He said, sure, throw them in your truck. And I said, are you sure? He goes, take it. I don't want them. Because he had a brand new Honda, one of those racing Hondas, and he put these stupid expensive rims on, that different size tires, different rubber. Those tires would have stayed on the side of his garage for 100 years. Then he would have threw them out, scrapped aluminum. I brought those home, put them on the side of my house, and an inspector came on to look at some equipment I had on the property and said, we got a call from one of your neighbors. I says, and well, they complained that the equipment's on your property. I said, well, let me just explain it to you. I bought this house. It was commercial, zone commercial, for fishing and farm equipment. that tractor is farm equipment, the Bobcat's farm equipment, and the truck is farm equipment. And Jack, that was his name, Jack was looking at the tires. Now, I had no use for these tires. I don't drive a Honda. They're 4-lug wheels. I don't want them. I didn't need them. They're taking up fucking 15 cubic feet of space on the side of my property. And Jack is looking at the wheels and flipping them around. I said, you want those wheels? He goes, well, I have a Honda. How much do you want for them? I says, take them with you. Just take them out of here. I don't need them. And he's going, I just take them. I got them for free. Just 2 days ago, the guy gave them to me. I took them so they wouldn't rot on the side of his building. You take those wheels. Now, that was not extortion, and I did have farm equipment in an industrial rated zone for farm equipment and commercial fishing. Those guys didn't bother me again for I don't know how many years. And then when they came back, they would give me 180 days to move the equipment. And then when 180 days were up, they'd come and say, you got to move the equipment, Mike. I said, okay, come back tomorrow. And I'd move all the equipment down the block, all of it. All the equipment, I'd move it all down the block. I'd put it on the Key Largo Fisheries property. The backhoe, the Bobcat, the dump truck, the Bobcat trailer, the track hoe trailer, all that shit. I'd move it all off the property. They'd come back tomorrow, sign the paper, and then I'd go back to Key Largo Fisheries and start bringing my equipment back onto the property. I had a big piece of property. And then somebody would complain and they would say, we went there, sir, and he didn't have equipment on the property. And then they might wait 3 months before they come again. And then in 3 months they say, Mike, I only brought the equipment home to put air in the tires. I only brought the equipment home. I had to put air in all the tires. It's going to leave. Come back tomorrow. Or something stupid. Some ridiculous, worthless, stupid answer. Okay, Mike, thumbs up. And they'd leave. King Bob of Houston Town, welcome to the machine. That should cover your trolling question about giving a building inspector money. That'll never happen. And I don't even appreciate the idea that you put that on my channel. I don't pay people off for things that I wouldn't do something illegal, and I would never give a building inspector a fucking penny. So just take your goddamn bullshit and bring it with you someplace else. Oh, God. Oh, God, I see more green. I see rainbows on my screen. I see green. I see orange, too. I see red. I see green. I see blue. I have to say thank you. Jack Thompson, BB, the same thing. Call the man. Ben, just call the man. LOL, great Andy Griffith show. Jack, enjoy the fight. Okay, damn Mike, BB Brucer. Bruiser, you get that correct. Muay Thai. That doesn't work with my PS, okay? See, I knew that guy was a fucking troll. A guy let Pepita... Oh, I heard this story. This is the name of the channel that sent me the super chat. A guy let Pepita croak in pain to save $1. $5 super chat in memory of me. Oh, okay. Let me take off my glasses because I'm going to be shedding a tear. Jesus, may Pepita rest in peace. the name of the guy, the commenter is, the name of the commenter is, we'll just call him Mr. Green. A guy let Pepita croak in pain to save $1. That's the guy who wrote this super chat. So let's say it proud. A guy, a guy, thank you, a guy, salamat, da, 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 salamat, salamat. May Pepita rest in peace. She was a good dog and a good beast. May Pepita rest in peace. She was a good dog and a good beast. Salamat. Thank you for the super chat. A beast. Now, let me give you the definition of a beast. A beast is any animal. A beast could be a bird, by definition. A beast can be a frog. A beast can be an oxen or a dove. A beast is any of the animals that are not human. An elephant is a beast. A lion is a beast. So don't take it personal. So is my Chi, Jack. My daughter is following in the tempo. I hate tempo. I gotta tell you, Bruiser, I don't do the tempo thing. Man, when you take in all that you did your entire life, Jack, myself, Dennis, any of the men that I know, the real men, Carl Vella, John Escape, when you take in everything that you've had to do your entire life to get to the stage of life that you're at now. We're not talking about somebody that somebody that lived on Easy Street his entire fucking life, his existence. But somebody that went out and fucking made everything that happened happen. And you're taking care of a family and a woman and maybe possibly their family. And they get pissed off at you over some stupid fucking thing that their girlfriend says they should do tempo to straighten you out. You have no idea how I feel about tempo. If I said it, I would sound like a male chauvinist pig. And if, in theory, all that a man has had to do their entire life, from the time they're born, fighting in high school to get better marks, fighting in high school to get better vocational marks for the wrestling team or the football team or the handball team, fighting to be number one, fighting through college, fighting through jobs to be the highest paid person on the job or the next person to be brought up in the front. And you have a woman that looks good, and that might be a good mother and a good provider, but they give you tempo, and they shut your fucking life down for, they think, 2 or 3 hours or 2 or 3 days. No. That doesn't work for me at all. Not tempo. They should learn to get over it in 2 or 3 minutes. Could be seconds. I don't do the tempo thing. I never did the tempo thing. When a woman tells you they're cutting you off, they're not going to talk to you, they're not going to cook or clean, they're just going to sit there and mope all day, it's time to just have a conversation. What is it that we need to do to get you from here over to there, wherever there is? Doesn't matter. There could be your mother's house, could be your brother or your sister's house, but until your tempo goes away, let's get you over there. I will live by myself. And when your tempo is gone, you can come back. But that fucking Tampo in the house, they're not going to cook, they're not going to clean, they're not going to talk to you. That shit's crazy. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. That's fucking insanity. That is got to be, that's fucking nuts, man. You guys put up with Tampo for fucking minutes. I give you a lot of credit. I see green, I see blue, I have to sing some more to you. I see green, I see blue, I see croak mouth, I have to sing some more to you. Croak mouth, I hate this island guy. You just keep on hating. At $2 a fucking hate. Hate me, hate me, hate me, hate me some more, baby. Copper cooking utensils. Croak mouth, I wished for the demise of Fazio Warren, Roberto Brown, American expat, Big Kevin Bama, Popeye, Dave Phelps. I am not a hate channel. I am going to sing some fucking serenade for him. The man wakes up to hate. The man wakes up to hate. His job is to cause problems on YouTube because he's an unaccomplished man. We know this to be true. Somewhere deep in the corner of some dusty picture frame, his name is covered in shame. His name may be on some pictures, I agree, but no one will ever see his name to be. They take that part of the picture and put it under the wood, which where it belongs asunder. No one will ever know his name. No one will ever understand his shame. His shame goes beyond that of words. His shame is spread like the shit from birds. Amen. When the birds shit the seeds of hate, they go overseas. His name might be on a picture blue. His name is hidden under a piece of fucking wood. No one ever wants to see his signature fucking pictures. And if they do, they hide his signatures. Now we'll read the comments from the guy over there, the croak mouth. I hate the island guy. I hate the island guy. I hate the island guy. He proves me wrong too many times. I hate the island guy. I said the island guy smokes 3 cigarettes per hour, and he proved me wrong to the point where I had to take a cold shower. I said the island guy, he has no plans. And the island guy, he showed the plans, which makes me want to crawl into a hole, but I'm afraid they'll throw dirt over my shoal. I hate the island guy. I hate the island guy. I hate the man named Roberto, the Brown American expat. I hate the man, the great man named Roberto, the Brown American expat. I hate him because he's a better man than me. I hate the man they call Barry Jordan because he's a better man than me. I hate Ed Lippert. Ed Lippert, I say, Ed Lippert, I say, is a scumbag today. I have no reason to call Ed Lippert a scumbag other than the fact that my brain is fucked up beyond belief. Who else do I hate? I used to hate Warren. I don't hate Warren anymore because Warren gave me $10,000 through my super chat door. I like Warren now, but I didn't always like Warren then. But now I'm okay with Warren because he sent me $10,000. Thank you very much, Mr. Warren H. We appreciate you sharing the love among the super chatters. Who else do I hate? I hate Dave Phelps. Dave Phelps is a fucking man of no honor. On that, I agree. He's a backstabbing motherfucker, but yet I hate him more than any other. Udder as in cow udder. Dave Phelps, I agree, is a piece of shit because I said so and I know nothing of it. I am a hater today. I'll be a hater they say. I wake up to hate, I hate to wake up. I look in the mirror and I give up Chuck. I hate up Chuck. I hate up Chuck. I look in the mirror and I up Chuck my muck. I look in the mirror and I up Chuck my muck. And you owe me money because you forgot to put Obama in the equation. So you got to give me another super chat with the word Obama in it because I did Obama for free. And I don't like making fucking rhythmic and poems about people for free. You know how I like to charge people. I charge people by the word. I gave you the cutthroat discount. I gave you 8 names for $7. Usually 8 names should be $9. It's $1 per name plus $1 for the initial charge to set up the program. Damn, Jack, you have almost as many as me. All right, but thank you very much, Croakmouth, whoever you might be. I'm only kidding. You don't have to give me any more money. I gave you Obama for free. Free Obama. Free Obama. That's what I wish what would happen, really. I got to get hold on a minute. What I'm going to do, I think I'm going to take the live stream outside now. It was raining on and off, and either way, if it's not raining, I need a bath. And if it is raining, I need a bath. Holy shit. Hold the pot. I was going to go outside, but I can't. I see red. I see red. I see red. I'm going to make up the best poem of the day. The Death Wishes. All right, let me get back up here. These death wishes were all in the last week. I heard them. He's getting let me tell you, Croakmouth, what he's doing. Let me tell you what he's doing. He's trying to trigger me. He's trying to get me to say what Barry Jordan said. That's what he's trying to do. And the tribunal, I don't know what that was about. I've never seen the video, so I don't know what was, if it was threats or coercion. I have no idea. I asked a few people to copy it. I don't know if they did. They never got back to me, and I don't care. Because if I said something that he could take to some legal venue, he would have done that already. And more to the point, the probability is, I think you have to be in the Philippines to bring charges on someone. I'm not sure about that. I didn't ask because I don't care. I know how I have to set my charges up if I decide to go ahead with the charges. So I don't care how he has to set his up. I don't care about that. And what I do know is that you can't take excerpts of 5-hour videos. You have to give them the transcripts for the 5 or 12-hour video and then show where it is in the transcript the person that you think slandered you, said what they said. That's for the NBI. Now, if there's a different way to do it, civilly, you still can't take a 30-second blurb out of a video, considering that there was a 2-minute conversation. You can't take 15 words out of a 2-minute conversation out of context. You can't do that. You just can't. No jury is going to allow it. No judge is going to allow it. No prosecutor is going to file charges based on a 15 or 20-second excerpt of a 3 or 4 minute dissertation or conversation. So he's got nothing there. So unless something else has happened, he's got nothing. So this fucking tribunal, he can take the tribunal and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. And plus, like I said, according to Kevin Tuttle, when he gets back to America, Kevin Tuttle has the authorities waiting for him at the gates. And even if Kevin Tuttle doesn't have the authorities waiting for him at the gates, if you were to go to one of the live streams from this morning, you would see that people are in fact, and whether he could see it or not, people are in fact mentioning that he threatened his own family and to throw people out of his house, which is probably not going to be allowed under Biden's guidelines for the lockdown. So I mean, between a rock and a hard place would be a good place for him to be. Right now, he's leaving on a jet plane and don't know when he'll be back again. That's a fact. If ever. I keep saying it. I said it before. The lockdown wouldn't end before Christmas. I didn't think it would go into the year 2022, mid-2022, possibly the end of 2022 or 2023. But now it looks like there's a good chance no American citizens will be let back into the Philippines until late 2022 or early 2023. So by then, I'll be well underway I should be up to the second floor by then. And I don't think the Philippines government is going to ask me to leave. I just don't think that's going to happen, especially now that I have proven to people that I'm not lying about building a hotel. The Philippines government, based on these plans, there are other sheets, there is a whole nother set of documents that are attached to these plans. One of the documents is the cost of the building materials only to build the hotel. Another one is a speculative amount of money on how much revenue the hotel will generate. It's speculative, but it's based on factual room rentals and percentages. And another one is how many men and women from the local area will benefit from hiring these people for the building of the hotel and the hiring of the people to maintain the hotel. Because I'll have to have a college graduate of hotel services, the hospitality industry, and he'll have to get paid X amount of pesos per month. I'll have to have other service employees, 24-hour service employees for emergencies on the property. So there is going to be so much money invested into the hotel when it's finished. By the time it's finished, they're not going to ask me to leave because I said something possibly to slight a foreigner. The man is delusional. So let me go back to the $30, $40, $50 comment. Oh my God, it's red. Croak mouth. Best girl. These death wishes were all this. I heard one or two of them. And why does he keep saying I'm going to die? I don't understand. Is he having is he having bouts with his mortality? Is he having doubts about whether or not he's going to get back into the Philippines? Is he losing his fucking mind over this? That now he's so upset that he may not be able to come back to the Philippines forever, that he has to wish death on people. He's upgraded his fucking hate to death wishes. Really? That's pretty funny. And everybody agrees with that. Everybody agrees with that. Jack, he wonders why he's the most hated. I think even Havoc Master put out a fucking video this morning. Everybody hates him. I think Havoc Master put out a video. Everybody hates somebody. I forgot who it was. Bruiser says, I watched him for 10 minutes and analyzed he was a moron. Hold that pot. Dang, Jack. LOL, buy my steak. Bruiser. Okay, so, all right, this is going to take a while. $50 pot bangings take a while. This is not easy shit. This is not easy shit for me. In fact, what's going to happen, what is happening right now, is I have to wear protective gear when I bang a pot for $50. When I bang a pot, it's a lot for $50. So let's just start off with some light duty pot banging. I bang a pot because I make a lot. The pot has a name, and the name is Super Chat Pot. And I also have a window to throw the pot out of. Someone said I don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. That man is wrong. He has no song. He has no game. He has no shame. The man would be better off if he did roofing and slipped. Whoops. Here comes Jesus to reinforce that thought, because that fucking man has come to naught. His entire life is filled with shame. He has no brains. He has no game. The man we know has no game. The man we know has no shame. The man's a loser times 3. The man is leaving the Philippines in 3. He'll be gone by April 1st, just in time to watch the snowfall in Canada. Canada is where they keep the snow. Where he's going, they keep the volcano. One erupted not so far away. That should make everyone's day. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jack. Super chat is where it's at. I heard a story. He got a shitload of money, not enough to fix up the shack. Probably not. I doubt that very much. I think that's just another one of those fictitious fucking fabulous stories. A very good, happy fucking ending story that has no truth and reality to it. That's what I think. I don't think. I done believe he got $10,000. I done believe it. I heard the story. And if he did, so fucking what? But I don't believe it. Because, if you remember, he said I smoke 3 cigarettes per hour. I don't do that. If you remember, he said I drink 4 bottles of rum a week. I don't do that either. If you remember, he said I had no plans. Well, I have fucking plans. If you remember, he said I have no permits. Well, I have fucking permits too. If you remember, he said I would never buy a cement mixer. Well, I bought a fucking cement mixer too. If you remember, he said that it was a used cement mixer. Well, I showed him it wasn't a used cement mixer. Okay? What the fuck? I mean, if he lied about me smoking, and he lied about me drinking, and he lied about the cement mixer being new, and he lied about whether or not I had plans, and then he lied whether or not the plans were approved, and then he lied that I was 5'3", and then he lied that I weighed 300 pounds. Why would anybody fucking believe that someone would send a person of such deceitful nature $10,000? I don't believe it. And even if he did get $10,000, I don't care. But I just want you people out there to differentiate what is the truth, has been the truth so far about me, 12 major fabricated lies. Why should the $10,000 story be true? Why should you believe that? Could believe $100 for a dinner. That's reasonable. Might even be warranted. Might even be. But $10,000? Just another delusional exaggeration, in my opinion. Prove me wrong. Show us the fucking paperwork. Thank you, Jack. Money, 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 money. Pretty boy Kirkevic. Money, 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 money. It's symbolized on the banging of the pot. Money, 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 money. It's right next to the smile and the Jesus. Como está? Confusing. Ooh, dog funeral. Shh. Pretty boy. Bless the beasts and bless the children. Salama. Johnny Adriel, thank you for stopping by. Vinci. Hey, Prunk, you're going to need more Visine because we know you watch every minute. Holy shit. Did you hear that story? I'm getting in trouble now because I make 12-hour live streams. Do you know why? There's people out there upset because they have to listen to my 12-hour live streams. It's cutting into their listening to other people's live streams. You could only just listen to so much shit a day. And I'm pumping out 12 hours of absolutely worthless shit a day. You know that. And talking about shitting, I have never left the camera to go take a shit. Never. And if I did, I would just say I'm going to go take a shit. See, I'm a fucking man. I have gone outside to take a bath, and I tell you I'm going outside to take a bath. But why would I not tell you I was going outside to take a shit? Why wouldn't I say it? Do you think I'm afraid to tell people I take a shit? You know why I'm not afraid to tell people I take a shit? Because every single fucking person watching this show takes a shit just about every day. Sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. So if I had to be embarrassed about taking a shit, or to say I'm going to take a shit in front of my audience, then that means my audience has to be embarrassed 2 or 3 times a day to take a shit. And I don't think people are embarrassed when they have to go take a shit. They don't usually announce it. No one, well, men do. Men go, I got to go take a shit. Okay, take it or leave it. So, but mostly when I grew up, people just got up, may I be excused to your mom or your dad? And they'd say yes, and you just went and took a shit, washed your hands, and came back to the table. You didn't say, I'm going to go take a shit. Mom didn't say she was going to go take a shit. She'd say, excuse me, I'll be back in a few minutes. Dad did the same thing. We weren't embarrassed. We took shits. People shit. I shit, you shit, he shit, she shits too. My shit stinks, your shit stinks, her shit stinks, but only if you don't love them. If you love them, your shit stinks good, her shit's good, her shit stinks good. If you love it, that's how you can tell if a girl loves you or not. You take a shit and she goes, oh, that's a good shit, babe. That was a good shit. But when they stop loving you, they go, oh my God, what did you eat? A sure sign. You can fucking tell if somebody loves somebody. Wake up in the morning, you smell their breath, you go, holy shit, what the fuck did you eat? They don't love you anymore. Or you don't love them anymore. But if you walk into the bathroom after your girlfriend or your wife or your future wife or your future girlfriend, you walk into the bathroom after she takes a good healthy dump, and you say, oh, this is like fucking lilacs and roses. You love her, baby. You're in love. That's how you can tell you're in love. This is a tried and true method throughout all of history. It goes back into the Latin dialogue, the Latin literature. Plato used to walk in to the woman that he was dating at the time and say that Plato's girlfriend would walk into the shitatory, and he would say, oh my God, sweetheart. And he would write up a poem about lilacs and roses and my girl taking a shit on a solid piece of concrete or stone or something like that. And that's where some of the greatest poetry in the history of Latin, Spain, and Germanic and Latin, basically Latin, pig Latin. That's where some of the best literature ever came from. Europe, from Latin, from the original Greek Latin, not the Greek bend over Greek, not that Greek, but Greek Latin, sit down, take a shit, and let me write a poetry about roses and lilacs. That's some of the best literature and some of the most poetic stories in all of the Greek and Latin, and even Italian literature, was a man in love with a woman. And she went into the room with the concrete hole in the floor, and she shat. And when she shat, the man walked in and said, babe, I'm in love. You have nothing but lilacs and roses coming out of your bottom. And from what it looks like to hear, when the guy looked down into the hole, he says, oh my God, they're self-stacking little pink bricks of shit. That's amazing. I love you. This is where some of the best poetry in all of history came from. Watching, going into a bathroom after your future wife or girlfriend took a shit and saying, oh my God, that is the best looking shit I have ever seen. Let me write some poetry about that shit. And maybe I'll write some good shit about that shit. Good shit, bad shit, get it? Good shit, bad shit, maybe. Maybe that's how it works. Hit the thumbs up. Thanks, Bruiser. I saw that, Jack. That guy lost his password to his Bitcoin years ago. And he can't get it back. I saw that. This is going back years he lost his password. Michael McFarland. My girlfriend never gives me Tampo. My tolerance for Tampo is in the multiple seconds range, not minutes. I'll be honest, Michael McFarland. I know that you're a man, you did a man's work. We don't need to go out and bust our fucking ass our entire lives to have a woman give us a cold shoulder. Pretty boy to Jack Thompson, hello. Marvelous Mark, the King of the Dark, gave me a lot of money yesterday night. Thank you very much, Marvelous Mark. It's going well. I had a good morning. I had a guy not show up at 8:30 to bring me to the city there and back. I had to get something from the city. And at 8:30 and 10 seconds, I had another tricycle driver in front of my house. When I think of flips, I start singing Three Dog Night tune. One is the loneliest number. Me also, just sitting here listening to Mr. Fazio. Thank you, Michael McFarland. Gotta love Fazio, LOL. I guess that was about my good shit story. That's some good shit I just made up, yeah? LOL. Havoc Master, indie guy. Hit that with Rubber My Head Hurts. He is one funny motherfucker, Havoc. If you ever talk to Steve on the phone, you'd realize how funny he actually is. Mr. Willis, thank you. Hello, Mr. Willis. I'm going to go outside now. It looks like the sun is out, but it's still cloudy. I got to get something else done. I'm going to drill a hole in a piece of wood for something. Mr. Willis, I heard that, and that's not true. It's just not true. I don't owe the state of Florida even $1. If there were any fines on my property, the fines from the county were levied against the value of the property and the mortgage company. So that if I, Michael Fazio, went bankrupt, the mortgage company would be responsible for the fines. Because I could have declared Chapter 11 if they put the fines against me. But the mortgage company, it's a little more tricky for them. So the fines, whatever they were, if there were any at all, because I never heard about it, I knew there were fines, and I knew they were accruing, and I knew that the fines existed, but they were against the property, not Michael Fazio. I agreed that I had equipment on the property. I agreed that I had equipment on the property. And the county said, you're not allowed to have equipment on the property. And I said, okay, fine. No pun intended. And they did. And they put the fines, they leaned the property. And when I gave the property back to the mortgage company, it was agreeable to myself and the mortgage company that they would deal with the fines. So the fines existed. They were real. However much it was at the end of the day, it was a lot of money. But the fines were not against me. In other words, they fined the mortgage company to have the mortgage company tell me to get the shit off the property. And I had already made up my mind that I was leaving the property. The fines only accrued to a larger number because I told the mortgage company in 2009, I want out. I want you to take the property back and I want to move to the Philippines in 2009. And they begged me to stay on the property to keep it company. And I said, well, okay, but you have to understand, I'm not going to pay the mortgage or the taxes. And they said, okay, just stay there so that nobody goes into the house and takes it over as a squatter. So by 2013, they still weren't ready to have me move out, and I moved out. It wasn't complicated. I wanted to move to the Philippines, and could have been more years before I could still be in the fucking house for all I know, the way the economy was then. So the fines existed. The fines are real. The fines were levied on the property, not the mortgage, me. Oh, fuck. Whatever that guy says, it's always a fucking twisted up lie. I don't owe the state of Florida a fucking penny. If I did, there'd be liens on my bank accounts, plural, and there are none. And I have never, ever, ever in the state of Florida got a speeding ticket. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about there. And I have 0 parking tickets. So he lies about everything. I have a completely fucking clean license in the state of Florida from 1993 to 2013. I received 1 violation for no seatbelt in 1996 or 1997. It was a $75 fine, and that was the only violation that I can remember. I poop with flowers and a smile, says the bruiser. Get your towel. Mr. Willis says, also, if you use the correct paint, it will not flake off metal. If you prepped it properly. Fucking guy thinks he knows about paint. He knows nothing, Mr. Willis. Not a fucking thing. And where he gets his information from, I don't know, but it's faulty information. The paint that I put on. Now, I'll tell you what, as soon as I get to the bottom of the comments, and that's where I'm headed, I'll go out and show you the high gloss that came onto from that red lead. What a great paint that was. And then I'll show you the red lead. I'll take the can out. Friends are friends. Friends are true. Screw you, friends, over before they screw you. Waxing poetic. I read an article once that some park maintenance guy was found out that he was collecting pictures he took of shits left in a woman's toilet when they didn't flush. Could you imagine him trying to get the what do they call that, the grain just right, and the aperture opening for shit inside a toilet, inside a dimly lit bathroom? Could you imagine trying to take a perfect picture of a piece of shit in a toilet in a dimly lit bathroom, and someone coming in and saying, what are you doing? Dude, fucking, I'm doing Andy Warhol art. Mr. Willis, that's why I only trust a few friends. Most of them Never had my word is my bond integrity. That's true. I understand that. He woke up at 2 o'clock this morning in order to get on YouTube in case someone said something about him. No, he woke up at 2 o'clock this morning in order to get on YouTube to catch up with my 12-hour live stream from yesterday. You know that. I didn't hear that. I don't watch his... I would watch his whole show, and I probably would. I probably keep the whole show on, but I fall asleep. I get up in the morning, I throw it on, and I listen, and I fall asleep. So somebody yelled at him for having it on at 5 o'clock in the morning. Can you fucking blame the lady? Can you really blame her? I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm going to go outside now. Andy Warhol, soup can, Boagatilia. Dennis, that picture. Are you Amish Mafia? Dennis is. Dennis is Amish Mafia. I can see him doing that too, right, Dennis? Like fucking standing there with a beanbag on the edge of a toilet bowl seat, trying to get the fucking camera just right, get his head out of the fucking light so the light can shine on the shit from just the right angle. Fucking twisted motherfucker he is. All right, I'm going to take this out. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, God. Hold on. Oh, man. I think my battery is dying. I got to plug this in. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, that was bad. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this camera down. That guy wanted me to explain how to get building permits in the Philippines. He didn't mind me spending an hour to explain the exact procedure, step by step. What to do, who to see, when to see them, what you need, how much money you have to spend. He didn't mind me spending a fucking hour to explain the procedure, but he didn't want to send me $10 for my hour's time to save him 50 hours of guesswork. So, there you have it. I would have explained exactly how to get building permits from day one, what you need from day one to get building permits, and how, as a foreigner, to get building permits so that you could build your own building. That fucking guy. I knew he was a troll. I'm going to leave this plugged in here. I'm going to go outside and set the horse up. And I want this to be plugged in for about 10 minutes because it was not plugged in for the whole time I was on for 2 hours. So I don't know how much battery is left. So I don't want to disconnect it and then go outside and have the live stream die. So somebody put that Mike will be back in 10 minutes. I want to open up the container. I also will show you the back workbench that I said that was behind the backhoe, the track hoe. I will show you that. I cleaned that up this morning about 7 o'clock, except for one stanchion, and I'll show you how strong those stanchions are. I have one stanchion on the bench. It rained pretty good yesterday, and it rained last night, so that bench is pretty cleaned up, and then I will explain to you where I'm going to put the bench and why I need to get that fucking machine started. I don't know how to do it without buying another battery. I've cooked the battery, the existing battery. It's not the solenoid. It's the machine requires 24 volts, but high cranking amperage. I was going to do this concept today. I got this paper. I won't give you the name of the person that does it, but you would. I'll let the charger charge up. So, as part of building the hotel, soon, but not right away. Eventually, I'm going to have to hire workers, and I am a very meticulous licensed contractor. When I do work, I do everything legal. So what one thing that you have to have in the construction industry, and I don't give a shit, it's not for the contractor to have workman's compensation. It's for the men. Whereas if they unfortunately get hurt, they get money. It's not for me so that they can't sue me. It's also for that reason. But workman's compensation is so that the men will get a paycheck and be compensated for their injuries. So I went to one place, and only one place, for workman's compensation. And I only went to one place because it's so damn cheap here, it doesn't pay to go looking for a cheaper price. So you can have up to, and this is for any business in construction. Hold on a minute. Okay, workman's compensation, probably anywhere in the Philippines, up to 24 employees. Age eligibility between 18 and 65 years only. So you can't have anybody under 18 or over 65 working for you. Accidental death. Hold on. Well, it's in groups. So let's just say we'll go to the highest payout for accidental death, total permanent disability, dismemberment, partial dismemberment, medical reimbursement, murder and unprovoked assault. Premium per person, inclusive of charges with DHIB, Delta Hilo Indigo Bravo, which means daily hospital income benefit, accident only. Premium per person, inclusive of charges. Accidental death, 500,000 pesos. Total disablement, 500,000 pesos. Dismemberment, 500,000 pesos, up to. Medical reimbursement, up to 50,000 pesos. Premium per person, inclusive of charges, 1,840 pesos per day. And the price for that insurance is 1,900 pesos per year. So that's $38 per year. So here, I'll show it there. The bottom line, right here, the bottom line, and the bottom line here is 1,900 pesos per year. And those are the payouts. So I've been doing my homework, and now these prices were from June 23rd of 2020. So I spoke with the man at the Workmen's Compensation Bureau, and he said, I said, have they changed much? He said, not enough to make a difference. So he said, when you're ready, come in and we'll talk. And that was it. There's no reason. I mean, at 2,000 pesos per year per worker for 500,000 peso insurance policy, that's cheap. In America, that would cost you 2,000 pesos a day. Now I'm paying 2,000 pesos per year. All right, so I'm going to go outside, and I got to open up the shop, and I have to get the electric set up for the tablet. So somebody write down, Michael will be back in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you, Dennis. You did that already. Croakmouth. Oh, wait, we got Super Chat. Croakmouth says, this island guy is hated so much that he gets a bunch of Super Chats because all the people hate him. Wait till I start building shit by myself, showing people that one old fat fucking American can build shit faster than 2 or 3 laborers, or 4 laborers, and faster and more efficient and in less space. Just wait till you start to see how my construction technique works. He drinks 4 gulps and 7 bubbles. Did anybody notice that? Prunk would injure himself within 30 minutes. Be back. Well, you know what? You know what I was thinking for the Prunk? There was an actual addendum on there for him. That's Chinese condoms. All right, so I'm going outside, but Croakmouth, thank you. Salamat. I'll just bang a little. I'll bang a little for a lot because we bang a pot. The money pot, we bang a lot. Salamat. Croakmouth. Crooked mouth. Croakmouth speaks the truth. I'll be back as fast as possible. Actually, I could take you outside with me now, because even 5 minutes of even 5 minutes of power should give me 5 minutes without power. Okay. I'll miss my pot. I don't take the pot outside. I am basically potless outside. Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Got to get the cam holder. Pot fell. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this here, right? And that will get you over there. I got to get the electric. Hold on. Okay, I'll be back. I gotta go inside my unit for a minute. I need to get a drill. I was in the middle this morning before I left for the city. I was in the middle of drilling. Well, I was up to drilling out a hole. Well, you know what I'll do first? Because I just came out here and I have the electric and I can move around. Let me show you how the workstation in the back came out after I cleaned it up this morning. Hold on, where I want to turn around. I'm trying to turn this tablet around. There you go. All right, I'll show you the painted wheelbarrow with the red lead paint first. Now I heard that Johnny Turd Bowl, or Johnny Piece of Shit Bowl, whatever, the Johnny Wad shit stain, he said that he said something about this being a worthless 1908 wheelbarrow. Well, if it was worthless, why is it in such good condition? It was high-grade gun steel, Johnny Shit Bowl, turd, fucking worthless, fucking ignorant YouTube worthless commenter. So this, now what happened is, now I had filled this bead up solid. This bead was filled up solid right to the top. Don't make any mistake about it. You people saw it. And what happened overnight is that when it dried, it went down, which is what it was supposed to do. It went down and wrapped around the piece of round stock that's inside here. So this was filled up solid like a puddle, and then overnight it went down into and around the metal bead that's in there. And it did that all the way around. And look at the gloss on here. Now, the red lead always stays soft for years. You could scratch this with your fingernail. And that's the way it's supposed to be. And it did that on this side as well. So this when it gets another coat of red lead in this rolled bead, the next time it will almost stay filled up. Of course, it'll dry out and shrink down. But when it does that, it will cause a solid moisture barrier to the metal. So no moisture that was in there, because I painted it on a dry day and beat the dust out of it. There was zero moisture in there the first day. Even though today is moist, the amount of moisture necessary to rust this metal, which is gun steel, after I put the second coat on, will never affect it. So that's Johnny shit-stained shitwad that doesn't know anything about painting. And the other shit stain, it says I should put WD, it's raining again, damn it. WD-40 on the thing, doesn't know anything about it. I did the same thing with this bead here. Same thing. All the way around to here. This is where it filled up, because that's where I had the latex caulking. Now, I'll show you my workstation in the back here. And it's raining pretty hard, so I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay out here. So this is where the chickens were laying their eggs. This is part of the wheelbarrow from 1908. This is one piece of the wedge. This is one piece of the handle material that I have to use for a pattern. This is exactly the height of my 14-inch Ryobi Paramita. And this is the stanchion that you'd slide the wood over the power miter table, and you'd let the wood sit on this side and one on the other side also, so that when the wood gets cut, the wood doesn't fall down to the floor like this. Let's say you make a cut, right? Let's say you make a cut. Well, you don't want the wood to fall to the floor. So about 2 feet from the end of the power miter, you put this stanchion. If it didn't go there, then the wood would fall off the power miter like this. Okay, you don't want that because it splits the board where the power miter is. And this is another piece of what's left of the 1908 handle. This is one of the handles. And I only kept this for a pattern. This is where the wheels bolt in to the handle. So it goes like that. And I have a few more pieces for templates. And now this is the stanchion that these tables sit on. This is one of 3 that I have left. Well, I never had more than 3. I only had 3. So what I'm going to do is hold this like this for a minute. I don't know what you'll be able to see. Okay, it's raining really hard, even though the sun came out. These metal stanchions hold up 2,000 pounds. Now this one is the worst of the 3, but it'd probably still hold up 1,000 pounds. And it's mounted to a 6x6. So I can easily secure another piece under here vertically and hold up 1,000 pounds of weight on that stanchion, no problem. So right now, probably going to have to go back in the house because it's really starting to rain hard now. Look, you can see it raining in the puddle there. It's not raining so hard that it would affect me, but it's probably not a good thing for the tablet. So, and it is a sun shower, but they get serious, those sun showers. So I'm going to disconnect the power from the tablet, and I'm going back into the house now. I can't even turn the direction around. Oh, I think I did now. This is what it's been doing every day. It rains for an hour, it stops raining. Rains for another hour, stops raining. Rains for 2 hours, stops raining. Okay. It's been doing this shit since 5 o'clock this morning. Luckily, I got that back bench straightened out. And now that it is straightened out, the rain will clean it off a little bit. Oh boy, I lost it. All right, well, sorry about that, folks. Now I see, oh, I don't see good shit happening now. Hold on, I'm trying to get this tablet dried off. It's doing funny things. It's doing funny shit. It's asking me, okay. Yes. It is raining season here. Raining season, one of the biggest mistakes I ever made in my life. To go on vacation was the first year I got here. I lived up the block in 2014. In fact, I just saw my old landlord. We were sitting in the street chit-chatting with each other. He built a huge hotel that's empty now. He built like 12 rooms last year. He started the hotel. I was the first guest in his hotel. It was his wife and him living on the ground floor. And there was one other apartment, my apartment. And that was in 2014. And he had the superstructure for 12 rooms finished, the beam boxes and the columns. And he didn't finish it until March or April of last year. And it was finished, and he wasn't allowed to put guests in the hotel. So he has a 12-room structure that took him, the 2 units were done in 2014. Him and I and his wife and his children lived in the 2 downstairs apartments. He was a cool landlord too. He was like he was a little bit younger than me, but he was Italian, and we had a lot of laughs. And his wife was a sweetheart as well. So he built 2 units, and then he abandoned the building project for 5 years. And then 2 years ago, he started it back up because it took him a while to put the money together. And when he put all the money together, he built finished the hotel in March or April of last year. And to my knowledge, it's empty now. So we were talking about that. He says, "Are you still going ahead with your hotel?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, it's going to be hard to rent." I said, "Well, maybe for you, but, I have a view of the ocean." So he did agree that that was a good deal. Well, and when I lived in his apartment in 2014, I made plans to go to Dumaguete, Bacolod, and it rained for 15 fucking days. Day and night, night and day. It rained for 15 days in Bacolod City. I have a lot of videos of that. And it never stopped raining. And that was probably from Thanksgiving to the week before Christmas. And then at that point, I said, "This is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. It doesn't stop raining at all, ever, in Bacolod up north." And it wasn't raining in Dumaguete, which was 7-hour bus ride away, so 250, 300 miles away. It wasn't raining in Dumaguete. So I said, "Let me go to Dumaguete for 10 days, because I planned on staying away a month." I get on the bus to go down to Bacolod, and the sun came out halfway to Bacolod, from Bacolod to Dumaguete. And I get to Dumaguete, it was a beautiful sunny day, and it started raining. And it never stopped raining. Ever. And then after 6 days in Dumaguete of rain, it would stop for an hour, it would come back, it would stop, go for what the fuck? This was I spent $2,000 on a vacation, and it rained 85% of the time I was awake. So I want to go home on a boat. And there's no boat. 7 days. I'm in fucking Dumaguete. No boat. No boat. No boat. Because the weather was so bad, storms. So I said, "You know what? I'll just buy a fucking airplane ticket." Genius that I am, right? So there is no fucking airplane from Dumaguete to Bohol. Even though there's an airport in Bohol, you got to go to Manila. And there was a 6-hour layover in Manila. So I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I buy a fucking airplane ticket. And by 9 o'clock, the plane takes off and goes right over Dumaguete. And what do I see? The boats are running from Dumaguete to Bohol. I'm watching the boat leave the dock while I'm in the airplane. So had I waited 5 more hours, I could have bought an airplane ticket. I mean, a boat ticket. So now I'm on my way to Manila. So I get to Manila an hour and a half later, and I have to lay over in Manila for 6 hours, I think it was, 6-hour layover. And I get on the plane to go back to Bohol. I got home at like 8 o'clock at night. I left at 5 o'clock in the morning. I got home at 8 o'clock at night. Meanwhile, if I would have took the boat, I would have been home laying in my bed at 10 o'clock. 8 o'clock at night, I get home. And what's in my apartment? That I was talking about, my landlord. What's in my apartment? Let me tell you what's in my apartment. Let me tell you what's not in my apartment. What's not in my apartment is a dry floor. Because, now you're not going to believe this, the contractor that built the hotel, he was supposed to build the back wall of the hotel floor higher than where the front steps are. Higher. So that if water somehow landed on the patio in the front, which was like a 6-foot patio, it would run off into the street. No. He didn't do that. Not my apartment, not my landlord's apartment. He built it so the water would go into the apartment. And the floor was 3 inches lower in the back of the apartment than in the front. So that day that I was coming home from Dumaguete, there was one of those typhoon rains, like get 4 inches of rain in like 3 hours while I was on the plane on the way home. So when I got home, the landlord and his wife, they had these like 3-foot squeegees that they was pushing water out of their apartment. 3 inches of water out of the back of their apartment. And I said to him, what's up with that? He goes, well, and he explained what I just explained to you. And I says, you gotta be fucking kidding me. No. So fortunately, I had thrown all my stuff up on the second level of cabinets. I didn't leave anything on the floor. I didn't know about this problem. But I had, when I was leaving, I just threw my suitcases that I had from New York, I left them on top of the bureau. Otherwise, they would have got wet too. So when I got into my apartment, there was 3 inches of water in my apartment. And he goes, Mike, don't worry. I'll lend you my squeegee. And I said to myself, it's time to fucking find another place to live. I said, you should be the one to take the squeegee to the water. He goes, I have my own problems, Mike. And he gave me the squeegee. He gave me a squeegee. He gave me a 3-foot fucking squeegee. He goes, this'll work. It'll be okay. And I said, okay. And he was, and me and him had a good rapport, and we had a lot of laughs, and we kind of laughed about that a little bit. But he did have his own problems. He had 2 young children, and a wife, and he had food in his cabinets, and all kinds of fucking shit in his bedroom, and rugs, throw rugs. He did have problems, but damn. Bruiser says, I should go outside as well, see if the troopers put the crime scene tape up. Is this 10 minutes ahead? Technically, we did just have time travel. Yeah. Fazio is addictive, says BB Bruiser. A brilliant mind. His work videos are the best when he gets into the stream of consciousness stuff. Very Hunter S. Thompson. Thank you. No money, no honey. Wow, this is a man I never thought would have concurred with me about anything, but No Money, No Honey says his experience shows in his work. You can't just wing it. Just watching YouTube won't get these results. He knows his stuff. Thank you, No Money, No Honey. But you are really pissing somebody off, No Money, No Honey. Pretty Boy Kurkevic says, I learned that coconut wood is real strong and quality wood because there are different wood there than in the U.S., so use cocoa for projects. Seasoned cocoa lumber, Pretty Boy Kurkevic. That means old growth coconut trees. So if you just use a coconut tree that's like 2 or 3 years old, the lumber is very soft and will rot fast. But if you have a tree that's 15, 20 years old, that's old growth, that's old for a coconut tree, then you'll get the seasoned good lumber. Yes, it's raining season. It was cool. It did like a line picture, that music video where people turn into drawings. I saw that. The prunk would probably show up on the job with a suit of armor. You don't really fucking believe he's strong enough to fucking mop a suit of armor around, do you? I'm back. Lesson for the day: don't make a farmer mad. You know, Bruiser, I agree with you about that. Even though some of them have a good grasp of the English language, it's hard to understand them because they speak under low breath, they look at the floor, and they mumble. I don't know why they do that. All right, so you can hear the rain beating on the roof now. Damn. And this is what I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning for. Well, of course, I did get my morning funnies in. What happened to that? I'm afraid to ask. What happened to that thing that the guy was going to do? What was it? Tournament? Torsion? The fuck was the name of that thing the guy was going to do, Jack? Gave me 7 days to get off YouTube, and then what? Tribunal. What the fuck happened to that? Today's day 8, right? All right. Rain is better than snow. Yeah? Well, not for me right now. I mean, well, if I wasn't live streaming and I wasn't painting, I could go out and do something. But I want to finish painting the cement mixer. I want it to be done with that. I want to finish painting the cement mixer, and I want to put it where it belongs. Let's put it like that. Mr. Willis is back. What tribunal? LOL. In his mind, he's delusional. Mr. Willis, I'm going to tell you what he thinks. I'm going to tell you exactly what he thinks. Okay. A long time ago, my friend Warren offered $15,000 for us to get into a ring and have a boxing match in the ring. And the winner, well, originally it was $10,000. So the winner would take $10,000 and the loser would take $5,000. Well, in a boxing match, have you ever watched the mixed martial artists before they get, after they make the contract to get into the ring with one another, they describe what they're going to do to the other person, the psychological warfare, the art of war. Actually, it's called Sun Tzu, the art of war. Look, to fuck with your opponent's head. So I described what I was going to do, how I was going to do it. And he grabbed that soundbite. But it was it even says when we're in the ring. So it wasn't like when we're in front of your house. It wasn't when we're in back of your house. It wasn't when I find you at the stores. It wasn't anything like that. It was when we get into the ring, and that even part is in his soundbite. And then I said what I would like to do, if I can, because we're going to have a legitimate fight in a legitimate boxing ring. And he took that soundbite and he says, that's a threat. But when you take it as a conglomerate, it's just my Art of War Sun Tzu shit going down. It's nothing more, nothing less. And he's always mouthing off that he'd like to rip my face off, and the only thing that stops him is the law. So that's okay for him, but it's not okay for me. Well, that is one of the sound bites that I think he calls that the ace in the hole. I think that's the ace in the hole. I'm not sure if that's his ace in the fucking hole. Nothing that he says makes any sense. Bruiser says, I was a good mason once. That's tough work. So, Bruiser, I tell people, let me tell you what, true story. So, there was a wall being built. The wall was about 700 feet long. Okay? This is true. I'm not making this shit up. Now they're using, let's just go with every 12 feet, there's a 6x6 concrete post, okay, column. And that's 5 feet high. Bruiser. This is for Bruiser specifically. So every 12 feet, there's a 6x6 column, vertical column, 5 feet high. However, along the ground level, there's a beam box that's 6 inches wide and 6 inches deep. So there's a beam box between the columns. And on that beam box sets 4x16 block. 4-inch by 16 hollow block. Bruiser, if I told you that in one day, 2 men from ground level, the blocks only had to go up 4 blocks high. So that's 32 inches. If I told you that each day 2 men would put 40 blocks from 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, from ground level, 9 blocks wide and 4 blocks high, 36 blocks. 2 men, 8 hours, 36 blocks. Would you think could you make money working like that? Now, what would 2 American masons, how many blocks? 4-inch blocks, working from ground level up 250, 300, and they'd be gone at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, yeah? I watched masons, professional masons, 1 man lays blocks, 1 man tenders. I've watched 1 mason lay 250 8-inch blocks in a day and be gone at 3. Wow. Tansu Lee. Mr. Willis, a big piece of information comes out from Mr. Willis. Yes, I watch UFC and have done MMA. Wow. That's a big piece of information. Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Wilson. If your opponent has a choleric temper, irritate him. Of course. Confuse him. Static electricity his fucking brain. Make him understand that that this isn't going to be fun. This is what he wanted, and sometimes you should fucking be careful what you wish for. And he was the one who initiated all of this shit to begin with. Louis Pagan-Ponce says, Mike, what's going on? I'm fully bilingual Spanish. Mike, says Louis Pagan-Ponce, welcome to the machine. I'm fully bilingual Spanish is my native tongue. How difficult do you think learning Tagalog is, and does knowing Spanish give me an advantage? I see you have done well in Tagalog. Louis, Daisy taught me hundreds of words, but I don't use them every day. But for instance, the word utot, O-O-T-O-T, utot, it means fart. But I don't use fart in a sentence every day. But when somebody says to me, baho utot, which means stinky fart, then I know what they're talking about. Or hamut, utot hamut means it smells, but it's not so bad. Or when someone says, Gihi gugma ko ikaw, I know that means that you love me or I love you. And when I say that to a woman as a joke, they go, oh my God, you speak Tagalog or Visaya. Because that's like a long sentence. So when I say, Nagpuyo ko sa Mindanao, Zamboanga, it means I am Filipino. I am born in Zamboanga. Now, I don't know a lot of words, but I like to know about 200 words. So it's not hard to learn if you're living with someone, and if everything. What I did with Daisy, I would say it in English. What I did with Daisy, Louis, is I would say it in English, and then I'd make her repeat it in Visaya. But she had a bad habit of saying it fast back instead of saying it slow so I could understand it. Because when you listen to Visaya or Tagalog slowly, if someone says, Nagpuyo ko sa Mindanao, Zamboanga, I will understand that. But when the Filipino says it, they go, Nagpuyo sa Zamboanga. And they said exactly what I just said, word for word, but they said it in a slang and fast and mumble. But another Filipino will understand it perfectly. So if you have a Filipino that will repeat it back to you slowly, you'll be able to speak a little bit of their language. However, when they return the language to you, it will be so fast, it will be muddled. And if you tell them to slow down, they'll say it again too fast. And if you ask them to slow down again, they'll say it again too fast. Even though they know what you ask them to do, you have to say, please slow down. Hinay. They don't. If they say the next sentence slowly, the next sentence after that, they'll go right back to their original too fast, too slangy, and mumbling. I don't know why. You can call up the bank and they'll give you in English, hello, this is the such and such bank, and you won't understand a word of it. Tell them to slow down. Yes, sir. And they'll do it again. This is the bank now. We're not talking about a person on the street. They don't get to talk slow. They don't get it. Yeah, I know more Visaya than Tagalog. That is true, Mr. Willis. All right, so that's how that works, Mr. Louis Pagan Ponce. BB Bruiser, I believe it. My brother-in-law is from Ponce, Puerto Rico. He has found many of the words in Tagalog are very similar to Spanish. That's true. You should have very little problems learning it. Well, if you go up to Bacolod City, Spanish Tagalog is the language that they speak up there. In the Visayas, it's a little different, but a lot of the words are the same. Mr. Willis is right. I know more Visayan than Tagalog. And Cebuano is used in Bohol. That's a whole nother language. And what the Filipinos will do is they'll mix Tagalog, Visaya, and Cebuano all in one sentence. And you tell them you don't understand, and they'll just say, well, learn all three. That's three. Just learn how to speak English. My wife curses at me in Visayan. Jack Thompson. Louis, good point. I would only make sense if you live in a foreign country. You should be able to converse with the folks in your community, even if you learned it vicariously. That's true. Mr. Willis says you need to speak it with native speaker. That's the best way to do it. You cannot learn this, right? You can't learn this language online. It doesn't work like that. I tried to use a dictionary online, and I tried that Rose, R-O-S-E, Rose speech thing. Doesn't work like that. Just doesn't work like that. Taga Asaka Ka means where are you from? Yeah, they have Asaka Ka. Right, they're right. The Visayan is very similar to that. They do speak fast. Well, from what I heard about you, Bruiser, you're lucky that you met a girl with a big mouth. The stories about the Bruiser in the Philippines go far and wide. Right. Well, I didn't know there were hundreds, Mr. Willis, but I did learn when I first got here. Someone said 38 dialects. 38 dialects. I just say, acay so guapo. Get smiles. That's right. Guapo ka, guapo ko. Panit, ugly. Panit means ugly. Well, it looks like I can take off. It's not going to stop raining today. What did I cover today? I guess I could open up the plans and see if I want to, because everybody here is actually quite friendly. I think I'm going to open up the plans and see if I would show you a little bit more. But not the building permit numbers. Front elevation, we did that one already. And I don't even really want to have these plans out. It's so damp in here. I'm looking at the plans. I think I pretty much showed you everything. The plans are very simple, and it wouldn't make a damn bit of difference. Like on the floor layout, let's say each floor is the inside dimension between each wall is 3.6 meters. If I decided to make half that, or well, a little bit, instead of putting 3 rooms on the second floor, if I decided to put 4, like mini rooms, but with bathrooms, I could do that too. So I could get, and I don't know that I would, but I'm just saying, they would have no problem at all with me doing a mini room for instead of having 4 rooms on the second floor, instead of having 3 rooms, I could do 4 rooms. They have no problem with that, or 2 rooms, or 1 room, which is what it was going to be. 1 room on the second floor with 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. They have no problem with that at all. But you've already seen that part of the... Well, I'll show it to you again. So this is the second floor. This is the second floor layout. And you can see the dimensions of the second floor layout. Now this is not exact. Some of the measurements are off a half a meter, but they don't care. Just build it and then they'll approve it, as long as it's the code. I don't even know. And this was one of the issues that I had with the architect originally. It's not to the scale that I gave you. And he said, don't worry about it, just build it, we'll sign it. I said, okay. Because this should be, this measurement here should be, what is that measurement? That should be another full meter. Excuse me, 2 more full meters. I don't know where they get these measurements from. I have no idea. I mean, I said I haven't looked at these measurements in 6 months, but then they're wrong. This should be, it's 43 feet. 43 feet across the back of the building, not 37 feet. But he didn't care. He said, don't worry about it, just build it. Same amount of columns. The columns don't change. So as long as the columns don't change, the concrete deck doesn't matter either. The deck is strong enough. I got to put this down. Hold on. Yeah, I just looked at that measurement. It's wrong. It's not 36, it's 43. But like I said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. It sure doesn't matter to them. The guy just said, you still only need 4 columns. Put them anywhere you want. Change it any which way you want. And we will, let's see if this one is right. The problem with these plans, what I remember is the architect. I gave him fucking measurements to within a half inch. He didn't follow those measurements. I don't know what he followed. Then he had the hotel at 3 floors, not 4. Then I said, the measurements are wrong and it's 4 floors. He says, okay. And he had somebody render a 4th floor drawing. I said, but the measurements are still wrong. He said, don't worry about it. There's still only 4 columns. Just space them accordingly. I said, okay, if you don't care, I don't care. And there are other structures in the area that aren't even built this strong. Now, I think I showed you everything I'm going to show you. I'm not going to show you the names of the inspectors because we'll have some little scumbag calling up the inspector looking for specific inspectors saying, can you imagine that little fucker calling people up, telling them that I don't know what I'm doing? Still, even now, after, first I didn't have any fucking tools. Then I had tools, but I don't know how to fucking use them. Then I smoke 3 cigarettes per hour, but I don't smoke 3 cigarettes per hour. So maybe he doesn't smoke now, but he used to. I never fucking smoked 3 cigarettes a fucking hour, you goddamn idiot. I never smoked 3 cigarettes an hour. That is the equivalent of 2 packs a day. That's fucking way more cigarettes than I ever smoked in my whole life. The fuck will you come up with these fucking... He takes some fucking ridiculous number, doubles it, and then goes with it as if it's the fucking truth. Everything that comes out of the fucking man's mouth is a half-truth and a lie. I don't even understand why the fuck he bothers waking up in the morning if he can't tell the truth. So, Bruiser, how many blocks a day, 4-inch by 16-inch blocks, could you lay? 300? No problem, right? With a tender? And we're talking about from ground level up to your waistline. I think you could do 300 a day. Ma'ot is ugly in Visaya. That's correct. Osahai means sometimes. Osahai makut angoy. I get a lot of that. Osahai. Since Simo travels, I hope that you got to see my plans. If you didn't, tell me. I'll show you the plans because you're an interested blogger. Thank you very much, Simo. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate it. Be honest, I'm being very serious. I'm getting a lot of comments like that. That you're. It's a whole different way to blog about doing something that's actual, in reality, physical, actual, and truthful. Thank you very, very much, Simo. Thank you. Bruiser, the bottom rooms, I already have the bottom rooms. No sooner will the bottom rooms be finished that they will be occupied, Bruiser. I mean like 1 hour after they're finished and approved for rental, they will be rented and they're already occupied. That's a fact. Oh, I don't know. If I do it myself, a couple of years. Doughboy 23. I don't really know who you are, but I'll answer your question. I don't I have a feeling that you're a troll. But I'll still answer your question. It'll be a couple of years. It takes a couple of years to do a job like this. King Louis Pagan Ponce. I'm amazed. What an elaborate scheme to make you believe you are building a hotel. I did go through a lot of fucking trouble to pull the wool over your eyes, didn't I? I'm amazed. What an elaborate scheme to make believe you are building a hotel. Hell, you even went as far as having an architect draw up some plans. You are good, my friend. Had me fooled. So I should tell you what the plans cost me, and then you would stop talking about a scheme. These are fucking real. And I could tell you, if I told you what it took for that man to make those plans and what it cost, considering how it was done, you would say there's no fucking way. There's just no way. Yeah, way. You give somebody a deposit here, and then when they add on the extras, you got to pay them for the extras too. And it was still worth it. It was still 1/10 the price as in America. He gets upset about that shit. Michael, you should employ the Bantayan rat, as he knows more about this hotel build than you. And the building inspectors, God, could you imagine trying to do fucking business with that guy? No, seriously. I'm not even being facetious. I'm being Sensimo. Question to you. Could you imagine trying to do business with a man that believes spraying WD-40 on a commercial grade cement mixer every day to protect it from rust is more intelligent than painting the machine once every 3 or 4 years? That's what he said. Swear to God. Swear to God. He said that fucking island guy doesn't know a fucking thing about painting. Said it this morning. If he knew anything about rust prevention, he would spray that cement mixer down every day with WD-40 and wipe it on with a rag. In every nook and cranny. In the fucking springs. In the tongue. In the gear mechanism. In behind the shroud. Under the shroud. Below the shroud. Behind the fire. If he... Instead of painting the motherfucking wheelbarrow one time, now try to argue a point with a guy that has such low construction knowledge. Try to picture having a conversation with a guy like that had an idea. And how would you talk to motherfucker? How do you talk to fucking the stupid out of spraying a machine with WD-40 every day for the next 20 years when you can paint it a few times and forget about it? How do you argue that? There's nothing to argue with. There's no starting point. And I'm being serious. That fucking guy, what would happen here? Let me tell you what would happen here. I don't know if you're from the Philippines. I don't care if you are or not. But you start breaking the inspector's balls here, and you call for an inspection, they just won't come. They'll just tell you they're busy. They'll be here next month, and your job stops. They don't give a fuck. You can't break the inspector's balls here. You don't have to do anything special for them. You don't have to go out of their way. I mean, if I guess... If you wanted to order pizza while they were there, I guess they would probably have pizza. But you don't have to do anything for these people. You just I bring them on the job, I show them what I did, and they sign the paper and they leave. I don't give them any money or foods or anything like that, because that brings them back for more. They want more next time. So there's no point in starting that. But if you start breaking their fucking balls, I have friends of mine that built shit all over the place around here. You just call up the inspector, he walks on the job, and you go away. You don't need to fucking tell the inspector what you did. He's going to look at what you did. And if you're not there, he'll sign the plans and put them back in your work box. If you're there breaking his balls, he's going to say, he's going to fucking, he might nitpick. I don't know. I do it. I just call the inspector up and tell him I did this, this, and this. Have a nice day. And he leaves. It's not fucking complicated. This isn't fucking... But you start breaking the inspector's balls, you call them up on fucking Monday, January 1st, they'll be there in fucking May sometime. That guy wouldn't be able to build a fucking doghouse, let alone a fucking building. Pretty boy Kirkevic. These plans are cool. This is going to be a nice hotel. I definitely will try to come there to spend a vacation. I'm glad you let me join the Patreon account. Thank you very well. I'm glad that you joined the Patreon account. And I'm glad that you enjoy. Now, I have to apologize to my Patreon members. I still don't have a computer. And had I known that it was going to rain all day, I may have gone into the city. I do have... I have my bank card. Yeah, I could have bought, if I would have went into the city. I have a bank card and I have a credit card. 2 credit cards and a bank card. I could have went and bought that fucking computer today. Well, I didn't. My fault. My mistake. I didn't know it was going to rain all day. The weather said sunny at times, which meant... Yeah, Simo, I'll show you the plans. And then probably going to be... Well, definitely going to be 3 rooms on the ground floor. And the second floor is most likely going to have 3 rooms also. Unless someone wants to buy the second floor outright for a price. I would still consider, which I had considered in the past, selling the second floor. Just selling it. Just yours. It's yours. You just pay your electric and water. And, monthly maintenance fee. Condo it out. Which, it's in my contract says I can lease out the rooms by the day or by the month. Or I can sell the unit as a condominium with the understanding that when my lease ends at the end of 20 years, the condominium agreement is dissolved. So basically, I have 17 years left on the lease agreement. And then in 17 years, if someone was living here, they'd have to work out a new deal with the new landlord. So I would not do that on the 3rd floor. And the 4th floor, I will keep for myself. So there will be three a little bit bigger rooms on the third floor because of the way the staircase is situated. So it's going to have a staircase up to the first floor that's just 42 inches wide. And then after that, there's a spiral staircase up to the fourth floor. And I could do it any way I want, but that's how it's going to be done. And the spiral staircase up to the fourth floor allows me to make the rooms a little bigger on the fourth floor than the third floor and the second floor. So, because I'm walking the spiral over to the east side of the building, as it spirals up, it also walks over to the left. So it gives me an extra 36 inches, and that's all legal. So there'll be 3 rooms. I'll show it to you. Make it simple. I'll show you the perspective for the hotel Simo Travels, and then I'll show you the layout for the rooms. I hope you're still there. Yeah, you are. Okay. Okay, Simo, you're still there. So here is the layout. This is the rendering of the hotel with 2 rooms on the ground floor and 3 rooms on each second and third floor. And the fourth floor is, believe me when I tell you, it will be an open. Half the floor will have windows and doors, and half the floor will be my machine shop and workshop, my wood shop. And I might even have a little atrium for birds, an aviary, because exotic birds would just love the fourth floor. And I've seen aviaries before, and I thought about sectioning off like a 10-foot by 5-foot section of the fourth floor because it's always fresh air. And I like birds, but I never had a place for a bird. But I was thinking about an aviary, just a little room like 5 feet wide and 10 feet long and 9 feet high. It would be perfect for the aviary, right next to where I put the water pump and the water pump and the water tanks. Now, unless I put the water tanks on top of the fourth floor, which is possible as well. So I'll show you the layout. So here is the artist's rendering of the hotel, 4 floors. 2 rooms on the bottom. Now it shows you a super wide staircase on the left-hand side. That's really going to only be 42 inches or 40 inches if I can get away with that. I could get away with that too. I mean, that's the legal smallest is 40 inches. 39 inches is the smallest. So, and then the balconies that you see that wrap around, they are indeed wraparound balconies. So the staircase stays on the left-hand side of the building until the 4th floor, where it disappears on the 4th floor, back and to the side. And the wraparound is for all 3 levels of decks. And the roof, as shown here, is concrete. It's a concrete roof. Now, the plans show a metal roof, but the concrete roof is just an option that you can go with. And the advantage of a concrete roof is then I could put the water tanks on top of the concrete roof and have an additional 85 square feet of floor space on the 4th floor, because the 2 water tanks take up 85 square feet. Now, the water pump could be on the 3rd floor where it's easily accessible and worked on, but the water tanks can go up to the roof on a concrete roof, and I don't have to make the whole roof concrete. I can just make the let's call it the HVAC room, the work room, the appliance room, concrete. So what I could do for the roof is I could take a 20-foot section where the roof is metal and just make 20 feet of the roof concrete. I have my option to do concrete or wood, or metal. And I could make 20-foot section concrete, put a staircase up to that, and put the water tanks on the roof. And that gives you an 85 square feet more on the 4th floor. Now, those are all legitimate and legal options at this point, right now, today. And they don't care what I do at the end of the day. So when I'm done, I do what I want to do, and they say it's okay. Everything is already approved for this shit. This is not like each thing that I want to do that's not on the plan, you got to worry about it. They don't care. They just don't care. Build it 4 columns wide, 3 stories, 4 stories, we don't care. If you do a concrete roof, we don't care about that either. The only thing we care about is if you do a concrete roof, is that you tell us you're going to do a concrete roof, and we'll sign for a concrete roof. That's the only thing they care about. They don't, and they just want to know before you do it. They're not going to make you do a whole bunch of different plans or anything like that. So this is a different plan from the artist's rendering that originally it showed 2 rooms on the ground floor. And now this shows 3 rooms on the ground floor. Still has balconies wrap around, but this is a different plan. And this is the detail for the railings and the glass doors. So this is the plan. And like I said, if I can't tell you everything there is to tell you about the people that I work with to get the plans and the building department and stuff like that. All I can tell you is that it's easy to work with these people. It's not hard. It's not like California or New York where you got to go in and feed them fucking, Broadway shows and stuff like that. They don't do that here. They do their job and they're happy to have a job. It's not hard to work with these people. What's hard to understand is why other people don't get it, that foreigners can build here if they did what I did. If they laid out the groundwork for the building and the lease and the permits and the plans, if they laid it out like I did it, a foreigner can build and be the contractor. If he didn't, one fucking mistake along the way, and then it becomes not more complicated, just different. Then you have to hire a contractor to do the job. Now, I'll probably hire a contractor anyway, but first I want to get everything prepped up. Bruiser, I heard somewhere that Pepita may have committed suicide. She may have had a woke moment and realized her owner was who her owner was. Now, come on. Okay, if they open up the country, which I see that I don't see happening. I don't see it happening either. Doughboy23, you're a long-term subscriber, and you even bought my book. Okay, thank you. Frank's Espert. Yeah. Louis Pagan Ponce. Mike, he may have a point. He may spray WD-40 to all of his screws. I'm pretty sure that is how he lost a few. Fucking WD-40. You know, I have. God, if I was looking for paint 2 days ago. Do you know how much money they want for a can of WD-40 here in the Philippines? It's like $7. That shit is worthless. And I didn't buy any because I have corrosion block. But you cannot buy corrosion block in the Philippines. And I found I have 2.5 cans of corrosion block left. And then I'll have to get some from America when somebody comes here. But that'll last me 2 or 3 years. But I found a box in a box from a box in a box. And I have actually 4 brand new cans of WD-40, which are basically fucking worthless. They're good for minimalistic handyman shit. You know, and as long as you keep them oiled, the oil wet, it stays good. But I found 4 cans the other day. I forgot all about that. Sinsimo travels. I seem to lose several brain cells every video I watch of the Bantayan clown. He was really mad you painted the cement mixer so easy. Wait, I only. Hey, did he mention how well I get along with the children? Did you guys see that video where I had the children help me shake out the tarpaulin? I actually, when I get back, and if I ever get a computer, I'm actually going to try to take that clip of those 8 or 9 children helping me shake out the tarpaulin. I think I'll make that for my introduction. What do you think about that? Seriously, that was pretty cool when I thought about that at night. He's so easily triggered. Pop Z. Now, God, I remember that guy. And he didn't have much of a personality. Pop 69, I think it was. He was, he was a nice enough guy. But he blogs from America. He's got a beautiful house in America, but he's not in the Philippines, if I'm talking about the same guy. That is a nice rendering, Mr. Willis. Yeah, that's pretty much what it's going to look like, too. The renderer is completely different person than the architect. The architect is all fucking business, the architect. He knows his architectural shit inside, outside, upside down. He doesn't give a fuck what I do. He said, keep it under 48 feet wide, which is 43 feet wide, and keep it 4 columns, the way we have the 4 columns set up, 4, 4, and 4, 12 columns. I don't give a fuck how you partition the walls. I don't care how many outlets you put in the rooms. I don't care how many fans or ceiling lights you put in the ceiling. When you're done with the rooms, we will count the outlets and we will charge you accordingly. That's how easy it is to work here. So each room has 5 outlets, electrical, the plan, the schematic. He said, put 50 in. I don't care. We're going to charge you $3 per outlet to change the plans. No, not the plans. To change this in the plans. I'll show it to you. This is how easy it is. They're not going to change They're not going to change the electrical schematic. They're going to change this number. There's a total amperage voltage number in the plant. Look, it even says right there. Typical schedule of loads in 4 to 9 rooms. So they don't care if I make this building 4 rooms or 9 rooms. So what they're going to do is it gives you, this is electrical schematic. This is for the electrical inspector, just to make sure I use the right wire to bring into my home runs are correct. So what they're going to do is they're going to change lighting 4, they could change it to lighting 12. But at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to change is how much amperes I'm going to use and what the fuse ratings are. So how many amperes are going to be with 4 lights, and it'll show you how many amperes the floor is going to use, or each room is going to use. So if each room uses 30 amps, then my main breaker for floor number 2 is going to be 120 amps, which it's not, but I'm just saying, just using it as an example. So that's the only thing they care about, is if I put 40 light bulbs in, the amperage, the total possible usage of amperage changes for 40 light bulbs 10 times more than 4. They don't care. Just put 40 in, put 50 in. We don't give a shit. We know that a 30 amp breaker is going to cover that. Just put them all in there. Don't worry about it. That's correct, Louis Pagan Ponce. But, I mean, considering that no one is going to do that, it won't make a difference. I could rent it by the year or by the month. But they would be buying a 17-year lease agreement. That's correct. It could be renegotiated. I mean, the people who own the property could renegotiate it before the lease agreement was signed. But if you figure that a man is 60 years old, they're going to be 77, who's going to care at that point? You're welcome, Sinsimo. Pretty Boy Korkevic, it's a water displacer. It doesn't even do that well. Thumbs up 24. Sorry if I forgot. It's only 5:30 a.m. Thank you. 5:30? Is it really? Is it that? It can't be that late already. Oh, you live in the UK. Okay, thank you. The news is depressing. Did you break ground yet? All right, Doughboy, you haven't followed me. You know nothing about me. Come on, man. Why are you here? Tell me why you're here. Now, you have never added to the conversation. I have fucking said it 4 times in this live stream. I have said it in every live stream. I have said it in just about every fucking video I've ever made about the fucking hotel. And now you have to ask that question again. Come on. If you're not going to pay attention, then just go someplace else. And I'm being serious. What the fuck are you here for? You are a fucking troll. I know you're a fucking troll. You know you're a troll. What is wrong with you fucking people? I'm sitting here discussing fucking intelligent shit that I've been discussing for years. Salty tears of Bantayan. 82 and raining here in Santa Fe, Cebu today. That is exactly how a troll works. Did you break ground yet? If you did, congratulations. You are just here to break my concentration. You're not here to add anything to the... And this is what you fucking do every day. You're just like that insidious scumbag in Cebu, the virus. You're just like him. You just come to break balls. I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation. Go the fuck someplace else. Two Bears. Hello, my friend. How are you? I'm going over their heads. Two Bears is a very long-term subscriber of mine. It can't be Cranky Frankie because his spelling is too good. But it's that other scumbag, Heminger, or the other scumbag, Johnny fucking Shit Turd. It's one of those three. You think fucking Heminger went away, that little fucking weasel scumbag? He didn't go away. He's just fucking behind the scenes. That's how Heminger works. Comes in, something halfway fucking intelligent, just to break your concentration. He's another insidious little scumbag blogger. Two Bears, welcome. You're fine. I remember you from several years back. Yeah, we're moving along here. Things are good. I bought, I don't know if you follow, I bought a new cement mixer. I'll show it to you right now. I'll just stand up and show you my one bag cement mixer. If it would have stopped raining today, I would have painted it. I'm in the process of painting my tools yellow. WD-40 is good for arthritis too. Yeah. And too bad. Look, the next thing you know, Two Bears will be talking about how he uses WD-40 for hemorrhoids. Oh, boy. Still raining. All right, there's my new cement mixer. It's a one bagger. And I started painting it with a high quality paint, but I have red lead for the webbing. I have a gallon left of red lead for this. I'm gonna paint. I'm gonna flip that cement mixer over upside down one day. Well, actually, I can pick up the tongue with one hand, so I can flip it up onto like a 60 or 70 degree angle. I could put the tongue. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. I can put the tongue on top of the horse and paint underneath it. The tongue is, the cement mixer is weighted so that one man, I have ropes on it next to the bucket. One man, I don't know that I'm picking up 50 pounds, will pick up the cement mixer, 50 pounds of lift. So I have that part done. So it's got a 12 horsepower diesel air-cooled engine, and it's called an Armstrong one bagger. I don't know why they use the word bagger, but that's what they do. And it's brand new. It's never been used except turned on when I bought it. The engine came out of a box the day I bought the cement mixer. They installed it. So see, the way you buy a cement mixer like this in the Philippines is you can buy a 6 or 8 horsepower motor for this, if it's going to be light duty use. Or you could buy a 10 horsepower or a 10 horsepower diesel or a 12 horsepower diesel. I bought this with a 10 horsepower diesel, and they prepped the machine for me, started it up with no oil, and blew the engine up in 45 seconds. So they had a 12 horsepower in stock. They put that on, and I still paid the same price. So, or if you didn't want to use a gasoline or diesel engine, you can buy an electric motor for this machine also. So the mounting brackets adjust laterally and horizontally for any motor, electric, gas, or diesel. So that's what is in there, is a 12 horsepower diesel engine that I paid a little bit more for the cement mixer than I cared to pay, but it was the only cement mixer in the Philippines with a diesel engine. I looked in, there was nothing in Cebu available at all. Nothing at all available in Cebu. And nothing from City Hardware or Build-A-Ware had a diesel engine. The City Hardware had a new cement mixer, one bagger, for 60,000 pesos with an 8 horsepower gasoline engine. Fuck, all I'm going to do all day is stand there and fucking dump gas into the engine. That shit gets old, gasoline engines. Diesels use half the fuel and never bog down. So, and they wanted 60,000 pesos. So when I said to them, can you put a 10 or 12 horsepower diesel engine on it, they said, sir, it's a 8 horsepower gasoline engine, I think it was. Not big enough, and it's gas. You own a store that sells diesel engines. There's diesel engines in city, yes sir, but we can't change the engine. Okay, I called up another store and they had one sitting in a warehouse, and I just went there and bought it right there. I didn't even go there. I just told the guy I'll buy it, and it was my machine. This way, in case somebody else walked in, I have a working relationship with this man for 7 years. He knows that I'm coming in with the money. All right, well, let's see what else we got here for comments. I'm not seeing my comments. Here we are. I could hire him as day labor. Yeah, that'll work. That would work. I'm sure that he'd be able to take orders from me. Yeah, Bruiser? Bruiser's delusional. Bruiser lost his fucking mind. Oh boy, I'm losing my ability to see the screen now. Oh boy, I'm starting to look like fucking Elton John. No, not a hand crank. It's got a compression relief on the top, and one pull starts it up. One good solid pull kicks in, starts it up. Sincimo, seriously, nobody would ever work with that fucking guy. Nobody could work with him. He doesn't have any skill sets. Why would anybody, what could he do? What could he do? What theory? No, I mean, if I asked somebody what the fuck he could do, what are his skill sets? Just wait. Just wait. And a few months from now, he's going to have to cook and clean and shop and hire men and pay for materials and supervise jobs. And a contractor's going to walk onto his job and say, they're going to fucking walk off the job, man. They're just going to walk off the job. They're going to talk to the man for 5 minutes. They're going to say, I won't be able to work with him. I had customers. I would go out to do jobs, estimates, and I would explain to them how the job should be done. And I would explain to them that I'll start the job and finish the job, and I'll clean up when I'm done with the job. And they would ask you these stupid fucking questions, like, are you going to move the picnic table? Or like one lady that she had like picnic tables, and they were made out of concrete, and she wanted a drain field and a little septic tank built. And I said, yeah, I will, but that's extra. Oh, that should be part of the job. Why should it be part of? I mean, like, and I just say no, thank you. I don't want to do your job. It's not hard. It's not complicated. If you don't do the job, you're better off. But so now I'm responsible to move her concrete picnic tables and concrete chairs. Well, when I'm done with the job, she's going to want them put back also. What do I look like? A fucking? I'm an excavation contractor. I'm not here to break your patio furniture down and unbreak. I'll just walk away. One guy, I went all the way down to Marathon, hour ride to Marathon to look at a bulkhead job, and it was like $70,000. That's what I wanted to do, a rock wall for the guy. Well, Carlos could do it for $55,000. You know what? You get fucking Carlos to do the job for $55,000. Because in 13 fucking years that I was in Key Largo, for 11 years I was an excavation contractor. Carlos never, ever, ever bid less than me on a job. His prices were always 30% higher. So I didn't believe a fucking word of it. Well, he goes, there's nothing to talk about at that point. I won't do your job. Get somebody else to do your job. So he got a guy named Mark Berta, Berta, to do the job. And Mark took like $20,000 deposit. He brought a whole shitload of trucks of rocks in. The rocks he brought, like maybe $8,000 worth of rocks, 8 trucks, 8,000. And he brought his Bobcat there and demolished a shitload of stuff that was on the job. And then he went up to Homestead and he smoked crack for like 30 days. He really did that. I'm not lying. That's what he did. He started the job. He got his $20,000 deposit. And then he went up to a hotel and hired a couple of girls, and they smoked crack in a hotel for 30 days. Now, for that, he went to jail for 2 years. And the guy called me up to finish the job. It was like every time Mark Berta did a job, I would get called to finish the job. And then the people would, so I went and I talked to the guy because I had to go to Marathon anyway. And I said to the guy, it's $72,000 for the job, less the $8,000 for the trucks and materials. So it's $64,000. He goes, yeah, but I gave Mark $12,000 in labor. And I said, what the fuck you gave it to Mark. You didn't give me that money. So I should have not gone back there at all. But that's what the kind of fucking job that would be the guy you'd be doing and the guy in Hawaii. the guy would be fucking telling you stories about somebody named Mark Berta, but it has nothing to do with what you want to do for the guy. And that's Mikey. And Mikey, oh God, Mikey. They used to call him Mikey Crack, C-R-A-C-K, Mikey Crack Ho. He lived at mile marker 90 in Isla Mirada. And he had a track hoe. He had a track hoe. He had a real track hoe, big one, big unit. And he would come in and get a deposit, and he'd be up in the room next door to Mark. And I'd get their job too. I don't know how to get this shit off the screen. I don't know how to get it off, so you're going to have to deal with it. Oh boy, Doughboy 23 put me in my place. Big apologies. Got to answer his question now. I didn't know that, Doughboy. Boy, I'm sorry. I'm gonna answer your questions. I thought you were a troll. I apologize. I will. The answer to your question, Doughboy. Did I break ground yet? Yes. I dug of the 12 footings. Eight footings. 8 of the 12 footings are 100% dug. Also, I dug out. I wish I could get this shit off my screen. Let me see if I can. Okay, hold on. Let me get this back to where I am. Okay, let's see if I can save that. It's better than it was, but it's not what I want. Okay, Doughboy, just give me a moment. I think I'm learning how to work this thing. You need 1 minute to start a highlight. Okay. Doughboy. If I had a computer, I could look up. I dug out. There's a water tank on the property. That is a rain catching water tank. So here in the Philippines, I can use a downspout from the roof, which is basically rain, to fill up my water tanks for showering and washing of dishes, but you can't drink the water. And you can chlorinate that water so that it kills the bacteria. And that's what the local smaller hotels do. So I have a water tank hole, excavation hole, dug out that's 8 feet wide and 16 feet long and 8 feet deep, which will mean which would mean that it would take a long time. So 8 feet wide and 8 feet deep is like 8 cubic meters by 12 feet by 4. So that's 32 cubic meters of fresh water can be stored in the water tank. Now, typically, myself, and when I lived with a woman, you use 2 cubic meters per month. So 32 cubic meters would fill up of rainwater off the roof, would fill up on a rainy day. You might fill the tank up and then it'll go into the overflow. So typically you'll have water for 15 couples for 1 month with that tank. Now, in addition to that, there's a street bib that you can buy water for 15 pesos per cubic meter. So if the tank went low and it was off rainy season, you just turn that bib on and it'll fill up the tank for 15 pesos per cubic meter. You still can't use it for drinking, but you can use it for showering and bathing. That's one tank. Next to the tank that the water tank is, I excavated a hole 12 feet deep by 4 feet by 4 feet. That's next to the water tank on the inside of the water tank, between the tank and the hotel. There's a hole excavated 4 feet by 4 feet. In that hole, I will put a plastic 50-gallon, like, pickle drum in there with a top on it, a concrete top. And then I will build a box that's 5 feet by 5 feet by 5 feet down to the top of the pickle barrel. In that hole is another pump that will pump brackish water, B-R-A-C-K-I-S-H, brackish water. The brackish water is used for two things. On the ground floor, there's a hose spigot that you can wash off your feet or the sand off of scuba gear, and then it runs off off the deck. The brackish water can be used for that, and the brackish water can be used for the water to fill up the toilet bowls. That water is free to the guests. The water that goes into the water tank, because of the cost of the tank itself and the pump that has to pump it up to the 4th floor, those pumps are $12,000. They're $300 a piece, those pumps, and they only last about a year. So because of the cost of the pumps, they're supposed to have 120 foot, is what is called 120 foot of head pressure, which means they could pump a 1-inch pipe 120 feet high. They can't, and they don't. But they have 50 feet, 60 feet of head pressure, and they last a year. So because of the cost of the pump and the cost of the initial cost of the tank, each room gets a water meter outside the room on the balcony with a cap on it. And each room is charged 150 pesos per cubic meter for water, which covers the cost of the water tanks on the roof, the water tank in the ground, and the pumps. And then it also adds to the income for the landlord, which would be me. So the water tank is dug. The brackish water hole is dug. And 8 of the 12 columns are complete 6 feet by 8 foot, 6 foot by 6 foot footings, bases. They're all dug. I have 3 more columns to dig, and I only really have 2.5 because one is dug halfway. So the other excavation I did, which is on a different, is inside more than the water tank, is the excavation for the septic tank. And the septic tank is 3 tanks, about 7 feet wide, about 9 feet deep, and 16 feet long. That excavation is done. Now, why do I say it's an excavation? It's an excavation in solid coral. There is no dirt where I live. When you walk out in front of my house, you see grass, and 1 inch down under the grass is solid coral. So basically, I live on a coral reef. But 5 feet out of the ocean. So there's no dirt here. Now, up the block, there's 6 feet of dirt, 8 feet of dirt, 10 feet of dirt. But where I live, it's solid coral. 1 inch down from the grass is coral. So it took me 3 months to dig out the water tank, the septic tank, and the 8 of the 12 footings. So that's where I'm at with the excavation. And I didn't know, I don't remember your name, and it's my mistake. I apologize, and thank you for the super chat. So let me go back up here and let me see where you are. Thank you. And I'm going to bang the pot. Oh, no, you could put a hand crank on the... It has a pull string. I guess you could put a hand crank on the mixer, but I don't see why you would. It starts up with 1 pull. 2 bears. Pretty boy Karkevic. He could. And he could do that. He could go clean the beach, too. He could collect plastic, and 2 pesos per kilo he could collect plastic. Doughboy's 23. Sorry, I'm no troll. If you go back, I've been with you when you lived in Florida and moved to Queens. I commented about the potholes on I-95 because I live in New York too. Doughboy, okay. I don't remember every one of my long-term subscribers, and I apologize. So I just explained to you the excavation. Now, if you didn't hear it, you left and came back, I'll explain it again. And thank you for the super chat. Now I'm going to get the pot now, and I'm going to bang the pot for Doughboy 23. I'll never forget the Doughboy 23 character. Again, it's my mistake. Just I didn't remember somebody from 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, or 7 years ago, or 6 years ago. My mistake. It's raining again. I'm about ready to kill this. I'm done for the day. I'm not going outside. Can't do anything in the shop. Taking off my shoes, and that's it. I'm gonna relax. So let me get this pot. Doughboy 23. I fucked up big time. Doughboy 23. He rocked my world big time. So you imagine how fucked up it is for the police that are watching this. The fucking guy goes through a detailed explanation of how to excavate a septic tank, a water tank, a brackish water cess pit or pit, plumbing to the 4th floor, how much water costs, how much the water meters how much it costs for the water meter, and then the motherfucker goes downstairs and gets a pot and bangs the fucking pot a lot. Now you gotta think, there's a psychologist out there going, what the fuck is going on, right? This guy just went through a detailed analysis of 3 different types of excavation, how it was done, where he started at what grade, and then he banged the fucking for a guy named Doughboy 23. And what is Doughboy 23 talking about? Potholes on I-95. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's a fucking psychoanalyst out there that's all monkeyed up right now. There's a fucking psychoanalyst out there that just fucking relaxed on his own couch and started talking to himself because the guy on fucking YouTube, he don't make any sense. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a super sad dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is a super chat dream, dream, dream. That was pretty cool. I like that. I like that row your boat thing. I like that. I haven't said that in a long time. So, Louis Pagan Ponce, hold on, pretty boy. I thought he was a senior parking attendant at a national park. He's a lot of fucking things. He's everything but fucking rational. He's upset that I do 12-hour live streams. Come on. What the fuck does he care? Why does he care? I don't understand why he cares. And then he says that everything I say is a lie and everything I say is not a lie. And he keeps trying to prove that I'm lying, but I'm not lying. Why does he do that? Why does he do that? That is weird. Your screen turned into looking like a photo negative, or else I ate some kind of hallucinogen drug. I don't even know how that happened. Well, I could look. Oh, I see now. I see options on the bottom. I don't see the bubbles though. Yeah, you know what? I think I do. I think I could do bubbles. If I put the bubbles on there, it would look like that guy was blowing bubbles. I am under constant troll attack, says Pretty Boy Kirkevich. Doughboy, you have no idea. You have no fucking idea. At night, when I read my comments, there are people come to my page and say Fat Fazio. These are adults. Thank you very much, Doughboy23. If from now on, if I ever in the future, I don't know who you are, just mention potholes on I-95, and I will remember that, because that's fucking ridiculous. When I was coming on to I remember the video you're talking about. It's the video of the George Washington Bridge. George Washington, for those of you who don't know, George Washington Bridge, at the time I did that video to get my 15,000-pound dump truck, 6-wheel dump truck, over the George Washington Bridge. It was $50 fucking dollars. $50 fucking dollars. I think that was the video. And there was you have to stop at the toll booth. Now, you only pay one way. That is true. So you either pay, I think all the bridges you pay going into the city, but leaving the city you don't pay. So really it's $25 per each way. And I got up to the toll booth. The potholes before the George Washington Bridge on I-95, some of them were fucking 6 inches deep and 3 feet long. I'm not exaggerating. There were literally fucking 3-foot long potholes, 4 to 5 to 6 inches deep. Now they were tapered down, like it wasn't like a square, it wasn't like hitting a curb. but some of them were 6 inches fucking deep. Now you're paying. Now this is just like 2 miles before the George Washington Bridge, and the same thing for the Verrazano Bridge, and the Whitestone Bridge. It might have been the Whitestone, but you're paying $50 fucking to get over this bridge, and the road just before the bridge has potholes, thousands of potholes, where if you were driving a truck at 60 miles an hour, you'd lose control. You have to slow down to 30 miles an hour. And I had a load on the truck, and I think I was towing 4 galvanized steel boat trailers behind my truck on that trip. I used to pick up boat trailers in by Marco Island on the other end of I-75, and then come back up I-95. And I think I was hauling boat trailers, and they were bouncing around like they were toys. So I remember that. And so I got up to the toll booth, and the guy, I says, how much? You you carry, when you're traveling, you carry, enough cash to put a new transmission in or change 2 tires. I mean, you got to have a couple of $1,000s in your pocket. And I had like whatever I had, and the guy goes, $50. And I said, get the fuck out of here. There was a black guy. And he's going, no, really, man, it's $50. It's $50. And he was like fucking with me, and I'm going, $50 fucking dollars? Are you serious? And me and him started laughing. I'm going, how many people say that? He goes, everybody says it. He goes, I don't get upset anymore. He didn't care. $50 fucking dollars for a toll for my 15,000 pound truck and a trailer. Now, he goes, and then my friend Peter, who I was bringing the trailers to, he had to pay for that anyway. He had to pay for the trailers. I'm going, how much money do you pay to get over the bridge with your 18-yard dump truck towing your backhoe? Because he was an excavation contractor. And this is going back into 2004. I think he said $125 for one way, and a lot of times he'll have to go back to the shop to pick up another piece of equipment. So he was on one side of the bridge, and he has to bring the backhoe over, $125. He comes back, and then he picks up the Bobcat, and it's another $125. So in one day, in 4 hours, he could spend $250 on tolls, and the streets suck. Thank you, Doughboy, for understanding. The Doughboy said, no problem. People are leaving New York City in droves, Bruiser, but they can't sell anything at a reasonable price. Take my word for it. And yes, Doughboy, one thing that pretty boy Kirkevic said, the coral that I dug in back underneath my house where I'm sitting here, there's Homestead coral in Homestead, Florida, up 30 miles from Miami and 30 miles from Key Largo. We call it Homestead coral. I could dig. I'm just going to use a Volkswagen Rabbit for an example. In Homestead coral, with the bucket I have on my backhoe in Florida, I could dig a hole the size big enough to put a Volkswagen Rabbit in the hole and cover it up where you wouldn't see it in about 2 hours. It's so soft. It just crunches up like, it reminds me a lot of cornflakes, just hard cornflakes. You're basically getting a quarter to a third of a bucket every scoop with my rock bucket. Here in Florida, if I had my backhoe, my 428B Caterpillar backhoe, if I had the 428B Caterpillar backhoe with my rock bucket here, I couldn't dig that hole in 2 weeks. That's how hard the coral is here. I couldn't dig a hole the size of a garbage pail with that backhoe here in a day. I couldn't dig a garbage pail size hole here. It's so hard. It's not quite granite, but it's not fucking homestead coral either. Now there's all different types of coral between homestead coral and the shit that's in my backyard here. I've never seen coral as hard as the Philippines coral that I have in my backyard. And I've dug coral from Homestead to Key West. I have never, from Homestead, I dug coral on the most expensive living quarters in the world. I don't think there are more expensive houses in the world. Ocean Reef averages 12 feet above sea level, and they have what they call pink coral there. Pink, P-I-N-K. And we used to talk about pink coral. Now, you don't run into pink coral in Key Largo, but pink coral in Ocean... Now, you might run into some pink coral in Key Largo, and what happens is you'll be digging a trench, and you'll dig 40 foot of a trench, a foot wide and 30 inches deep, and you'll hit a piece of pink coral, and you'll spend the next 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours doing 30 inches of trench, and then it'll go back to Key Largo coral. Here, this shit here is harder than pink coral. If I started digging 2 years ago with my backhoe in Key Largo that I had in Key Largo, the 428B, if I started digging 2.5 years ago, I'd still be digging today. It would never end. You can't do it. You gotta get a hammer. Now, I redesigned and modified a bucket and I made a dirt bucket into a rock bucket that's more powerful than a rock bucket that you would buy. More efficient, more powerful, but it's still not. When I resume my last 3 holes, there's a new company in town here. They have signs all over the place. They have a little machine about half the size of the machine that I use, and they have a hammer on the machine. It's not a big hammer, but it's still going to be faster. And I don't know how much you rent the machine for. Probably probably $60 an hour. And in 6 hours, I could dig out the other 3 holes. So it cost me $400. But that little hammer. Now I tried to buy a hammer, and you can't order a hammer. They want to sell me used hammers for $6,000. What the fuck? You can buy a brand new hammer for $6,000. Yes, sir. But you can't get a new hammer. So we'll sell you the used one for $6,000. That's how it works here. Rehab said he did. Pretty boy Kirkevic, croak mouth, rat mouth. Here, rat mouth, here's a treat. Oh, God, I can't wait to see. Doughboy, thank you again. We see the chalk white Hulk of Bantayan, $10. Don't make me flex on these. Oh, did you see that? Did you fucking see that pathetic display of fucking manhood? Bulging muscles, Fazio. I'm the bully of the island and nobody kicks no sand in my face. Did you see when he went like this? That was fucking pathetic. That was pathetic. That was fucking pathetic. That was pathetic. I seen that shit. I'm going, I thought somebody was behind them, pushing them up like that. It kind of looked like, you couldn't see behind them. It looked like somebody was pushing them up like that, the back of the arms. I could be fucking wrong. I could be wrong. But that was pathetic. That was, what goes on up here? There was nothing over here. What goes on up there to believe that is scary? What? I gotta get a pot. I gotta bang the fucking pot. I can't. Thank you. Who am I thanking now? The cork white Hulk of Bantayan. Don't make me flex these bulging muscles, Fazio. I'm in the bully of the island. I'm the bully of the island, and nobody kicks sand in my face. The cork white Hulk of Bantayan gets big smiles, laughs, and bruiser. Now, and I'm a little guy. I only weigh 32 kilos. You've seen me say it. I have the people in the Philippines believing I weigh 32 kilos because I am Niwang. Niwang means thin. And they go, way. And I say, no, I weigh 32 kilos. And they say, way. And then I tell them it's all hung in, which means just air inside. And then they go, really? And I go, yeah, it's all hung in. And then we laugh, and then I made them laugh. That was my job for the day, making the Filipino people laugh with saying stupid shit. I make them laugh, he makes them cry. I make them laugh, he makes them want to die. I make them laugh, he makes them wish that he wasn't here. I make them laugh, pretty soon he's going to be over there, not over here anymore. And he will be there, and I will be here because he's there. So when he's over there, will he say, I'm here because you're there? Will he say that? Will he say, I'm here because you're there? And I can say, well, you're not here anymore because you're over there. So you're there because I'm here. If you were here, I'd be here. You'd be here too, but you're not here anymore. You're over there. And you may not be coming back, Jack. Jesus? Ah, this guy likes Jesus. Jesus, do you like this guy? Oh, yeah, I like him. How much do you like him? I like him enough to bang his fucking head. Jesus, You want to bang? Whose head do you want to bang? I want to bang the cork with the white Hulk of Bentay. How do you mean you want to bang him? Like in the biblical sense? No. I want to bang his fucking head, pothead. The pothead. I want to... All right, Jesus, you just take care of your shit. I'll just watch. I am no muscle tone. I have no muscle tone. My brain, it doesn't function right. My brain works on the ultralight. My brain works on 3 volts at best. My brain, it works not so good. I like to think that I'm the best, but now I know that Fazio is a better man than me. Fazio, oh Fazio, oh Fazio, oh Fazio. Fazio, 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 Fazio bangs a pot. Fazio, 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 Fazio bangs a pot and makes a lot. Fazio makes a lot. Salamata. Fazio works with Jesus now. Fazio loves to bang a pot. Bang a pot. Bang a pot. If you knew how to bang a pot, there's a song on the radio. It says you've got to be like Fazio. No man will ever know the rights to be a man until he bangs a pot. Bang a pot like Fazio. Make that money, make the dough. Fazio knows how to make the dough. Fazio and Jesus making the dough. Jesus says it's better to give to Fazio so that he may live. Jesus said it's better to give to Fazio than it is for Fazio to give to you. It's in red letters in the King James Bible. You give to Fazio or face the wrath of God. Face the wrath of God. For those of you out there that don't follow Doughboy 23's lead, sending Fazio money, Jesus says it's better to give money to Fazio than for Fazio to give money to you. And I can't give you money, even if I wanted to. 3 things happen. 1, it shuts off my credit card. 2, if I was to start giving other people Super Chat, I would be giving the other people Super Chat from the Super Chat money people gave me. And I don't think that's reasonable. And 3, I have not met a single person that does a show that actually is enjoyable enough to Super Chat anyone for. Now, they have Follow the Leader Super Chat, where you get cuckolded into sending a woman Super Chat, or I've heard stories. I heard a story this morning about a woman that collects Super Chat on YouTube. I'm not a woman. I don't have the physical apparitions, or I don't have the physical appendages that a woman has, and therefore I can't show. I have bigger breasts than most women, that's for sure, but nobody wants to pay to see man boobs. I tried that. Doesn't work. I tried it a couple of times. I even had, at one time, I had a man bra. It's a man boob bra. I had one of those. It didn't work. I didn't make any money. Actually, I did. I made $3,800 a month on YouTube that year. But it wasn't because of my man boobs or my man bra. It was because back then you could make money on YouTube. So, Jesus, you go over there. Get up there. Get up there, Fazio. Jesus is good. Jesus is good, Jesus. Sun came out again. What a pain in the ass the sun is. Thank you. Thank you. The chalk white Hulk of Bentayan. Don't make me flex these bulging muscles. Fazio, I'm the bully of the island and no one kicks sand in my face. Jeez. Can you imagine? Remember when you was a kid and you went to the beach and somebody literally would run by your blanket and kick sand all over your shit, your food, your blanket, and you'd jump up and fucking run down the beach to catch up with the motherfucker because they just didn't show you any respect. And, you get sand in your food, your drink, and everything like that. That's what I bet you that happened a lot to that guy. The chalk white Hulk of Bantayan, nice, says Pretty Boy Kirkevic. That is nuts. You could buy a ticket to fly somewhere. I don't know. I missed that part of the comment. Ace Bachelor Call. Hi. Well, 10:30 p.m. Saturday night in America. I keep forgetting. I don't even know what day it is. But Ace, thank you. Ace is going to be a future blogger. He's coming to the Philippines. I don't know when, but that was his plan. He's got a channel up, too, in case you guys want to check it out. But he's not in the Philippines right now. He did do a channel where he bought a shitload of money worth of food, and it didn't look like a lot of food for the money he spent. Food is getting expensive in America, that's for sure, Ace Bachelor Call. Did I have a lot of breakdowns digging the coral out? Yes. The motor in the machine is okay. The teeth that were on the machine, snapped right off within just a few days. And I took spring steel, which is like a grade 8 steel, grade 8, number 8. I took spring steel and I just cut it on a 60-degree angle, 12-inch pieces, 10-inch pieces long, and I welded it all over the bucket. And I welded it on the inside of the bucket, on the outside of the bucket, and on the sides of the bucket. And underneath the bucket where it curls, I put more teeth, like a grinding. So, probably spent 20 days welding altogether, just the bucket. Because I'm working with a light-duty welder. So that broke. The teeth broke a lot. Well, they broke until I realized that, 6 passes on a welder was not enough to dig that coral. Now, it would have been enough on my backhoe bucket in my backhoe, because the backhoe doesn't have 30,000 pounds of breakout force. It only had 17,000 pounds of breakout force. So I was used to welding for 17,000 pounds of breakout force when I'm using 34,000 pounds of breakout force on that machine. But other than that, not so much. Just the teeth on the bucket. And the batteries. I had to put new batteries. Just twice now I'm putting batteries in the machine, but that's not my fault. I bought the best batteries that the store had, and they only lasted 3 years. 3 years. 3 fucking years. $160 per 60 battery times 2, $320. It was $320 for 2 batteries. And now I bought a new one last week, and the old one that read 13 volts is 13 volts but no amperage, no cold cranking amps. So I got to buy another one of those. So that's $360 for batteries. And fucking batteries are garbage. They just don't last. They're garbage batteries. They're brand new, but they're garbage. So I guess that's not a breakdown. That's maintenance, but I guess that's all that's really broke down. BB Bruiser, a brilliant mind, talk about a marathon climb. That's right, baby. BB Bruiser. Frank is one sexy beast. Lee Wong, it's, yes, I am. But Pretty Boy Kirkevik, it's Niwong with an N. Niwong. Niwong ko tambo ka. Niwong ko tambo ka. I am thin, you are fat. Oh, Louis Pagan Potts, don't make me blush. You think the Tiny Channel guy has a crush on me? Oh, come on. That's annoying. That's a little. That'll make you spit in your fucking Wheaties. You'll burp into your Wheaties. You'll regurgitate your fucking breakfast. I don't know. He says he never did drugs. So there were people that didn't do drugs. I mean, I knew people in the 1980s that I know people to this day that have never smoked a cigarette that I grew up with. And I know other people that did get high, but I know a lot of people never got high. Like, I won't tell you the name of his business, but my friend Freddie. Same age, same neighborhood, same friends. This guy never fucking smoked a cigarette in his life. Never did a line of coke. Never drank an ounce. Well, he drinks a little bit of homemade wine. And his brother was even fucking worse than him. Freddie never smoked a cigarette. Never even had an ounce of wine. And my electrician, one of my electricians, never smoked a cigarette. Never did any drugs ever. And he was a little bit older, but never. And another contractor friend, not really a friend of mine, but Bobby, he never smoked a cigarette or did any drugs, and we all grew up together in the same neighborhood. There's lots of people that didn't get high. So you really can't say he was a coke addict because that's not provable. The nonsense. Well, stalking. I don't know that snorting coke in the 1970s would make you a 2021 stalker. BB Bruiser, you can be his buddy. I don't know. Shifting gears. You're here. Did you see were you here when I showed the foundation footings? Because if you weren't, I'll show them to you again. I have the plans here. It's 12 columns. My mistake. 12 columns. But if you'd like, I'll show it to you. So just answer yes or no, and I'll unroll them here on my desk and show them to you. I'm waiting. Oh, shit. Oh, where's the fucking book? I'll lose that book. I'll never get that book back. Jesus the punk knocker. Oh, Jesus was fucking having the time of his life. I'm going to tell you something, Sincimo. I follow the prices of food fucking precisely. Every week, or every time I go shopping, every 2 weeks, the price of an item goes up 1%, 2%. I am not kidding you. What could I give you an example of? Mustard. Last year, mustard was 300 pesos for a 1 gallon jug. This year, it's 400 pesos. So that's 33% in 1 year. Last year, pork was 185. Now it's 225. So that's 20% in 1 year. Last year, rice was 40 pesos per kilo for the high quality rice. Now it's 52 pesos. That's 12% in 1 year for a base. I'll tell you another thing, the price of aspirin. Last year, this aspirin was 2 pesos per tablet. Now it's 3.75. So it went up 45%. 45% in 1 year. Last year, coffee, 100 grams, 200 grams of coffee was 132 pesos per bag. Now it's 170. So that's 25% coffee went up. Candy was 240 for 400 pesos, 240 pesos. Now it's 320. So what is that? 80. It went up 30% in 1 year. 30%. Shit is going up between 20 and 30%. Bread, forget about fucking bread. Went up from 30 pesos for a loaf of bread in the bakery to 38. That's 30% as well. That's crazy, John. Thank you very much. The drugs had nothing to do with the honest crush. Boy, I feel fucking honored now. I hate fucking... I get absolutely fucking ape shit fucking crazy when I smell somebody smoking pot. That shit fucks up my brain in ways that I don't even want to fucking remember. I mean, people would light that shit up in a car when what are you doing? Shut the fucking, turn that off, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? One fucking breath of that shit makes me paranoid, makes me not be able to focus. Sucks. It's like, let me fucking see how stupid I could get today. Let me smoke this fucking pot. That has got to be the worst shit. One of the worst fucking drugs there are. I don't know anything about the thumbs up and the thumbs down. First time I looked up is 144 thumbs up. That doesn't mean anything. Meat here, John Quinn says 10%. Meat went from 185 to 225 for lean pork. 185 to 225, so that's 40 pesos. 10% of 185 is 18 pesos. 20% of 185 is 36 pesos. Meat went up 40 pesos, so it went up 22% in one fucking year. All the meat. Same thing, they even charge you fucking 225 pesos a kilo for those fucking red frankfurters. Milkman, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what a wolf bag is. Hold on a minute. I got to get some water. Fuck. It won't stop raining. Now it's just drizzling lightly. But fucking it is the rainy season, isn't it? Yes, it is. I'm gonna have a little snack. I'll be there in a minute. Oh, shifting gears. Are you still there? I asked you a question before. Did you see the plans? Shifting gears. I found the plans. Let me see if... Has Shifting Gears answered the question whether or not he saw the plans? He's gone. Okay, if Shifting Gears didn't see the plans, I'll show them to you when I come back. I'll be back in a minute. I have a little snack over here. I want to consume it. Shifting Gears is probably gone. Okay, well, hopefully he saw the plans, but if he didn't, I can always show them to him tomorrow. I have I modified the desk. Which is why I cleaned the desk last week. Otherwise, the desk could have went fucking dirty forever. It wasn't dirty. It was the dirt. Look, I don't give a fuck what that guy says about my desk. The desk itself, desks get dirty. You breathe, you spit on them, spittle, dust, grease from your arms. But the dirt came from the corners of the desk, like inside a drawer. Like I made like a drawer. And that guy making fun of my desk, I don't know if a psychoanalyst would be more prone to think he's fucking crazy for spending 3.5 hours talking about the dirt on my desk, or me for allowing my desk to get dirty. But I could make an excuse for the dirt on my desk. But I don't have to. I don't give a fuck about the dirt that's on the edge of my desk that I don't see. I'm not a fastidious little bitch boy that cares about dust and dirt. I worked outside my entire fucking life. I climbed coconut trees and with a chainsaw over my head, and I chopped fucking palm fronds and coconuts and seed pods off of coconuts and cockroaches and palm frond dust, and rats' nests literally fall on my head, over my hat and into my shoulders and in my shirt and get into my pants. That's okay. I screwed up. I knocked the battery charger out of the wall. I paid the internet bill. Okay, so since SEMO, no, I don't, since SEMO, I don't know what a boof pack, I think boof pack is marijuana that has been plugged, if you get me. I have no idea what that means. Hold on, I hear the children. I'm going to go give them their candy. Yo! Yo! Candy? You want candy? What do you say? Okay. And? What do you say? Okay, you? Yeah, what about it? That's okay. What do you say? What does he say? What? Okay, you're welcome. Okay, I'm being. Hello, Christian. Mein Hapon. Yo, amigo. Yo, you want coffee, mate? Coffee, mate. Okay. Okay, I'm being. That's one thing I can't eat is that coffee, mate. That shit comes with the coffee for free. You get like a package of 25 grams. And if I put that in my coffee, oof, I want to die. It clogs up my pores of my skin. It literally clogs up the pores to my skin, too. It doesn't make me feel like shit. It makes me feel like shit. You know what I wanted to talk about too today, and it's a serious thing. This morning, when the man who was supposed to be at my house at 8:30, a man to pick me up. I waited until 8:30 and 10 seconds, and I called up another tricycle. That's how long I will wait for somebody if they're late. Now, you heard last night, the people that were on my live stream last night heard, do you want to go now, last night, or do you want to go in the morning? And he said in the morning, and I said, that's good. We'll go in the morning, because it was late last night, and I didn't want to be dicking around where we were going to go at night in the dark, because I wanted to get some foods, and I think the place that I would buy the takeout foods was closed, where I buy my takeout food if I buy food. So he shows up at 11 o'clock this morning. Are we ready? You know, and I said, where were you this morning? He goes, I went by your house. Bullshit. At 8:30, my door opened up at 20 after 7. I don't know where. Well, I didn't know where he. So when I walked up the block. This is what I want to talk about, and I'm being serious. One of the girls on my block, when I first got here, had a baby. The baby was about, I don't know, it was a couple of weeks old. And the women on my block, I might have been here 3 weeks. You marry her. Marry who? Marry her. I said, she has a baby. She was even nursing the baby. And I said, she has a baby. Yes, you marry her. She has a baby. Yes, that you have a family. You have instant families, they said. Well, I didn't pay any attention to that. So I just laughed and went away. So that baby is now 7 years old. About 3 years ago, she had another baby. She's not married. And I don't know that she has a husband. And she's very nice. Now, her children are welcome to come here for candy, and they do. But she has no means of support. No husband, no boyfriend. I went by this morning when I was walking up the block to meet the tricycle driver, and she's like 7 months pregnant again. Hear the rain? How do you have a baby if you have no food and no money and no job? Here in the Philippines, everybody chips in to help you out, the Filipino people. But she still lives minimalistic. I mean, she lives in a room smaller than mine with, as far as I know, no electric. Well, I don't go in the back in the forest, but if she has electric, it's a light bulb. But she has 3 children, and she has two children, and she's having another baby. She's very nice. I mean, we always say hello, but why? Why would you have children if you don't have? I mean, no money at all. And in this economy, it doesn't make any sense. And there's a lot of women locally that are pregnant. I don't see the point to that. Yeah? Louis Pagan Punch. You are right. That is the mentality of the Philippines culture. If you have 7 children, chances are they're going to take care of you when you get old. But then we have our culture where we saved money our whole lives in case we grow old. And they're not being taught. The word taught, you can throw that fucking word out the window. Since last March, there is no school. That's right, Mr. Willis. The educated Filipino women might be 30 years old before they have a baby, if they ever have a baby. This woman is just about pushing 30, and she's got 3 children with no means of support. Now, Louis Pagan Ponce is correct. That's what they look for. But I started talking about education here. All the schools. Kindergarten, 1st grade, medium grade, high school, college, they're all shut down. This is a whole year that the Philippines children are not going to learn anything. And as an observation of what's going on here, I mean, these children are not getting an education. Now, I told you where I live. I live in a fishing village. What was a fishing village for the last 500 years. And pineapple gets stuck in your teeth. I can tell you that where I live, for instance, the tricycle driver that I ended up using, he's local. Okay, and his family is fishing village family. He's never been to high school. He never went to school at all. He's never been inside a school. Now, he knows how to fix his motorcycle, and he knows how to charge a reasonable price for the business that he runs. And he runs his tricycle business, and he has a wife and a few children, but he's about 40 years old. He's never been inside a school. I asked him, I just asked him if if, what education do you have? He says, no, I've never been to school. Now, that's common here. Now, if I was to walk over to the construction site behind me, there's a big construction site going on. Most of the men don't speak English, and most of them are from Manila. But most of them they have no formal education either. Now, my friend Mai, who I should probably call up and go out to dinner with soon, my friend Mai is a highly educated person, but the 11 men he had on his job, I don't think any of them ever went to school. So when you're talking about men that are 40 years old and up, school is basically something that they would have gone to 30 years ago. Well, let's say they're 40 years old now. They would have been 10 years old when they went to school. 30 years ago, I don't know what it was like in the Philippines, but I do know that most of the men that are 40 years old here, and women, have never been to a school or never had any kind of formal education, especially where I live in this fishing village. They just don't have that. They don't. There was no school here, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm trying a new kind of candy. It's butterscotch. We'll see if it affects my foot. In about 10 minutes, I'll know. Oh, God. That's funny. That is fucking funny. You're going to get me in trouble. I think I hear other children. No. Yeah? Well, I don't know. I don't know what Sensimo, that's a hard question to relate to. There's lots of people that have multiple children that they work hard to pay the bills for those children. But my grandmother, my dad's mother had, she had 6 children. And I think she had 1 miscarriage, so that would have been 7. So the old Italian families used to have a lot of children. Now, not so much anymore. And I don't know anybody that I grew up with that had more than 4 children. I'm trying to think. Yeah. Fucking, what was that? It was an Irish family. Fitzpatrick's, they had about 6 or 7 children. And the other one, the Yorks, they would have 6, 8, 10 children. But again, those women are my age. They're not the newer generation. So it would be hard to say how many children somebody should have. I think you should put a cap on it when you can't afford them. Oh, everywhere I went in the city last week, there were pregnant women, because probably from the lockdown. Ben Hill, hello from Thailand. Janea, hello, thank you for stopping by. We're talking about how many children the Filipino women have here, in or out of wedlock. The one woman that brought up in the conversation here was, I think she's about late 20s or possibly 30, 31 maximum. And she's having her third baby, but she has no job. She's never had a job. And I'm going to tell you something else. And I'm being serious, okay? Right now, if I just walk next door, there's going to be, I don't know, 6 or 8 people that I've been friends with since I got here. And they don't push the issue about me giving them something, but they like when I offer them candy, and I will offer them candy if I go next door. But one woman has, you saw the twins yesterday helping me, two girls helping me shake out the blanket, the tarpaulin. Now, her husband doesn't have a job, and she's pregnant again. I think. Either that or she gained a lot of weight. I'm not sure. But she's a full-grown woman. And when I gave out the foods, she was one of the people that got a bag of sauce and a bag of kilo of spaghetti. But then, like a few days later, do you have anything for me, Michael? I said, look, we know each other, 6 years now? Yes. I said, do you need money? Yes. I said, let me tell you something. On the beach, the beach is 100 fucking feet from where you're, 100 feet away. Walk down to the beach and collect the plastic bottles. This is like the 4th time I explained to this lady to walk down the beach and collect the plastic bottles. There are 10,000 plastic bottles on the beach. And the plastic man who buys the plastic will come straight to your house with his truck and a scale. She does nothing all day. Nothing does she do all day. She doesn't work, and they just sit next door and they all talk to each other like a sewing circle. Okay, that's okay for me. I don't care. If I have, like the man I just gave the carnation breakfast malt to a couple of weeks ago, I gave a few heads of cabbage that I probably wouldn't have eaten before they went bad. These cookies here will go to somebody else because they make my feet swell. In fact, I should put them over there with the candy. And I don't mind giving out stuff to them, but they expect it from me. And I'm the only person on the block that ever gives them anything. But I said to her, you have 2 children. Just get a bag and walk down the beach. There's 10,000 plastic bottles on the beach. And I'm not exaggerating. There's 10,000 bottles on the beach. And forget about the bottles. There's pieces of polypropylene rope, which is plastic. There's pieces of plastic toys, children's toys. There's pieces of plastic boats. There's a freaking plastic boat out there. It's literally a plastic boat. It's not fiberglass. It's got to weigh 300 pounds of plastic, which is 150 kilos of plastic. You could bust it apart with a hammer and get 2 pesos, 3 pesos per kilo for something like that. She could literally collect 100 to collect 50 kilos of plastic on this beach out here would be fucking easy. It would be like walk 50 feet, collect 50 kilos of plastic. It's up, blowing up in the weeds from the higher storms and shit. But there's plastic galore on the beach. She goes, oh, I'm a Filipina. So what is that supposed to mean? I'm a girl. Okay. Then your children are not really that important to you. You'd rather... What are you doing sitting here all day? You can't make them understand. I don't say that. But what are you doing sitting here all day when there's money on the beach? Fucking boatloads of money on the beach of plastic. Okay, 2 pesos a kilo. But let's just say in a month you could collect, I don't know, if you could collect 30 kilos a day, in a month you could collect 1,000 kilos, you could make 2,000 pesos and get exercise. They won't do it. They won't do it. They refuse to do it. It's as if it's beneath them, and yet it's there, and nobody wants the plastic. It's not like somebody's been collecting it. Nobody will do it. So they'll just have the beach, a beautiful beach, shit it up with... Believe me, if I wanted to collect plastic, I could collect 50 kilos a day of plastic. And I have a place to put it. But I'm not going to go out there for 100 pesos a day, work all day. But if I was broke, I would. That's 3,000 pesos a month. For a Filipino or Filipina, 3,000 pesos a month is a reasonable amount of money. It's enough for them to live, but she won't do it. I don't know where she gets money to eat from. I don't know where any of them get money to eat from. And 4 or 5 of the women stand around and talk. They talk all day. All they do is talk all day. They don't do anything else. They just talk. And they sit there from 7:30 in the morning till 8 or 9 o'clock at night. They just talk. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Then and the goat lady comes and she parks her goats out in front of my house, and she has a job. She has 14 goats now. One of the goats just had baby goats, and one of the goats must have had baby goats a few months ago. She's corralling, carousing around with 14 goats. That's a job. I don't know. I don't get it. If you have no money, and it don't look like this lockdown is going to end, this is why I say it, and you still could get 2 cents a kilo. And then there's other stuff on the beach that might be findable. If I went on the beach the other day, I found a piece of rope that's got to be worth $14, $15. The one I put on the cement mixer. But if I went and found, I don't need any more of that. And then I found 55 feet of that same rope. So that piece of rope is worth about $80. So in one day, I found almost $100 worth of rope on the beach. And it was just laying there. It was just laying there. It was getting buried by the sand after a typhoon. I don't know where it came from. I just saw the end of it sticking out of the sand, and I pulled on it, and 55 feet of rope came up from one place, and in another place there was a different kind of rope, 12 feet, 14 feet came up from. So that's 70 feet of rope at $1.20 a foot. That's $84 in rope. And I need that rope, so I took it. But other people could have took it. But I mean, there's ways of finding shit. Now, somebody could have found that fucking rope on the beach and said, Michael, I'll sell you this rope for 500 pesos. And I would have bought it. 1,000 pesos, I would have bought it. Because I needed it. They don't have the entrepreneurial skills. I don't know the populations, Mr. Willis, But I will take your word for it because you probably did the research. It is like a baby factory. Andrew Steinmetz, looks like it's a third world mentality in general. No real family structure leads to more squalor and continuous poor infrastructure. It does. Hello, Andrew. Welcome to the machine. I had a question for you, Andrew. Do me a favor. I don't want to ask that question here in public. Find some obscure video that I have and just make a post saying, hello, Michael, and I'll ask you the question because I still don't have a computer. Very sad, Michael, bringing kids into poverty. It is. Okay, Ben Hill, you brought out a good point. They should cap it. I don't know about that. But they should provide more for their families. That I would say. But it's because the Philippines is a Catholic, contraception is the issue. Okay, but do you know what the Catholic Church does for the Filipinos here? Nothing. Nothing at all. On a Sunday, when I used to go into the city on a Sunday morning, I don't know what church it is. It's the big church in Tagbilaran when you first come into the city. You will see, I see the engineers from Panglao. You'll see the police officers that may or may not know you. Many of the people from the malls that own the businesses in the wet market, you'll see them all going to the church in their Sunday best and say hello to them. And then you'll see the poor beggars in front of the church. The church doesn't give them anything at all. And meanwhile, and I'm not exaggerating, I've said it in multiple videos, the church itself, I don't know how much expansion the church did. 50 million pesos is $1 million. I don't know how many 50 million pesos the church has expanded in the last 7 years. It's expanded to the left as far as it can go to the street. An entire room and a half to the street. That they're now finishing the rooms of the church. The platform was there, the superstructure was there, but it went up 3 more floors, and it went up 3 more floors, 200 feet across the back of the church. And those rooms are for I don't know what. But the church itself expanded by 25%. The statues that were put in are brilliant, amazing. And they put in one of those monoliths from in front of the Vatican, the spire, the Masonic spire, the Egyptian thing, the vertical post, with the point on the top of it. They might have spent, I don't know, they might have spent 300 million pesos. I don't know. I mean, there's machinery in there and pump trucks and superstructures going up with sliding glass doors. Oh, they might have spent more. They might have spent $4 or $5 million. They don't give the people even a fucking donut. And the beggars are out there hoping that the people that go to church will give them money. And the same thing in Alona Beach and in Poblacion. The church doesn't give those people anything at all. And in front of the church, where where that Christmas tree thing with the made out of water bottles was, on Sunday and on the holidays, they have little food carts. They could sell frankfurters. They sell little fried fishes, crackers. They sell hot dogs. I don't think I ever saw them selling hamburgers, but they sell Filipino food, soda, not beer, and they have to pay the church 2,000 pesos per day to have their cart there. So there might be 20 carts in front of the church, and that's 80,000 pesos per day. And then 4 times a month, that's 320,000 pesos a month. And the church doesn't give not a donut to the locals. Nothing. Zero. They don't have food drives. They don't, like the food drive that you saw me videotape was from a private citizen named Christian. I don't know. I never did find out who it was. But the church doesn't give back anything that I know of. They don't have free school. If you want to go to Catholic school, you can go to Catholic school, but you pay for the uniforms, the pencils, the shoes, the books, everything, and then your dues. It's crazy. The church doesn't give back anything. Neither does the church in America, for that matter. But this country is poor. You would think they'd give them something. Very sad, Michael, bringing kids into poverty. Yes. The advice about that woman going to the beach, I wouldn't say this to her, but if she went and cleaned up the damn beach, there would probably be people that would throw her a couple of 100 pesos, 500 pesos to clean up the front of their property between their houses and the beach. There are houses down on the beach, right? Like, you go to the beach and then you go a little bit east. Oh, fuck, man. There's houses on the beach down there that will cost you millions of dollars, American dollars, millions. I'm not talking about 100 millions of pesos. I'm talking about millions of dollars that would be happy for you to clean up the beach. Clean up the wood too. Do everything. Here's 10,000 pesos. You got leftover chicken parm? That's nice. No, there's Ben Hill. I think on one day a month, I saw a program a few years back. I think they give 2,000 pesos per month per family. I think. I could call up and ask. I could call somebody up and ask them. I have a friend of mine that might know that. That's a good question. Hold on. It can't be reached. The phone is, being that there's such a storm, the phone is, right now, the phone can't be reached. But I think it was 1,800 pesos or 2,000 pesos per month per family. I'm not Mr. Willis. It could be correct. Because These people are not making any money at all, and they're still alive. So, but even if there was some small welfare, look, there's a whole beach that's 2,000 feet long, and nobody's ever cleaned up the plastic debris on the beach ever. That's a lot of plastic. Hold on, let me see if I could get. No. I could ask. I actually had to talk to that person anyway. They're not there. Well, they're not answering. That's true, Lewis. Yes, and Simo, I heard about those government. Remember, we saw pictures of how the government housing looked like on that dusty island. Well, the children on the street corners begging. Where I live, not so much. Well, I mean, the children come around at 4 o'clock for candy, but they don't. They won't. And they're brought up, Ben Hill. I am not kidding you. They are brought up to hang out around the sari stores, and when anybody buys anything, they say, give me. And they don't push the issue, but foreigners especially, they just circle the foreigner and say, give candy or give me pesos. So it's sad, but for me, they don't. But the one, when I go to the city, they do. But the same children that you see begging, their mother has 3 or 4 or 5 children. What are you having 3 or 4 or 5 fucking children for if you can't afford one? That's a serious question. I mean, they have what is called the Bajau. The Bajau have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 children. They don't even, they can't afford one, and they send the children. They talk to the children, and they all run at you to ask you for money at the. Bruiser's wife put 200 pesos in the box. The church doesn't give anything back to the community. They don't give clothes. They don't have food drives. They don't have cake sales. They don't do a damn thing for the locals. Sensimo, I said the same thing 7 years ago. I said, by the time I'm ready to buy property, the Philippines government would see that exact point of view. But they won't. They won't do it. That's right. They won't do it. I thought they would have by the time I started building for sure, but they won't do it. But then I would have just bought it. Now, all I get is a fucking dial tone and I can't dial. take a 2 or 3 minute break. Well, that butterscotch candy didn't affect me like the Mentos does. Oh shit, I eat 2 Mentos and my feet swell up like a balloon. I will have to take my shoes off. And I just had 3 butterscotch candies and my foot is still in my sneaker and it's not swelled up. I'll be back in a minute. I have a little snack over there that I want to get a little bowl of rice. Well, all I could say is that my nemesis, I hope you're enjoying my 12-hour live streams. Because get used to it. There's going to be a lot more of them. My live streams, tomorrow, if it doesn't rain, I will be painting that cement mixer with or without your permission. Guaranteed. Imagine the chagrin of that man's fucking face when he sees me painting my cement mixer without permission from him. Could you imagine what's going to go through his fucking mind? No. Can you imagine how he's going to start jumping up and down like a Jack Thompson dust devil? That fucking Foz, he didn't use the WD-40. That's the way to go, this fucking guy. I told... No, first of all, motherfucker, you don't tell me anything. Nothing do you tell me. Nothing at all. Second of all, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, so why would you tell me anything? And third of all, I don't need your fucking permission to paint my cement mixer. That's just how it works, even in the Philippines. But you imagine how pissed off he's going to be when he sees the cement mixer is turned into a yellow cement mixer from a white factory paint job. The factory paint job on that cement mixer on the barrel is okay, but on the lower end, shit. There's holidays. There's places where the spray was put on too thin and it's already rusting right through the paint. Not that I have to show anybody that, but I will. And I did. But apparently, his fucking problem is that even though I showed the rusty places inside the webbing, he didn't take the time to look at my video. That's the fucking problem. What his fucking problem is, he needs to get up in the morning and review my videos before he critiques my work. Johnny Adriel. That's true. Come on, man. You're having poor people have children that they can't afford, and then they go to church to give them the money, to pray to God to give them money so they can have children and afford them. That's a fucking... George Carlin. I was listening to George Carlin about 2 weeks ago. I said this 25 years ago. No, I said this when I was 20 years old. When I was 20, in 1976, maybe 1977, there was a time where I had no money. Now, I had gone to church on and off for my whole life. My parents would send us to church with $1 or whatever it was, 50 cents a piece, which was the equivalent to a lot more money. But like when I was a child, we went to church with 50 cents a piece when minimum wage was $1 an hour. So basically, we went to church with $20 and we put $10 in the kitty. But when I went to religious instructions, and then I went to confirmation, catechism, we had to pay for all that shit. And when I was about 20 years old, maybe 21, there was no work. And I went to the church. And I asked them for food. You know, wasn't embarrassed. I said, do you have any food? And they said, you're an able-bodied man. You can go out and work. Well, I went out and did what I could to make a living. You know, I was just asking. And I lived through it. You know, there wasn't a lot of work in the fucking church for all the money that the people gave them over the years. That's what you're fucking for, right? Catholic Church, you're supposed to be giving. So I went and asked for a fucking bag of food. Well, it backfired on them big time, because not so long after that, I had a huge deck and dock building company. And the same fucking priest that wouldn't give me a bag of food came to my job and said to me, we want you to build a platform, a dance platform for the upcoming festival. So I said, okay. I went there. They didn't just want a dance platform. No. They wanted 4x8 sheets of plywood. It was pressure treated plywood, not aircraft grade plywood, but pressure treated plywood. And then they wanted a frame around the plywood, and they wanted that plywood to bolt together in places so that they could bolt 4 sheets wide and 2 sheets forward. So it would have been 16 by 16. And they wanted bolts that were called carriage bolts with thumb screws on the inside so they could bolt it together by hand, no wrenches. And then they wanted it raised up off the ground 4 feet and the staircase. And of course it had to have rails, and they were going to use that for an announcement table and all that other happy horse shit. Well, I said, yeah, I could build that for you, but it's going to cost you $10,000. And and this was going into like 1980, 81. So it was 4 or 5 years later. And he said $10,000. But this is the church. We thought you would donate this to the church. I said, let me tell you something. Remember when I came for a bag of food? Well, he said he didn't remember. But I came to you for a bag of food about 5 years ago, and you said you couldn't give me a bag of food. And now you want me to give you $10,000? Really? And he was serious. Well, yes, he goes, this is for the community. I said, what about fucking me when I was starving? What about me? And he didn't get he couldn't understand that. He couldn't understand that because he needed something, I am now responsible to give him some. Why doesn't he go out and get a fucking job? The priest, go get a fucking job and earn $10,000, and you could donate it to the church. Because most of those guys, as far as I'm concerned, are just too fucking lazy to go out and get a job. And that's why they became priests, so that they're like state and government workers. Everything is given to them. You know, they don't actually work for anything. They may perform a function, but if they don't perform the function that day, they don't get fired. And that's how I look at them. They're priests, to me, are men in robes that are too fucking lazy to go out and push a wheelbarrow to make a living. And that's the truth. Now, we even had a priest in our family. What the fuck was that guy's name? I don't remember his name. It was on my mother's side of the family. He lived in New Jersey. I didn't know him that well. He was a little bit older than me. And when I was like 22, 23, he was in seminary school. But on my mother's side of the family, my grandfather was a hard-working man. And my mother was one of the smartest people in her school. She graduated like 3, cum laude, I think they call it. But her 2 brothers, they were smart, but they didn't like work. One became a beautician, and one became a real estate agent. And they worked hard in their professions, but they didn't work with tools. My grandfather was a hard-working. We fixed his own lawnmower. We fixed his car. We went to he owned a sewing shop in New Jersey. He had about 100 seamstresses working for him. We fixed the sewing machines. On Sundays, we go to the city and sell the clothes and dresses and gowns that he made. He makes special stuff for weddings. He was a hard-working man, but priests, not so much. And funny, I should think about that, because where I was this morning, I ran across a man, if you could call him that, who I know for 5 years. He's never fucking worked a day. And not an honest day's work, that's for sure. So when I met him 5 years ago, I met him. I had business to do in a few different places, and I recognized him right away. And I said, "Hey, how you doing?" And he recognized me, and we stopped and talked to each other. And when I met him, he said he had a boat. I said to him, "Well, I'll rent your boat from you. Go, diving in for the day." Well, it's being constructed. I guess that was, how much does it cost to construct a boat? $10,000. All right, well, let me know when it's finished. Now I would see him almost every day. And when 6 months would go by, is the boat no, it's not finished yet. Let me know when it's finished. Then another 6 months would go by. Is the boat, yeah, the boat's finished, but I sold it. So I'm going, what the fuck? I mean, you said you were building a boat to do day trips. So, how we became friends is Daisy became friends with his wife. And I filmed his wedding. And he then said he had another boat. And I said, well, take me out. I'll pay for the trip to go out. Well, it's booked. So now I know the guy's full of shit. But he's never worked, ever. He doesn't do work. He does other things, but he doesn't work. He's just fucking blah, blah, blah. And today when I saw him, what are you doing with yourself? Oh, I'm working. What are you doing? What are you doing? Exactly. Are you working on? No, there's no work on the boats, because I was waiting for him to say work. There's no boats, 100 boats doing nothing. No, I'm working. Oh, I don't know what he does. But he's always got clean clothes on, and he's always well dressed. He's well mannered. His girlfriend is rich. She comes from another country. And that's how he lives. But he pretends that he works. He got lucky, I guess. Really lucky. I don't know why. All right, so, wow, this live stream is going on for 3 hours now. You know what? I'm going to go outside and take a bath. And if you guys want to hang around, you can hang around. I'm going to go take a bath, and then I might even take a nap. I'm getting tired. I got up at 5 o'clock. I've been out in the rain 3 times today. I need a bath. I'm not going to take a shit. If I was going to take a shit, I would say I'm going to take a shit and a bath. My plan is to go outside and take a bath. So, that's it. So for the psychologists out there, I am going outside to take a bucket bath. For the police, I'm going outside to take a bucket bath. I am not going to go drink alcohol. I am not going to go smoke cigarettes. I am not going to take a shit. Although, that might change. Hold on, maybe my order is here. Wow. That was interesting. There were, where I live, we don't get puddles. We don't get puddles here because everything washes straight into the ocean. But there was somebody out there directing traffic around wet grass. That's what they were doing. Wet grass, traffic direction. Wet grass, traffic direction. All right, I'll be back, and I don't know if you guys are going to be here, Bruiser. And everybody, thanks for stopping by. If Kate should disappear, Michael McFarland. Right, that happens all the time, Michael McFarland. I will not give people money. And you guys are absolutely right about that. They don't want the food. I've even given I'll buy, like, when I go to the city, typically, not anymore because I don't eat bread, but before, like 6 months ago, I would buy 10 or 12 5 peso rolls, and I'd give those out wherever I went. If I went into the computer store, I'd give the girl or the guy or a couple of people rolls in the computer store. If I had shit made for my shirts made, I'd give them a roll. But if the people on the street were poor, I'd say, do you want a roll? No, give me 5 pesos. I will buy. Give me 5 pesos. They're standing outside the bakery asking for 5 pesos. It's true. And then you say, give me 5 pesos. So they don't really want 5 pesos for a roll, even though most of the products at the bakery are 5 pesos. They want 5 pesos. Oh boy. All right, so I have a few things that I have to do before I go take a bath. And one of them is to get this flange back in something, a piece of plastic that won't let the moisture go into the flange. Okay. And the second thing is to plug in this battery charger from my phone, see if my orders are coming. Nope. Boy, they sure give you updates on Johnny Sullivan and the fucking snooker, but they don't tell you about the news. Fucking Google. Worthless piece of shit. I will be back. Probably take about 12 minutes. Yep, about 12 minutes. Ugh. I'm back. I took my bucket bath. I could tell you about bucket baths if you want to know about bucket baths. See this bucket? This is a 5-gallon bucket. Okay? Now, you want to know about bucket baths? I know everything there is to know about fucking bucket baths. There isn't a damn thing I don't know about bucket baths. I know everything. I'd be willing to share that information with you as soon as I get over to the computer. Because this shit is important. People of the Philippines, they take bucket baths, or if they're fortunate enough to have the water up on the roof, maybe they can take a drizzle shower. But they don't have hot water here. Most of the people. Well, let me get over to the computer and we'll talk about bucket baths. Right, per se, bucket baths. Actual bucket baths. None of that half a bucket or half a bath or half a warm bath. None of that shit. We're talking about bucket baths. That's what we're going to be talking about today in just a few minutes. As soon as I dry off from my bucket bath. Holy shit. The best part about a bucket bath is that there's water. Because a lot of days in the Philippines you don't get water. The first thing you need to know about a bucket bath is that you got to remember to fill the bucket up the day before or the night before. Okay, we're going to go off on some weird tangent now, so get ready. I'll tell you about fucking bucket baths. Yes. Is it time? 4 o'clock? Come on. Come on. Come on. Mein Hapon. Say my Polyhood candy. Say it loud. I cannot hear you. Okay. Whoa, you look guapo today. And guapa. Guapo ka. Guapa. What color do you want? Yellow or blue or white? White. What color you want? White. All white? Okay. Okay. Hey, that's your sister's. Leave that there. Okay, you want what color? White? Puti? Okay, ready? Puti. And you? Amigo? What do you wish for? What do you like? White. White? Okay. One. And go hot. And what do you say? Okay, umping. See you later. Okay, let me tell you about a bucket bath. Let me tell you a story. Let me put the light on. First of all, a bucket bath, it was fucking designed to wake you up on a cold day. It was designed to make you aware of your surroundings. A fucking bucket bath has multiple purposes. The men will never buy food with the money, Mr. Willis. You can take that to the bank, Mr. Willis. Never will the men ever buy food with the money. And also Michael McFarland. In the beginning, I gave cigarettes, rum, and a lot of cigarettes, like 2 packs a day to a job site. And then on Friday or Saturday night, 1 or 2 bottles of rum. And I always brought out, if there was extra pineapple, I'd give them a half a pineapple. One guy, I bought shoes that cost 800 pesos and they didn't fit me. And I gave them the pesos. And there was one guy that didn't work for me per se. But for Christmas, I gave the men on a different job, I bought 50 kilos of rice, and I gave it out to the neighbors and to the men that were working in the building that I lived in with Daisy. And one of the men asked me for pesos, and I said, no, you'll get money. You'll get rice. Yes, but give me pesos also. So I would not. So the boss of the job, the owner of the building, Ended up giving him 500 pesos. It was like I don't know, it was probably a few days before Christmas where they still had work. That guy didn't show up for work for 3 days. He took that 500 pesos and we saw him. He was drunk every day. He would walk by like that. Instead of buying food for his family, he drank alcohol. He kept that money and he got drunk for 3 days. He didn't show up for work, and I don't know how many days then it was the Christmas vacation, but you can't give the men here money. You have to give it to their wives. And I'm being serious. I've seen wives come to my friend Mai's construction site when there was just 2 or 3 men that were working from the local area. The rest were from Manila. And the wives come on Friday afternoon for the money. The men don't get the money. And also, I have a friend of mine that hired some men to do some work in his yard, and he doesn't pay the men, he pays the wives. Well, Mr. Willis and Mr. Michael McFarland are correct. For the kids, you give 1 peso, they will come. They all will come. Feel bad, but what can you really do? Well, I give the children, I don't give the children money. I don't give anybody on the block money either, but I give them 2 pieces of candy, which is the equivalent of 2 pesos. You people are more than generous with me, but and I'm a little bit generous with the children, but because they're children, they don't know any fucking different. If all I ever teach those children how to do is say please and thank you, I have probably done them a bigger favor than anything else anybody's ever done for these children. They don't know how to say please and thank you. Every fucking day, they need to be reminded to say please and thank you. It's not that they're not grateful. It's just they're not brought up with any Western cultural manners at all. They don't know how to say please or thank you. Did you hear me just say to them, what do you say? Polyho candy. Hold on, there's more outside. What? Didn't you get candy before? No? Well, move over there so I can see you. Move over. Let me see you over there. You did not? Voila? Okay. What do you say? What? No, first polyhook what? Okay. Yellow or white? Yellow. 1, 2. And what do you say? Huh? Okay. Now this is going on 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years every day. And they still to say please and thank you. I'm not kidding you. I'm not lying to you. It's like, fuck. That boy was 5, 5.5, 6. And he can't remember from one day to the next. Because they have no formal, they're not being formally trained. They're not being properly trained to fit into society. Now, this is from the province, but these fucking children are going to grow up without the ability to say please or thank you. The most basic of all, conversation. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Please, thank you. It's like the basic 101 acts of, interaction between people. They don't know they don't teach the children to say please or thank you, because there are videos on my Patreon account that where the men say, Michael, give me 1,000 pesos. which is the equivalent of 2 or 3 days' pay for a man. Why would I give a full-grown man 1,000 pesos? Why would I do that? I'm going to tell you people something. You could believe it or not. Now, you've seen me working outside for the last 3 or 4 days. Have you ever heard somebody walk up to me and say, Michael, may I help you? No, they won't. It doesn't matter that for 7 years I give them foods and cigarettes and candy and rum and sauce. It doesn't matter. You will never hear that. Ever. They will never give me, well, one person gave me a motorcycle ride about a month ago, which would normally cost 15 pesos. And I gave him 15 pesos. And he offered me a ride. And when I was getting off the motorcycle, I said, Pila. And he said, whatever your heart will give. It wasn't free. It was the reverse psychology. Whatever your heart can give. I gave him 15 pesos. That's what it's worth. If I walk to the corner and get a stranger, it's 15 pesos. But the people that I have been relentlessly giving to for 6.5 years, they will never offer to help you for free. If you tell them, do me a favor, pull the weeds out from in front of the house, they'll tell you 200 pesos. It'll take them like 15 minutes. 200 pesos. Excuse me? Excuse me, 200 pesos? So you want 4 hours worth of pay for something I can do in 15 minutes and you can do it in 15 minutes? Yes. Instead of being realistic and say, give me 50 pesos, which is an hour's wages, when you're not working, they want 200. Oh, I got to get the medicine on my foot. They want 200 pesos. It's drying up. Hold on a minute, and then I'll tell you about bucket baths. I can honestly tell you, boy, if I could show you my foot, first of all, you would not be happy about me showing you my foot. But second, if I showed it to you today with pictures of what it looked like last week, you would say, oh, that looks really good compared to last week. But it doesn't look too fucking good. I gotta tell you, I'm very happy with the way it looks right now, today. When I took the bandages off, when I was taking a bath, I was looking at my foot, I'm going, damn, that looks good. I mean it too. I took the bandages off and I said, that is, I mean, compared to what it looked like a month ago, fuck. I went to the doctor. The doc didn't bother the doctor at all. He sees that shit every day. But for me, it was getting worse until they gave me that amoxiclav, and now it's looking fucking good. But if I showed it to you, you would not be happy. I won't show that to you. You should thank me now, too. You don't want to see my fucking foot. It is up. I might do a video on that, my foot, tomorrow. If it's sunny out after I take my bath. Well, yeah. I might do a video on that. I gotta get another box of that. Yes, indeed. My fucking foot is looking good. Now, the amoxiclav I took for 2 weeks. I don't know if that killed the infection or not, or it was the silver sulfadiazone. I'm not sure which one was the one that fixed the problem. Spike! Shut up! Yeah, I'm not sure which one it was, but one of them definitely helped a lot. Bucket bath story time. So, I take a bucket bath. Okay, wash your nasty ash. I needed a bath. What happened? It rained on me 3 times today, and hard. When I went to the city this morning, I got fucking poured on, and you know how that rain. It's the dirty rain. You know, it's the dirty rain from the fucking chemicals in the sky. There's no more clean water. Yeah, the ones that carry the baby around in their arm and swing it back and forth and say, "Give me money for the baby." Mr. Willis, I'm telling you, when I walk down the block, the children, it's like some sort of code word. It could be just one word that I don't hear. I don't hear well because my hearing is not good. But fucking, there'll be 12, 13, 14, 15 kids. They come out of the woodwork. Like the boy who just came. I mean, he's damn near 10 years old. And now it is 4 o'clock, so it is time to hand out the candy. There's no doubt about that. But what they do is 1 or 2 of them will approach for the candy, and then they'll disappear, and then 6 will come, 6, 7 more, just like Mr. Willis said. So today there was just 3 in that group. 3 in the first, and 1 boy, 7. But there's usually 10 or 12 children. I mean, that's a normal amount, 10 or 12. But when I go up the block, there's fucking kids come out of the forest. And when I say they come out of the woodwork, I mean they come out of the forest itself. Children will come running out of the forest down the path. You know, it's true. They have some sort of code. You'll have to go back. Not sure with the SSRV. Michael McFarland. Oh yeah, Mr. Willis. Oh, the rent the baby scam was in Cebu. It's the name of my video is the smallest house in the world. She was about 50 years old and she had a baby. She said it was a grandchild though. That was my first experience. And after a while, and this is the truth, this is why I stopped giving food and pesos to the woman. I would give her like 15, 20 pesos every time I went to the Ayala Mall, because that's where she was, on the corner of the Ayala Mall. Well, one day, and I don't know why, there was no change. There was no change in venue. So one day more children. What? Can't hear you. Okay. What color? Yellow? Hello? You want candy too? Say, polyhole candy. And then say salamat. Okay. And you got already, yeah? You got this morning. See you later. So one day, the lady who was in front of the Ayala Mall, she was in her 50s, I guess. She had no teeth. You look for it on my channel. The world's smallest house. And it's a woman under an umbrella with a baby. So I had only just moved to the Philippines a few weeks before that, and I gave her pesos every time I went by. So one time, they set you up for this. They set you up for this like, it's as if like, I'm from New York. I'm not like from, like a simple place that, you grow up and you don't think about this kind of shit. So she stops me. I don't know how she stopped me. She didn't grab my hand or anything. No. And she pulls out a fucking brochure. And in the brochure is a dinner for like 20 people. And I don't remember what the price was. It could have been 1,500, 2,000 pesos. It was a flyer like this, and it had like 2 roasted chickens, 20 buns, mashed potatoes, and she handed me the flyer, and she said, you go buy for me, you go buy for me. And she had a stack of flyers like this big. And I wasn't going to give her 1,500 fucking pesos. I'm not going to, you could give that, I came to the Philippines with money, but I'm not going to start giving out fucking $30 or $40 to strangers. So that then I walked on the other side of the street after that. I didn't buy it. I didn't take the flyer. I didn't think much about it. So, but I did join the gym in the Isle Mall. So the gym let out. The gym closed at 9 o'clock. I think the mall closed. So one night I was I went to the gym at night because it was a place to hang out too. It was a beautiful fucking gym in the Isle Mall. It's like, I mean, for a gym, it was the machines were clean, the place was clean, the people were nice. As long as you were paying your bill, they were fucking nice. When one night I stayed at the gym late, you know, so I came outside and I was walking because it's only like 160 steps from the Ayala Mall entrance to the Golden Prince Hotel. And that woman, some sort of BMW or Cadillac Escalade or Audi or some fucking huge, brand new, 10 passenger, not a van, but like something you'd rent to bring, 7 or 8 businessmen from the airport to the hotel, picked up the woman with the child. And when I was walking by the car, there were other women in that huge vehicle with children. It was a fucking operation they had going there. It wasn't, that lady sitting there from 7 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. It was an operation. They were putting people out on the street to collect money. After that, I didn't give her anything after that. But that was right around the time she gave me that brochure. She would take the 5 or 10 or 15 pesos or food. I would give her food if I had a orange or something that I took from breakfast from the Golden Prince. I'd give it to her. But this was a fucking operation to rent the baby that Mr. Michael McFarlane is talking about. Michael, what happened with the SSRV with you? Good afternoon, Billy Hunt. Thanks for stopping by. I just saw your name. I'm just scrolling through some of my comments. Good afternoon. Yes, Mr. Willis. That's how I take a bath also, with a bucket. And a cabot, they call it. You call it a ladle, we call it a cabot. Okay, Michael, I see the comment. Thank you. You started the process for the SSRV, and then they suspended it. Shifting gears, did you see the hotel plans? Remember you asked me about the pilings last night? The columns? I could show that to you now if you didn't see it before. No. Okay, I'll show it to you now. It's 12 columns. I figured it might as well be time to take the plans out, because that was a good question. How many columns are in your hotel? I don't fucking know. I gotta look. I looked. So here's the plan. I'll show you the layout in general. I'll show you the perspective, the rendering of the building first. So this is the 4-story rendering, but this is close to what it will look like. It's the bottom will have 3 rooms, not 2, and the rest of second and third will have 3 rooms, as in the plans there, and the top is going to be 1 big room. And those balconies are 5 feet from the windows, not 4 feet. So they're 5.5 feet balconies. Wrap around. All right, now I'll find you the plans, the columns plans. I'm going to have to put the tablet down for a minute. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so here's basically the column plan. Hold on a minute. is 12 columns. Here's 1 column, 2 columns, 3 columns, and then it goes 4 across. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then it goes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And this is cantilever, the deck. Now, I probably, and I don't know that I want to do it, I could probably do it with 8 columns and reinforce the beam boxes. But I'm not going to do that. And I'll show you the room layout as well, shifting gears. So let me put the tablet down again. Here is the electrical schematic. This is how simple it is here. They give you 5 outlets in each room, and if you add 20 outlets or 30 outlets, they just charge you $3 an outlet to draw it, to sketch it in. And what doesn't, you don't have to change the plans. So this is scheduled for, like, say 7 outlets per apartment. So say you put 30. Over here, the only thing that changes is your electrical usage. How many volts, how many amps. And you could see the plans are typical schedule for 4 to 9 rooms. So I could make 2 rooms on each floor, or 1 room, or 3 rooms on each floor. So they give you wide leeway. The only thing that's going to change is when the time comes to put all those outlets in, what they're going to ask you for is, well, they're going to ask you for how many outlets and what you're going to use those outlets for. And you'll tell them 1-ton air conditioner. Hold on. Oh, come on, damn this. You'll tell them, you'll say, I'm going to have a 1-ton air conditioner. And then, refrigerator. So the only thing that's going to change is how much amperage you use per apartment. Now, so if you put 20 outlets in, you're going to bring 20 runs. Well, you might have 3 outlets to a run, and that's 1 circuit breaker, 10 amps. And then you'll have a home run for your air conditioner, 10 amps, 15 amps, for 220. Home run for the refrigerator, another 50. So say you have in your fuse panel for that room, because each room has its own fuse panel, say you have 60 amps of service in that room. That's okay. You just run the proper wires to the meter box. Then in your pipe that you already have in the wall, you just run the proper amount of amperage to the box. So you're going to figure before you, of course, you're going to put the wire in before you do the freaking concrete work, but you put the wire in later. So, but I'll know that each box is going to be a 60 amp box, and I have to run number 8 wire to the box, and that's it. So it's real simple. You want to put 4 rooms or you want to put 12 rooms, don't matter. You want to put 6 outlets or 40 outlets, don't matter. Whatever you do, just the only thing that changes is the size of the wire from the main box on the ground floor to the box in the room. That's the only thing that changes. And after you're all done with the job, somebody comes in and counts the outlets, and they charge you $3 per outlet. Same thing with the plumbing. You want to have 1 sink or 2 sinks, and just change the plumbing fixtures, and it's $3 per fixture. No, shifting gears. Well, yeah, the the China Sea, that China wants to take over the Philippines Sea? Is that what you're talking about? You're welcome. Well, China's not going to come over here and take over the Philippines. I don't, I mean, that's just not in today's day and age. I guess it's possible, but I don't know. Billy Hunt. Hello, Billy Hunt. I don't know if you're coming or leaving, but welcome to my blog here. Thank you for stopping by. Billy, if you have any questions about living in the Philippines, there's quite a few people in the chat room that can answer your questions. If I can answer them, I'd be happy to do so. And also, I live in Bohol, and I'm building a small four-story hotel. You live in Tacloban, okay? So you already know a little bit about the Philippines, or a lot. You're welcome. But no, now that I'm starting to build, there's no more secrets. The only secret is that guy who keeps saying the plans aren't legal plans. Now that I have plans, now his next move is that I don't have legal plans. And that he never gets to see. That he has to embarrass himself, call up the building inspector and ask, and the building inspector, of course, will say, Michael Fazio? Oh, yeah, he has plans. Big fucking plans. I'll be right back. I'm just preparing my dinner. I'll be back momentarily. One minute, and then I'll answer your questions if you have some. Oh boy, hold on a minute. I got a little bit of maintenance to do here. All right. I just wanted to start warming up my dinner. I bought my dinner this morning at 9 o'clock this morning, and I put it in a piece of tin foil. Yeah, Michael McFarland. When I went into the visa office for all of Bohol, the visa office, they switched it over to an area in Panglao, the Poblation. And I went in at 10 o'clock in the morning. There was one foreigner and one Filipina. One foreigner with a Filipina, and then one Filipina was doing the paperwork, I guess, for her boyfriend. 2 people. And that was in an hour and a half. I only saw 2 people. What is a transformer? Oh, wait a second. You're talking about the transformer on the telephone poles? Those transformers are, Michael is correct, they're upwards of 150,000 pesos. For when I was going to buy the only rebar bender I could get was 440 volts. And the electric company said, "Oh, sure, we'll come down and we'll estimate, because you need a transformer for your hotel." And it was, first they had to put a pole in, and then the transformers, this is going back 3 years, the transformers at the time was 120,000 pesos for the transformer, and it was 50,000 for the pole, I think. If I don't remember, but it was like 175,000 pesos. But if I needed it for my hotel, and somebody else across the street built something where they needed to use that transformer, and for some reason there wasn't enough power from the transformer, say they built a big hotel, for some reason there wasn't enough power for the transformer, we would have to buy another one together. So the first one would be on me, and the second one would be half me, even though I didn't burn up the other half of the power. No. So I don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so I wasn't interested in that. I mean, why would I? Now, what Billy Hunt, I'm not sure why I would want. Okay, I'm not a genius when it comes to electricity. What you're saying is, I noticed on a hotel down the block, but it's 134 rooms. I noticed on the top of the building, they have what I can see 4 transformers on the top and 2 on the pole on the street. What purpose would the transformer serve me? Would it be cheaper for electric? I don't know what it would. I mean, I know what a transformer does, but right now, my service, right now, like the neighbor that has multiple rooms, they have plenty of power coming off the pole right now. We're right off the pole. So what purpose would a transformer serve? I don't. The J Mall, Michael McFarland, let me tell you a little trick about the J Mall. You want to get into the J Mall, get your visa, and get out the same day. Go around the back service door of the J Mall, where the workers go into the J Mall at 7 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning, and go in with the workers and take the elevator right up to the immigration office and sit down in front of the small office and wait for the people to come into the immigration office before 8 o'clock. And then tell them, sir, I'm in a hurry and I wish to get everything done right away. And they will accommodate you. You'll have to, of course, buy them breakfast or something like that, but they will accommodate you. All right, I'm going to go get my dinner now. I hate rice. In my whole life, I never ate rice. We had rice. I can't say I never ate rice, but rice was something that was reserved for Chinese food dinners. With the Chinese food, it was good. You enjoy it. And my mom cooked rice once a week. Sunday was spaghetti day. Monday was spaghetti sauce with rice day, which we liked. And then Tuesday was spaghetti day again. When I moved to the Philippines, these people eat like a bowl of rice like this big. And I wouldn't eat that normally, but now because of my foot swelling up from everything else I eat, I can't eat sauce, I can't eat mayonnaise, I can't eat cheese, I can't eat anything fried, I can't eat the chicken. because it has some sort of growth chemical in it. So I'm reduced to rice, and I was frying my pork, and it was making my feet swell and destroying my feet, the wounds on my feet. So I went to broiled pork and white rice. And I hate white rice. I'm never going to find a fucking place in my heart for white rice. I'm going to find a place in my belly for white rice. I mix it in with 3 Sealy peppers in a whole pot, which distorts the flavor from exactly white rice to not exactly white rice. Still tastes like shit. That's right. The J Mall is the only place that issues exit visa clearances, right? You're right about that. Are you talking to me, shifting gears? Surfing off the beach where I live? Crabs and lobsters? Is that a question directed at me? Oh, Michael. Okay, sorry. Shifting gears. You would be hard pressed, lucky, like hitting the fucking lotto, to find fish or crabs or lobsters off of almost any beach in the Philippines. Mr. Willis, I like rice, but not every day. I gotta have burgers once in a while, or pizza, pasta, but not Jollibee kind. Gotta be Italian. That fucking Jollibee pizza. I mean, that Jollibee spaghetti. Holy shit. That stuff is crap. Shifting gears. In Florida, I could fish off the back of my dock and catch food forever. Here, well, most of the men have 10-foot, 12-foot little bunker boats, and they leave at 4:30 in the afternoon, and they come in at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. And they go out to the ocean at night by themselves with their bag of food and 2 liters of gas, flashlight, flashing, and if they're lucky, they'll catch 2 or 3 kilos of fish. But a lot of nights they come home with nothing at all. Because the fucking reason for that is because they have no understanding of conservation at all here. Nothing. Not a fucking clue what fish conservation means. They will throw out a seine net or a fish gill net, and everything that enters into the net is taken and put in buckets and taken home and eaten. Pregnant fish, small fish, juvenile fish this long, 1.5-inch fish, anything that goes into that net It's put in a bucket and they take it home and cook it. Any conch, doesn't matter what size, any conch, any shellfish, I mean any, snails this big, half-inch snails. They'll pick every single one up off the beach, every one of them. They won't leave a one. And that's why there's no fish along the shore. Now, go outside, that's from the reef in. They just catch every fucking fish, anything, doesn't matter what it is. Now, the men that go out fish about 500 feet off the reef, off the reef, and they might get nothing, and they might get 2 or 3 kilos. And those are small fish like this big. And they fish all night, 2 or 3. They have 2 or 3 lines out in a chum bag. But lobsters, since I've been in the Philippines, I saw one warm-water lobster in Palawan, and I dove there for 10 days. So that's not a lot. And I never seen, there are crabs somewhere. Somewhere there's crabs, but I've never seen one. Because they have them in the market, but I don't know where they come from. Mr. Willis, you're a man after my own fucking heart. When I hit the buffet, I am fuck the bread, fuck the rice, and fuck even the breaded shrimp, the fried breaded shrimp. Unless I'm going to take the breadcrumbs off the shrimp, because half of it's breadcrumbs. I want oysters. I want the beef pierogies. I want fried galamar. I want the roasted beef. I want the clams, the scallops with the. I will go to the scallop dish, and they don't mind. I will take half the. If there's 20, 28, or 30 scallops on the tray, I'll take half of them, and I might eat 60 scallops during the course of the night that I'm there, because scallops are delicious. And if you paid for scallops in America, shit, you'd pay $1 a scallop. Here, you could eat, they don't care. You could even ask them to bring you a platter of scallops to your table, which they won't do, but the man will come to your table just before the scallops are ready and say, sir, the scallops are going to be placed on the buffet. If you'd like, they'll be there in a minute, or they're on their way. So I like the scallops. I like the cheese. Oh God, the cheeses. They have I enjoy the lettuce, iceberg lettuce. Iceberg lettuce in the Philippines. Does anybody here want to take a guess what iceberg lettuce costs here in the Philippines? Not romaine. Iceberg lettuce, real iceberg. Want to take a guess at that? And the Filipinos will come in and they'll attack the rice as if it was fucking platinum, gold-plated platinum. I swear to God. They'll come in and attack the rice bowl, and they'll put like 4 giant scoops on a plate, and they'll put 3 broiled fish on top of that. and they'll go and eat their plate of rice with the 3 broiled fish, and they pay $22 for dinner. Why? You're eating approximately 15 pesos, 10 pesos worth of rice, 20 pesos worth of food. Why would you pay $22 for a buffet and eat rice? But they do. What do divers look at? Well, not much anymore. Not compared to when I first moved here. The reef that you saw me dive on my 65th birthday, there's nothing. There's no vegetation, there's no flora, there's no fauna, there's no fish. I mean, I was in the water for 2.5 hours, and I didn't see a single fish. Not one. Not even one fish. What? No, I'm mistaken. The one with Mr. Obama, towards the end, we saw a school of juvenile yellowtail snappers. And it was a small school at that. But I didn't see a grouper or a big, full-grown anything fish, or I didn't even see a mackerel. I mean, I didn't even see not a shark. The other ones, barracuda. Didn't even see a barracuda. I was down for 2.5 hours. Didn't even see one barracuda. That's off Alona Beach because they've destroyed that reef. Now, Balikasag Island is a reserve. There you'll see all the fish, but you can't fish there. You can fish a few hundred yards away, but you can't fish near the reef. And in Palawan, where we went, where I saw the lobster in a ship, the lobster was in 110 feet of water, and it was inside a Japanese warship that was sunk there during World War II. So you weren't allowed to take that either. That's not allowed to take fish from the ship. Now, all throughout Palawan, you can go spearfishing and lobster fishing if you can find them. And there's thousands of islands and reefs around Palawan where there are fish. But you have to get to Palawan to get fish. I mean, to see that. I have video of the reef where I live now 7 years ago. It's completely looking different now. It's been destroyed from pollution in Palawan. But to get to Palawan, Palawan is the most expensive place in the Philippines to live. All right. For me to get to Palawan, round trip, much more money than it is to get to Manila. Round trip might be, I don't know what it is round trip now today, but it used to be like 14,000 pesos, $300. However, when you get to Palawan, if you have a lot of diving gear and electronics, I don't know. I looked at a couple of hotels in the city of Coron. That's where I'm talking about. Coron is where the Japanese wrecks are. The rooms were $30 a night, but they had no locks on the door. You could just put a credit card in there. So I stayed on a private island, and that cost $2,000. How much was that per night? Well, altogether, with diving. It was 2,000 and change, $45 a night. But I was on a private island. But then you could go. There's fish when you go out diving. So what are you gonna do? You can't spare fish. Well, you could. What are you gonna do? Cook it in your apartment when you get back to the room? There's really no place to cook it. So there's not a lot of fish here. I don't. And if anybody tells you there is a lot of fish here, I don't. I've never seen it. And I've been diving the entire perimeter of the Philippines for 7 years. Nothing like Florida. You just go in the water with a spear gun, and 20 minutes later you have dinner. Here you might be. Now, we have free divers. They free dive the reef, like where I'm looking at right now is a reef about 450, well, from here 650 feet. Okay? On the far side of that reef, they have grouper. Some of the grouper are, I saw something called a brown grouper, which I never knew existed, about a year and a half ago. And it was 2 Japanese free divers went down with the long spear guns, and they came back with a grouper. And when I walk on the beach several times a week, I'll see them, their motorcycle, and most of the time they come back out of the water after swimming for 2 or 3 hours and don't catch anything. So Mike Frost, prime rib, that's right, prime rib. That's right, the skatefish, the big skatefish were being punched out. How about salad where you live? Well, in the buffet, they have iceberg lettuce, which is a treat for me because I won't pay 250 pesos a kilo for iceberg lettuce. I won't pay that. That's ridiculous. But it's hard to grow that shit here. Now I like cabbage, and cabbage is 60 pesos a kilo. But iceberg lettuce, I'll hit that at the buffet with the sharp cheddar cheese and a good Italian dressing or Russian dressing or an oil and vinegar dressing. Lettuce is really hard to find, Mike. You don't see iceberg lettuce in the store every week anyway. It's only seasonal at best. They do have, well, about a month ago, I went swimming to the left, and I saw a set of buoys. It was always supposed to be a reserve, but the reserve was cordoned off with one buoy. And the locals will tell you, don't go inside that buoy. Why not? It's a fish reserve. You can't swim in there? No. Well, what's the point of having a fish reserve if you can't swim in there? It turns out you can swim in there, you just can't fish in there. But the locals, they get stuff mixed up. So, but I've seen the locals take fish this big, 1.25 inch fish with round bodies about 3/8 of an inch. Buckets, 5-gallon buckets of them. They got, they hit a school of that, whatever, a juvenile school. And that's what they were aiming at. Those fish, I don't know what kind of fish they were, but the German guy I was with, when I first moved to the Philippines, he said, look, they eat all the fish, that's why there's no fish. He explained it to me. They eat anything. They don't. When we used to go fishing when we were kids with my uncle and my dad, my uncles and my dad, pregnant fish went back in the water, pregnant crabs went back in the water. The crabs, lobsters with the orange roe went back in the water. The fish that was obviously pregnant went back in the water. We didn't take anything. I don't know if there was even rules back then, but it was just common courtesy to the fishing industry. Yeah? They might see, it doesn't matter. If it's alive and it's in the ocean, they take it home with them. There was a clam about this big. One of those clams that could grow to be 3 or 4 feet in diameter. There was one right off the beach where I live here, but that's gone. It was not in an obvious place. And I don't even know how I saw it, but one day it was there. It was there for a year. And then one day I went there and it wasn't there anymore. And how much, I mean, you can only get the meat. It's only like this much meat in there, but they'll take it. Now, there's clams like that in Palawan that are 2 or 3 feet in diameter. I have those on video. I don't know if it's against the law to take them or they just leave them. But you'll see those big Chacadigulas clams. They're 2-3 feet in diameter. You'll see them when you go diving. Now, I don't know. I'll tell you right now, if you ever see one of those and it has its jaws open and you think because it's so big the jaws are slow, those jaws might be open 4 inches like that, and if you were to put your hand in it, it would close in less than a tenth of a second. Your hand would be gone. So don't ever think that those big clams don't have the power to cut your hand off, because they do. And yes, Fukushima. You reminded me of Fukushima. Oh yeah, Fukushima. Well, did they say they were going to control it in 2 weeks? Then it was 2 months, and now, this year, 2021, Fukushima has decided that they have to release 2,300 containers. What is in each one of those containers? 600,000 gallons of radioactive waste. How big were they? 600,000 gallons? No, not that much. What were they? 14 feet high and 14 feet in diameter. Those containers, the temporary containers that they built outside Fukushima, they built 2,000 of them or more. They're all over the mountain. They're all leaking. They're all leaking into the ground. Doesn't matter that whether they dumped them into the ocean or not. They're all leaking into the ground. They all leaked from day one. So yeah, and Philippines is not, shifting gears. The Philippines per se is not in line with the ocean currents from Fukushima. In other words, if this is Fukushima and this is the Philippines, the ocean currents, this is Fukushima and the water, and this is the Philippines. The ocean currents go like this and just miss the top of Luzon, the top northern part of Manila. They don't, the currents from Fukushima don't go into the islands of the Philippines. They just skirt the top of northern Luzon, and then they head straight across the ocean to California. But that water has been mixing into the Pacific Ocean for what, 11 years, 10 years? What was it March 11, 2011 to 9 years, 10 years almost? Yeah, that Fukushima has a lot to do with it. They're not telling us everything about Fukushima. They never will. Fucking scumbags. They have the documents from Fukushima. They're going to be hidden for 50 years. And in 40 more years, you'll be able to see exactly what happened in Fukushima. Yeah. Shifting gears. Welcome, Passport. Shifting gears. Google world's largest clam. Or go to my homepage and put the word clam in the search engine, CLAM, and it's called the Trachydigalus or Trachydigalus or Tricacalicus, something like that. You'll say it, clam. It's called the video is called the world's largest clam. But just Google in my videos page, clam, Tricacalicus, something like that. And you'll see it. It's this big. And you'll see me fucking with it. Not putting my hand in there, though. But I touched it. It's like I touched the edge of the clam, and the clam went like this. It went faster than I could see it close its jaws. And then the video that you see me is when it was back open up again. There's a starfish moving around on the outside of the clam. I was going to throw the starfish in there, but I didn't. Shifting gears. Remember when the water from Fukushima was going across the ocean and all the starfish were melting in California and they said they didn't know what it was? Oh, Scripps Oceanographic, they lie, these motherfuckers. They lie about everything. They knew exactly what it was. No. Von Mackey, never once. And I always thought that would happen. This place is not any place even the aliens are interested in. There's no technology here. There's probably nothing for them here. I've never seen what I believe to be a UFO, and I've never heard of anybody that saw one. Never seen anything out of the ordinary. And I live right on the ocean, so I would see. But I look, I lived with a perfect view of the ocean for 3 years, and I would sit on my balcony at night. Never saw anything. Nothing at all, ever. Yeah, all those starfish were melting, and they said, "Oh, we don't know what that is." Did they fucking lie? Just like they let all the men on the Ronald Reagan get radiated and never said anything to them. They knew the fucking place was radiated when they were supposed to be bringing water to Fukushima. It's a giant fucking experiment. It's a giant petri dish, the fucking U.S. military. They don't give a fuck about the soldiers. How many people were having, there's a class action against the United States military from 175 men and women, service members, was suing the United States government because they're all coming down with cancer. And you never heard about it after. This was like 5-6 years ago. And they started paying the people off privately, and then the lawsuit went away. Well, I'm done with that shit. And do I fucking hate rice. What shit. No, I did not hear about the earthquake in southern Florida Saturday. Come on, you see how fucked up they are? And then in 3 days, the people have 200 other problems to worry about. They have food, they have mortgages, they have rents, they have their car payments. The fucking government lies about everything, knowing that the people have a 8 or 10 day window to remember shit, and then it's not important anymore, no matter what it was. So, what did shake the earth? What was it? Was it a fall? Was it what was it? I mean, when you think about it, what would make the earth shake in the Florida Keys and Miami and shit? What would do that? And they say it's nothing. What? It's nothing because they probably fucking did it. A sonic boom. Passport. I still didn't get my fucking thing. Not from you, but from the ninja. Holy shit, these fucking people are unreliable. I mean, this is beyond. What the fuck? I was supposed to get my shit on the 15th, and now already today is the 16th, 17th. No messages. Hey, is anybody keeping track? Because that tribunal thing, that was supposed to have been, the consequences were supposed to start yesterday. Anybody see any consequences from the tribunal thing? I do know he was on about something this morning. I didn't have a chance to finish. Tunnels. It says shifting gear tunnels. You mean blasting for tunnels? Oh, that fucking guy on the dusty island that shoots cheese whiz out of his ass like Spider-Man spins a web about 8 days ago said that I had to get off YouTube. He had coalesced a tribunal, and they agreed that if I didn't get off YouTube within 7 days, there'd be consequences. That's true. No, that was, I didn't see the video, and I don't know who did. I don't really care now, but I saw the title. The tribunal has made a decision. One of the titles was the tribunal has made a decision. One of the titles was the tribunal has decided to take it in the ass deep and hard. Another one of the titles was the tribunal wants you out of the Philippines, and they will do something about sticking things in, greasing up their asses and shoving things into their asses. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the tribunal was threatening Michael Fazio to get him out of the Philippines, and if he didn't leave, they were going to show porno of them taking things into the buttocks, deep and hard. I don't know, something like that. And there was going to be like a fucking, what do they call that? An MC, a master of ceremonies, was going to be testing all those things out before the tribunal got to them. Well, the anal toys and shit like that. I don't know. There was so many versions of the tribunal, like 6 different people put tribunal threats. One would think that Passport. One would think that. One would hope that there's still sense of reason there. One would definitely fucking hope. But I am not part of it. After my fucking me putting my 2 cents in, if anybody can't figure out that I'm not part of it, I would never, ever, ever go through the fucking lengths to try to do that to somebody. I just fucking tell them right to their face, I don't like you. And where is my paperwork? I'm just going to bring that paperwork into the city in a few days. Don't worry about fucking tribunals and all that other happy horse shit. I'll take care of it legally. But God, that's an amazing thing. I don't understand that. This morning I heard that one man gave the other man $10,000. That's what I heard, and is paying for a trip to a volcanic island in Southeast Asia. The one man is going to pay for another man's trip. Now, I don't care if he does that. That doesn't bother me. Von Mackay. Wow, yeah, that's an Illuminati tribunal. Oh yeah, that was some fucking. This is a local Philippines blogger. He created he must have read. He must have been reading something. Maybe he was reading the Miami Tribune. Maybe he was reading online the Miami Tribune, and he said, "What the fuck does the Tribune mean?" And he looked up the word Tribune and saw that it was a derivative of the word tribunal, and then said, "Wow, that would be really fucking cool if I could do a tribunal on Fazio." And he goes, "Fuck it, I'll just tribunal Fazio, and I'll say that I have a tribunal going, and I'll say the tribunal has come to a conclusion, and the tribunal has concluded that Fazio has 7 days to get off the internet, or there'll be consequences." And then at that point, I don't know. But I know that I am not part of any kind of fucking conspiracy to entrap anybody for any reason, because I don't feel it's necessary. But that other guy did say, "Oh, he gave me $10,000 and I'm in his will for 200." Come on. Really, dude? I mean, if the guy gave you money to go out for your fucking, for New Year's, that's one thing. I mean, but $10,000, really? That's a lot of money to give somebody like you. I mean, who in their right fucking mind would give you $10,000? Ridiculous shit. $10,000. That's fucking funny. Now, I know, considering there were 27 individual lies that you could write down about the guy who created the tribunal. Now, you've watched me for 4 or 5 days go outside and work. You've seen the plans now. Some of you have seen the plans. Some of you haven't. Some of you have watched me work with tools. Some of you haven't. But pretty much everybody understands now that I wasn't lying about being a contractor. I'm leaving on a jet plane, probably won't get back again. Umping permie, which means take care always. Passport TV. Digging and 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 digging. Throwing digs and digs and digs and digs and digs and digs and digs. Passport, I have a legitimate question. How is he going to manage? Okay, I mean, I get up in the morning, I make breakfast, coffee, fucking my idea of 15 seconds of coffee time. But I make breakfast, and then I go out and maybe I'll wash my clothes, and I come back in and maybe make some rice. I mean, I live a simple life, but and then I go shopping, I have to go shopping, and then I have to put the food away, and how is he going to do all of that and spend 17 hours a day reviewing everybody else's video? And who's going to do all that cooking for him? Who's going to do all of that? And that cooking, it looks like it's quite well done. So, I mean, the man is a fancy man, that's for sure. Who's going to do all that cooking? I really mean that sincerely. Those meals are like, they're prepared eloquently. Who's going to do all that fucking cooking? And, he's going to be eating fucking peanut butter and fucking McDonald's hamburgers, which is, that's up to him. But who's going to do the cooking? Who's going to do the cleaning? Who's going to wash his clothes? Who's going to go buy the soap? Who's going to take care of everything? Who's going to do that shit? Plus, now, if that's all you have to do, it takes you all fucking day. But if you have to review Steve Montelli, that motherfucker, making, a 3-hour live stream, and then that fucking Fazio, now he's doing 12-hour live streams. Now, he's pissed off at me because I'm cutting in. Then now I I'm cutting into his fucking sleepy time. He's telling people he got up at 2:15 in the morning this morning. That's so he could try to review my shit. Why? What do you give a fuck about my shit? But imagine having to get up 5 hours early to review Fazio's videos, only to listen to 5 hours of bullshit. It's nothing but bullshit. There's nothing important. But the important thing, Passport, this is serious. The important thing I got out of yesterday's live stream was that Fazio doesn't make any money on the live stream. But I can't be sure of that because I can't go back more than, a certain amount of comments. And that's what he's pissed off about. The 12-hour live streams only limit you to like every hour you can check out for Super Chat. Now, if I did like 3 1-hour live streams, he'd be able to just go, okay, scan it and say, okay, made $12 or made $5. But he's not happy with that. He has to hear every fucking word. So now he has to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning, put the video on 2 times speed and try to see how much, and then add up how much money I made so that when I go to the BIR, he can report me to the BIR to make sure I reported the money that I made. There's a fucking something wrong there. Well, the calls from Hawaii, I don't know. I don't know if they'll go answered or unanswered. I don't think that's going to happen. Shifting gears. Oh boy, I have those plans for those engines and the gear train for that somewhere, I think. He eliminated sleep just to hear your live streams. He should just listen. Well, I told him, if you want to know how much money I made, just fucking listen to the live streams. Don't do anything else. Just wake up in the morning and turn on my live stream and enjoy. What the fuck? You don't have to, there's no reason for you to blog. You don't make any money anyway. And nobody's interested in doing it. They were fucking trolling him hard this morning. God, they were fucking trolling him hard. The shit they were throwing at him. Curveballs. Switching him from one fucking topic to the other. The man was fucking all over the place. Oh yeah, I listened to my video. Don't forget now, he's gonna have a several-hour layover in Manila or Tokyo or something like that. He can fucking catch up with my live streams. All he has to do is pay like $20 on the airplane and he could get internet time, or he could copy them and put them on a drive and then, he could catch up on the airplane, and he could catch up in between hiring contractors and hiring repairmen and sewer contractors and subterraneous foundation contractors. He did, Mike Frost. You noticed that? You noticed that, yeah? I noticed it too. He has no time to vlog anymore. He has to listen to my live streams. I didn't want to say that, but being that you did make that heroic observation, he's been off all day, I think. I don't know. Or yesterday he was off all day. Mike Frost says, in his head big time. He seems to have suddenly disappeared now that you are streaming 24 hours a day. I noticed that too. I know because I was looking this morning. I just look at my subscriptions. I saw one of the ladies was out enjoying herself in a discotheque that looked like, and there was a Philippines MC who actually sounded quite good. That guy. I don't I don't know much about that. He was rapping, and that was one of the live streams that was on, and then there was one about another one about Obama. He can't give up the Obama. I don't understand why he doesn't stop with Obama. Everything that can happen to Obama may happen to Obama, might happen to Obama, probably will happen to Obama, but he has to go back to the old Obama. He has to go back to Obama. Oh, my numbers? Oh, Mike, if I told you what my numbers were, it's like I never expected to have numbers like that. All my well, I mean, I'm on 12 hours, but the live streams are getting somewhere between I think the lowest one was 500 views, but some of them were 1,000 or 1,200 views. And today's live stream generated quite a bit of money. I don't know if you can't see it, but I could see it. And I don't ask for Super Chat. They just send it to me because, I do what you're supposed to do for the people. I try to put on a show. I try to make comedy. I try to do a little bit of drama. I try to do a little. I showed the plans for the hotel today. That that took the fucking wind out of his sails big time, because now I showed the plans. So for how many months? Show the fucking plans. Show the fucking plans. Show the fucking plans. Let me see those And when I showed the plans, did he say, "Oh, congratulations, Michael Fazio, on the plans for your hotel"? No. Oh, the fucking plans, they're probably not real. They're probably not. So, okay, so what do I have out in the backyard? A CGI fucking cement mixer? And 2 CGI wheelbarrows? And a CGI 18-volt drill? And a CGI fucking hand truck? And a CGI horse? 4 CGI, 3 CGI, 1, 2, 4 CGI horses, and another $1,000 in CGI stanchions, and another $1,000 in benches in the back of the CGI benches. What the fuck do I have all that shit for? Oh, so I could pretend I'm making a hotel. Fuck me. What was I thinking? So somebody said this morning, I forgot, I think it was Louis Paganponce. He said, you're good, Fazio. He said, you had me fooled. For a minute there, I would have believed you were building a hotel with all that equipment. He was live streaming. Okay, let me get back. Thank you, Mike Frost. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you for the observation. He was live streaming, says Passport. Mike Frost said, you can always mute your sound and do a sleep stream. I don't know about that. I guess. I don't know that I would do that. It has been suggested to me, Mike, and I would like to get some nice. I have blue pillowcases and green pillowcases. I think if I was going to do a sleep stream, I'd want to sleep on pillowcases that were multicolored and a nice bed sheet. I sleep on what the hell burlap bags and stuff like that. I have like 6 or 7. The potato bags, the ones with the labels on them, they're not burlap, they're plastic. They have like a plastic mesh, and then they put like a label on it with some sewing thread, basically that's what I sleep on. I don't sleep on. And then underneath that, there's just some old, shitty cardboard. And on top of that, I have a piece of foam. And on top of that, I have the burlap bags. I don't know that I want to put a live stream up like that. I'd be a little bit embarrassed. I think I should at least, if nothing else, go out and get some those new red burlap bags that those big potatoes come in. Because these are from like 3 or 4 years ago. They're all ripped up and, dusty. I think I should go get new shit. But thanks for the idea. Appreciate that. He was live streaming yesterday, and I asked, says Passport, why is he the only person talking about a person, you, Fazio, were once friendly with, and they blocked me? Wait a second. He was live streaming yesterday, and I asked, why is he the only person talking about a person, Fazio, were once friendly with, and they blocked me? So I'm on YouTube 12 hours a day, Passport. So are you saying that the other people that 2 weeks ago that were talking about me, are you pretty much suggesting that they stop talking about me? Well, they should have, because now they see I'm telling you the truth. But did that happen? Because I have not been able to go to anybody's channel, really. They send you money because you got content. Money equals content. Thank you. The entire pendulum has shifted, and you are winning. This new strategy is the best thing you've done in years. I've watched you. Thank you, Mike Frost. I didn't know that you were a long-term subscriber, but thank you for that. Okay, so you actually answered the question I asked Passport. So, because there is no more doubt. I mean, okay, let's just say I had the plans. There still could be doubt as to whether or not I was going ahead with the plans. I mean, there could be all the fucking doubt in the world. So you spend what I spend for the plans and the permits and shit like that, and the taxes for the materials. So you do all of that. It doesn't mean you're going to build something. But when you start throwing cement mixers in the backyard and wheelbarrows and getting ready to weld shit together, and you have benches built for chop saws and benches that are going to be built, those stanchions that the wheelbarrows are underneath, those stanchions will hold up the vertical column cages. When I build the vertical column cages, that's what those metal stanchions under the plywood will be, literally the column, the beam box and the vertical column stanchions. It's not like those things are just there for fucking show. It's not like they're there because I had nothing to do with them, so I dragged them from fucking America to the Philippines. They're there to be the stanchions that I weave my beam boxes and vertical columns on, tie wire everything. That's what they're for. So that's not what they were built for, but that's what for my plans, that's what they can be used for until I put equipment on them, which is what they're for. They're equipment stanchions. Those fucking things are, by the way, they weigh 90 pounds, those little short ones. They weigh 90 pounds, and they're quarter-inch galvanized steel, and they are from the year 1993. And now, so that makes them 30 years old. I've had them for 30 years. 30 years. They were brand new. They were a fortune when I got them, too. They were not cheap. You couldn't even get those made in the Philippines, those stands. And then I have that's just what you see. That's not what I have buried. That's just, so Louis Pagan Pound said, you had me fooled, Fazio. I thought for a minute you were going to build something. So those people now, they say, well, wait a minute. He's got a cement mixer. He's got 2 commercial duty wheelbarrows that he's bringing back into optimal efficiency. He's got the hand trucks, commercial grade hand trucks, commercial grade aircraft horses. He's got commercial grade carpenter's horses. He's got 400 feet of lumber, of 2 by 10 pressure treated lumber up against one container. He's got another 500 feet of lumber stored someplace else. He's got how many gallons of paint? He doesn't go to the store to buy paint. Why doesn't he go to the store to buy paint? I've heard because I'm a fucking hoarder. No, because that's what I needed to put in stock, and that's what I occasionally do. I buy stock. I won't go to the store every time I need something. So how many gallons of paint did I pull out of storage? Five quarts of red lead, 3 quarts of brilliant 661 sun yellow, another half a quart of 661 sun yellow, a gallon of white. And I didn't even open up the boxes with the cans that were closed. I only opened up what I've been working off of for the last couple of years. And then that's not my paint stash. My paint stash is something else altogether. So now what is he doing with all of this shit? So they have to come to the conclusion that, well, if he's not going to build a fucking hotel, he sure went through a lot of work to make it look like that. So therefore, the right thing for those people to do would be to just back off. Whether they do or not, it's not going to change anything. In 2 or 3 fucking weeks, I should have some more equipment here. I should have my wheelbarrows done. I should have that machine out of here, because that's just a fucking, it's a pain in the ass where it is anyway. It should be moved a little bit. And I should have I hope within a few weeks to have my rebar bender and my vibrating tool. And then, of course, that has to be painted yellow. And I think I have an extra gallon of yellow kicking around somewhere. It's nothing like, I hate it when I run out of yellow. That just sucks. But they should back off. There's nothing for them to talk about anymore. It's not bullshit. And then, even if they didn't like me, even if they didn't fucking like me, why would they bother me? To fucking leave the guy alone. He's building a hotel. He wants to fucking spend the rest of his life building a fucking hotel. Leave him alone. It's just the right thing to do. So thank you. Mike Frost, the entire pendulum has shifted and you are winning. This new strategy is the best thing you've done in the years I've watched you. Mike Frost, you've said that. Passport has said that. Jack has said that. Louis Pagenpons has said that. Some guy named Sidney Toker has said that. 2 or 3 other people who I have no idea who they are have said that. And I haven't been able to see, just based on the titles of shows, anybody putting my name in a title, which they're entitled to do if they want, but for what point? What's the point? So Passport says, so after I was blocked, I came in again and asked another question. Didn't you, Hamhead, ask somebody for $3,000? Oh, he did do that. He did do that in the beginning, right on fucking day one. He met the guy and asked him, I think it was $6,000, but I could be wrong. And construction advice from a guy who couldn't fix a screen door. And what do we have there? We have a palm tree and flowers. I can't see those little doodads. Construction. Oh, yeah. He was advising people that WD-40 for my cement mixer. Now, you bear in mind, you've heard stories that my hotel is 3 hours walk to Alona Beach. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? So, but bear in mind that in the Philippines, the wind that blows off the ocean blows across my tools. I'm going to take you people out in the morning. I'm going to take you people out in the morning, and you're going to see how fucking bad my machine rusted in 5 days, my cement mixer. There is fucking rust pissing out of every crack on that machine because that machine was spray painted white in a dry, no, not dusty environment, beautiful paint job. And there's holidays everywhere on the machine. Holidays means paint missing. And I'm going to show you over 100 rust spots that the machine is white. I will show you over 100 brown stripes running down the machine in 100 different places where the machine is rusting. Because it's white, the rust shows up as a brown stain. I'll show you 100 of those. I think there's 100. I only counted like 30 and the space was this big. So that's why I'm painting the fucking machine, number one. Number two, I don't need that fucking guy's permission to paint my cement mixer. Not only that, it's the right thing to do. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Well, there are people, but there are people that come on my show in the morning and then they're in the UK and they go to sleep and then they have dinner and then they go to sleep and in the morning they wake up and have breakfast with me. That's the truth. I don't drink alcohol, Captain. I never drank alcohol. I hate that shit. Tell you what I'm going to do. Because there are 30 people in the house, I'm going to take this flashlight. I'm going to put my dish away. I'm going to take this flashlight and I'm going to bring the tablet outside and show the people here that the fucking cement mixer is rusting everywhere. There's fucking rust pissing out of every crack, every nook and cranny. Now, I'm not showing it to hurt the people's feelings here, but I just want to prove a point why my idea to paint the cement mixer from day one is correct. So I'm going to walk over to the refrigerator. I'm going to put this away. I'll be back in 30 seconds to pick up the tablet, and I'm going to bring it outside in the dark and show you the cement mixer. All right. Just bear with me here. I have to. All right, I'm outside now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There is fucking rust on this thing everywhere. Okay? Here's the dog. Here's where the dog is, right? Look at all that rust. Right under the word Armstrong, where the welding bead is, at the edge of the machine here. On this side, look at the seam. Look at the seam. Look at the nut. Look at the rust on the gear, the ring gear there. That's nothing. Look at this, rust. Rust. That's nothing. Look at this rust. That brown shit is the rust coming out of the ring gear all the way around the ring gear. Wherever the water sat in there, it's rusting. How long do you think metal can last rusting that much in 5 days? But that's nothing. Look at this. Look at this. It's brand new, yeah? Look at the rust where the paint was peeled off all on its own. All I did was wash it with a scrub brush. That's nothing. Look at this. Look at all this rust here. It's brand new. It's 5 days old. And it wasn't rusty 5 days ago. That's nothing. It's the same on the other side of the machine. Worse, I think. You don't paint this machine where this ring gear is. Water's going to get in there every day for a couple of years, and the barrel is going to turn into shit. It'll be thinner than a sardine can. Look at this. It's all rusty in here, too. And then down here, you want to see, you want to get sick? This machine is brand new. It's 5 days old. It's 5 days old. Look at that. It's all rusted. It needs to be needle scaled in there in red lead. The whole frame is the same way. Over here, same thing. All the webbing. I put this machine to use, and in 2 years, the barrel and half the shit around it be rotted out. I live right on the ocean. I can hear the wave crashing on the beach. Look at this, brand new. The handle is brand fucking new. How old is this machine? A week? Wait a second. Guapo ka! Mayang gabi pod. What time in the morning?
It's up to you.
8:30? Okay. Salamat. Okay, so good night, Guapo. Okay. Sleep tight. Buntag. Look at this. Look at this fucking thing. Look, you want to talk about rust? Look at this shit. This is brand new. I didn't do anything except clean the plastic off this machine. You can't I can't operate a fucking machine like that. I'm a jet mechanic. I'm not used to that kind of shit. All that ring gear there, all that ring gear, it's all rusty everywhere in there. That's where the paint is going. That's where the paint will stop the rust from happening. Inside that ring gear is where, in a few years, the barrel will wear out and it'll just separate like an egg. So, it's not a bad machine, but the paint job on the machine, it wasn't red leaded. The paint job would have been nice if they were going to sell that machine to a guy in Michigan where the water came off the Great Lakes as fresh water and it never saw salt. But here is different. That machine wouldn't last 3 years on a job site. And it's got to last 3 years on this job site. I don't dick around with rusty equipment. Why would I do that? All right, I'm going to put this tablet down for a minute. I got to brush my shoes off. So what do you people think? Seriously, what do you think? Do you think after 5 days it doesn't warrant to paint that machine? I'm being serious. Fucking machine. The metal, you paint it, it'll last 30 years. You don't paint it, it'll last 3 years. Thank you, Captain. All right, you're going to play both sides of the fence. Okay, you're just going to be one of those guys that just came here to fuck around. You'll find out soon enough that if I'm talking about something serious, I'm asking you a serious question. Yeah, that's all, Mr. Willis. 5 days ago, none of that rust was there. You don't know what, well, I don't know you. I don't know about you, Mr. Willis. You live in Hawaii. You probably do know about the ocean breeze. It's a completely different type of, it's caustic. Salt. Throw salt on raw metal, it rusts overnight. And that's what's happening to the machine. And not only that, but what purpose does rust serve? Serves no purpose. It only might be a 10,000th of an inch a day, or per washing, or every few days. But in 5 years, then the machine is garbage. When if you paint it, the machine could last 40 or 50 years. Paint it and keep it greased. It's not fucking rocket science. Captain, oh my God. And you know about rust, dude. So Captain, you can tell the people here that if you were to take a sandblaster or a needle scaler to a part of the ship and you were out at the ocean at night and you say you shut your needle scaler or your sandblaster off at, say, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, by the next day, the metal would be starting to oxidize, yeah? It doesn't last long. That's why they paint ships. If they paint ships, ships last 50, 70 years. If they don't paint ships, they might last 20 years. If they didn't put rust, if they didn't red lead the bottom of ship and put anodes on the bottom of the ship wouldn't last 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Willis. And thank you, Captain. Salt near the sea, baby. So, but I'm getting, now, that's right. They really don't. They like I said, if it was going to When I lived in Michigan, which was off the Great Lakes, you'd see cars from the 1930s on the side of somebody's house that were in, they weren't even rusted through. The paint was blistered off, but the car did not rust. You put that same car on a house, put it on a ship, and drive it around for 50 years, you'd see part of the frame and maybe the engine block. The rest of it would be gone. And they don't know about the salt. You're right, Captain. Anyway, I wanted to prove a point that, and how long can it take me to prepare? It took me 4 hours to clean. I had to take all the plastic off the machine. It was cellophane plastic, not that white vacuum wrap. So the cellophane plastic might have been heat shrunk onto the machine, but it stuck to the metal in a lot of places. So that took about 4 hours to clean up the machine and wash the machine with soap and water. And now it'll probably take 4 or 5 hours to paint it proper, but then the rust will go away. And all those spaces around the ring gear, I can't get the rust out from between the ring gear. I will just fill up that space. I will just keep filling up that ring gear between the barrel and the ring gear. I'll just keep filling it up. I'll fill it up with red lead from both sides, from the top of the ring gear to the bottom of the ring gear, and any moisture that stays in between won't be able to harm the machine. And then that will keep cement, mud from going into that space and further rotting it. The red lead will form like a pasty barrier, let's say. I won't red lead the whole machine. I'll red lead the webbing, and I'll red lead around the ring gear, and I might red lead a couple of other things, a couple of spots, but the white stuff is just going to get a yellow paint on top of it. So the new format, I'm happy with the new format as well, because now less people are they could make videos about me because I've made videos about other people. So that's kind of reasonable. But at some point, it becomes over the top. So either I have to stop, or they have to stop, or we both have to stop. Serves no purpose. I want to check my phone. I still didn't get shit. Is there anybody here that hasn't seen the plans for the hotel that would like to see them now? I've shown them about 3 or 4 times in today's live stream, but if there is somebody here now that hasn't seen the layout of the floor and the rendering for the hotel, I'll be happy to show it to you. I'll wait a few minutes. Oh boy. I'm building a 4-story hotel, Capitan Kant. What a fucking name. Capitan Kant Hanson. Maybe I might build it alone. I'm going to prepare the tools and the equipment alone. So far, I've never hired anybody to work with me. I have reservations about hiring people to work with me, and I have my reasons for that. I have a guy. Real men do work on the sea. There's no doubt about that. I owned barges and cranes, Capitan. I owned a 188 ton crane barge with a 35 ton Lorraine crane with a 60-foot stick on it, and it had a pile driver and an 18-inch high pressure Rupp Gorman pump, high pressure, high volume, 18-inch Rupp Gorman pump with a 4-cylinder what the fuck? A 4-cylinder diesel engine. And I had a 4-cylinder 500 amp diesel welder that would you could put out 2 whips with 500 amps on each whip. Plus it was 220 and 110 on the barge for power. They live on Facebook. My motors were twin 671s put on the barge in 1942. The barge was built for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and it had a Murray and Tagurtha 07 stern drive unit with a 66-inch bronze prop, and that stern drive unit had continuous rotation 360 degrees. The propeller turned naturally, but you could reverse the direction of the propeller. You could do it 360 forever. It was on a conical gear, and it was 2 motors into 1 transmission, a twin disc transmission, and it was an 07 unit. It was the bigger ones that they put on craft to run up on shore, and then they would turn the propeller around and then wash the dirt out from underneath the barges and back off the shore with. The wheel wash would wash a hole in the sand. Oh, fuck. It would wash 1,000 yards of sand out from under the barge in a couple of hours. It was a big unit. And it was 32 pontoons. It was built for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, but it was the Navy run by the U.S. Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers on the Great Lakes. So when I bought it, it was only in fresh water. It's called Barge Dragon. And I had that for 11 years. Then I brought it by myself, 188 ton, through 33 locks and bridges from Traverse City, Michigan, down through the Lake St. Clair, Lake St. Clair, St. Clair River, Lake St. Clair, into Detroit, the Detroit Straits, into the Lake Erie, from Lake Erie past Ohio. When you get out of the Detroit Strait, you hit Ohio, and then from Ohio you make a left and you head towards the Erie Barge Canal, and then when you get to Tonawanda, New York, you'll see a sign that says Tonawanda, New York, Erie Barge Canal. And I made a right into the Erie Barge Canal, and I brought it through 33 locks and bridges, down the Hudson River, under the Verrazano, made a left, brought it to Kennedy Airport and parked it there for 11 years. And then I took it from Kennedy Airport to the US 1 Intercoastal from New York City to past Cape Hatteras on the Intercoastal on what the fuck is the name of the Chesapeake Bay, through the Chesapeake Bay, through Little Creek, Virginia, all the way to Miami. And then when I brought it to Miami, I changed the equipment from, well, I repaired equipment, I added equipment, and I put on, I don't know, I guess I think I stored in the hold 30 batteries, and I brought 30 batteries and stores for grease and barrels of oil and shit like that, and I stuck it all down in the hold, and I put a fucking 4,000-pound drop hammer on top of it, and then I brought it to Cat Island, and they asked me if I had anything to declare, and I said, yeah, the barge, and I had two holds on the bottom. I had 8,000 pounds of weights on top of the caps. I had shit. You do container shipping. Well, I mean, yeah, we still work out on the water. You know what happens if you fall overboard. You're fucked, right? So, working out on the water is a man's job. It's a real man's. Nobody understands that. Nobody, you fall overboard unless you have a fucking GPS on, and unless the water's warm, you have 3 minutes to live. You can kiss your ass goodbye. You know that. I know that. I worked out in the North Atlantic for years. Oh boy, I'm getting a little bit tired. What time is it? Oh my God, it's 7 o'clock. And I have been streaming for a solid 4 hours, it shows me on this thing. But I think that is wrong. Can anybody see how long my live stream has been on? Because I try to keep them under. Thank you, Sterling Matt. No, I don't mind because people like the new format, so I don't mind repeating myself. It gives others the opportunity to see that there are real people on the internet, just not a lot of real people. Ty Cobb was here. He went to sleep. He woke up. He's having breakfast. Welcome, Ty Cobb. Ty Cobb, a real man's man in the baseball industry. Thank you for stopping by. I'm about ready to wrap this up. Can anybody see how long my live stream is? You're welcome. Nine hours. Fucking short stuff. I hate shorting my audience. Well, if someone has something to talk about, I'll talk for another 2 or 3 hours. I'll try. I thought I was going into the... Oh, I know what happened. I started late this morning. That's because the man who you said, guapo, 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 he wants to know what time tomorrow. We're going to try this again. Now, where he and I were going to go is different than where I wanted to go. Although he lost 600 pesos this morning because I would have used him to go to where he and I have to go to, and then I would have shot into the city for a half an hour, and he would have brought me back, and he would have made 600 pesos instead of nothing. And he was awake. He was out working. There was no doubt about that. I saw him when I was on my way to the city. I saw his tricycle moving around. He wasn't sleeping. He wasn't drunk, and he wasn't drinking the night before because I was with him the night before. I guess he just forgot. We did a bunch of local runs for 15, 50, 50 pesos, 60 pesos. He could have made 600 pesos in 3 hours and went home for the day. And tomorrow, I don't know what I should do tomorrow. No, I can't use him tomorrow just to go do something cool. Man, I've never been anywhere, YouTuber. I've never been anywhere in this world, really. I lived in America. I've toured America. I think I may have hit 30 states touring in an old van. I lived in Florida for 93, 103. I lived in Florida for 19 years. I lived in Michigan on and off for several years. Lived in New York for 30 years. Thank you, Michael. And as far as countries, I don't know. I've been to Aruba, and I've been to Cat Island, and I've been to Bonaire. I've been to a couple of places in the south, in and around there. I forget because they were dive vacations. Not real sure. And then I moved to the Philippines. I've never been to Taiwan. I've never been to Bangkok, and I had a layover in Vancouver, Canada during a fucking 26 degree below zero ice storm. I don't really think I was in Canada. I was in the airport for 14 hours. I've never been to any other countries, just the Philippines, America, and the Cayman Islands. Been to several of the Cayman Islands, but not, I don't know if that's enough. Port Antigua, they call that, the Dutch West Indies, that's what they call it, the Dutch West Indies. So I guess just 3 countries, America, the Dutch West Indies, and the Philippines. Been one other place, but I really don't talk about that much. You could pay me $100 and I'll tell you how to do that. And I'll give you exact details and who to contact. Captain. You work on a container ship and you don't know how to get a container to the Philippines? I don't give that information away for free. It costed me $23,000 to get a container to the Philippines and to make the contacts that I have. And for $100, I'll sell that information to you. And I'm not being facetious, and I'm not being an asshole. I have hundreds of hours researching how to get a container from America to the Philippines. And dozens and dozens and dozens of contacts in the Philippines to get a container to the Philippines. So I spent, and it costed me in time and fines, because I didn't get the right information. It costed me an additional $7,000 because I didn't know how to do it properly, and everybody I dealt with fucking either lied to me or didn't know what the fuck they were doing or didn't realize about the new restrictions. Okay, well, you're still going to need people in the Philippines. You're going to need a customs broker in the Philippines, and you're going to need an importer to get into the Philippines. And you trying to figure that out on your own ain't going to happen. I'll tell you that right now. I spent hundreds of hours, thousands of phone calls, and I found a good customs broker that'll move you right through the fucking process. But there are other things you need besides a customs broker and a house. And I don't give that information away for free. And I've had friends that were on my YouTube channel for years ask me the same question. I don't do it for free. What that cost me $7,000 in fines and penalties, thousands of phone calls, months of aggravation. And for $100, I'll send you a detailed list of how to get it done. Well, if Billy Hunt wants to explain it to you, he could do it for free if he wants. You figure that out on your own. I'll tell you what. You start trying to figure that shit out on your own, especially in today's world, you might get it done. And if you do, you get it done for free. But if you want to get it done and you want the right contacts in the Philippines, it costs you $100. And I'm not being, like I said, I'm not being an asshole. I'm not being, where did you bring the container from? I'm not saying you did not, Billy. I'm not denying that. But where did you bring the container from? And I'll ask you two questions. What was in the container that you brought? Australia. Okay. What was in the container? I don't want to know detail. I'm just like, was it commercial construction equipment, household goods, stuff for resale, resellable items? Oh, that's easy to get into the Philippines. 22 tons of construction equipment, 22 tons would be 44,000 pounds. Yeah, that'd be inside a 20-foot cargo container. You could do that. 22 tons of construction equipment is no fucking problem. Yeah. For $100, I'll give you the contacts, Captain. You good luck with that. Before I charged you for that, I would call up my contacts and see what is and what is not even possible. I wouldn't charge you for something that you couldn't do, but good luck with bringing fucking household equipment into the Philippines. You'll see. Like I said, I don't know where you're coming from, but that is the hardest, or if not impossible, thing to bring into the Philippines. Unless you have the people that'll work with you on this end. When people say to me, "You're a fucking bastard, you want it?" Yes, I do. I want to charge you for the fucking 1,000 phone calls I made. I want to charge you for the people I finally hooked up with. I want to charge you so that you don't make the mistakes I made. I want to charge you so that you don't have to pay $3,000 in fines and penalties. I want to charge you so that you don't have to spend 30 or 40 or 45 days in a hotel room in the Philippines to get your material. I want to charge you $100. Okay, so I know you're not going to do that, and that's okay, but I'll let you do that on your own. Nobody that I dealt with from the first fucking day I dealt, not a single fucking person, not one, not in America, not on the cargo ships, not in the Philippines, not in customs, not in the customs broker, not a single fucking person ever told me the truth about anything. Not one. It's as if these people, they don't give a fuck. After you put your cargo on that ship, they don't give a fuck. After that, it's all fines and penalties, my friend. $7,000 in fines and penalties for my container. And probably that included three trips to another island to sign papers. And everything has to be paid up front, and every fucking person you pay up front tells you it's this much money, and then a week later they tell you, but we have a problem. Every fucking one of them. I was like, holy shit, man. How many people can fuck you? How many people? All of them. That's how many people could fuck you. All of them. Every single one. $100, and I'll explain to you what you can do and what you can't do. Your idea is just not going to work. You have no fucking idea what it's bringing cargo containers into the Philippines. Not one clue. Anyway, I won't talk about that anymore. If you want to make some sort of an you can get and leave. You can leave a message or tell me on another live stream that you want to do business, and I'll help you out. But if you don't, and Billy wants to help you out, that's fine with me, Billy. If you want to exchange information on here, I will even let you do it. But the captain's idea, well, you just wait. I'm not being an asshole either. People get fucked. I was a contractor my whole life. I used to give people information how to do shit, and they would say, okay, and they'd have their fucking, how I'm going to do the job, and their brother-in-law would fucking, where I'm going to get the lumber from, and their brother-in-law would be calling up my lumber company for the quality lumber, where I'm going to get the bolts, you know. And why shouldn't I get paid for my information? Billy Hunt. There you go. There's an honest answer. Billy Hunt said, anyone ask me about that, I say forget it. That's right. That is why I say it's worth $100. You have no idea. I'm not trying to make it sound worse than it is, because I can't make it sound as bad as it really is. I can't make you understand that you walk into a fucking office and you shake the man's hand for 80,000 pesos, and a week later he tells you, you give him the fucking money, there's no refund, and a week later he tells you you owe him another 65,000 pesos. I can't make you understand that you're going to walk into a man's office and think you're going to pay him 100,000 pesos, and 2 weeks later he calls you up and says it's 225,000 pesos, and you don't have the option to say yes or no at that point. You fucking don't have a clue. Billy Hunt just said forget it. If you guys want to exchange numbers, go ahead. I'll post your number to his number. But I would never tell anybody how to do that shit for free. Not after what I went through. And now, the only thing I could guarantee you is that you're going to get fucked, but you're just going to know how much you're getting fucked for when you're getting fucked. Not fucking, your price isn't going to double or quadruple in 3 weeks. You're going to, they tell you, the container company tells you from America to the Philippines, $4,000. Yeah. 23,000 fucking dollars later, you have your equipment in the Philippines. And that's not an exaggeration. Anyway, it woke me up a little bit. I'm going to brush my teeth. I'll be back in a minute. Oh. Oh boy. The Truman Show. Maybe. I guess I've never seen that movie. Someone else said that yesterday. I guess. Why do I want to brush my teeth? Oh, that's part of living in the real world, brushing your teeth. I mean, damn. Why do I want to brush my teeth? Question is, why is it that you want to watch me brush my teeth? Why did you come here to watch me brush my teeth? That's a better question. That's a good question. Well, did you come here to? Because you know at this time every day at 7:30 I brush my teeth. Is that why you came here? Wow, my shit still hasn't arrived. What the fuck is going on there? And now my phone is dying. It won't charge. Okay, Billy, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that. I'm going to end the live stream in a couple of hours anyway, so it's not going to be much longer. I do see we are loaded up with trolls. The captain is a troll, apparently. captain is a troll. Although he started to sound interesting, but he is a fucking troll. Captain's comment, how can I bring a container to the Philippines? And the next one is, how can I bring a container from Cebu to the province? So the captain is a fucking troll. YouTuber, can I drive a bus to the Philippines from continental Asia? That's a troll. And rainy day. Yeah, that looks like it. Thanks, Billy Hunt. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, I think the next time I call up, that person's going to answer the phone. And if they do, I'm going to say goodbye. And if they don't, I'll stay on until they do. Hello. What's that? Are you busy? I'll call back in about a half hour. No, you eat. I'll call you in 30 minutes, okay? Okay, copy that. Okay, you people have my undivided attention for the next 20 minutes. LOL. Michael McFarland. Yeah, that you don't catch them all right away. They weren't that bad, and they got to see. They got their question answered. If he was really looking to bring a container to the Philippines, I'll really charge him $100, and I'll really tell him how to save thousands in fines and penalties and time. Altogether, with hotel expenses, extended time in the Philippines, could be looking at anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 in charges, unexpected charges. But if I tell you how to do it, you can rest assured that the price is going to be pretty accurate from the day you start. And then Michael McFarland, if the guy worked on a container ship, why can't he figure out how to get the fucking container to the Philippines? Number one. But even if that wasn't the case, it's not easy. It's just not easy. You guys had no idea what I went through. I was supposed to pay $6,750 to get my container to the Philippines. It ended up costing me, at the end of the day, when all was said and done, $23,000. So what the fuck is that? That's $17,000 fucking dollars in fines and penalties and fucking late fees and shit like that. Yep. 23,000? No. 23,000 is what it cost me to. Yeah, 23,000. Because I put building construction materials in the container. So if it was just an empty container, it would have been one price. But all told, it cost me $23,000 to get the container to the Philippines. But the actual cost of the container went from $6,750, guaranteed fucking price. It was $2,000 extra for one company, $2,000. So that was eight. Let's just say it was $7,000 to start, and then it was $2,000 in penalties from one company, and it was $1,000 from another. That's $3,000. Then the broker that should have cost $1,000 cost $3,000. So that's $7,000 for the. And then I had to go back and forth to Cebu for that project 3 times and spend 2 nights in a hotel both times. And foods and transportation and so that costed another $500, so $7,500 in extra fees. I spent, and I'm not exaggerating, I made 1,000 phone calls between redial and finding a container company. I literally made 1,000 fucking phone calls. And then my time to make those calls. Oh, and then there was an additional $1,000 fucking dollars for the truck that dropped the container off at the dock in America because he didn't give the paperwork to the guard. He forgot the bill of lading. And so that's $8,500. And my time in Cebu was 3 trips, 2 days each. Isn't my fucking time worth something? So figure $300 a day, 600 times a trip, times 3 trips, another $2,000, $11,000 fucking dollars in fines and penalties, plus the $6,700 was $18,000. That's what it cost me, $18,000. Fucking for what? Jack Thompson, you are fucking pissing them off. $150 super chat at a time. I want to go get the pot just on principle. Oh fuck, Billy. They're charging me $85 a day for ground fees. And that went on for a very long time. Yeah, that guy wants me to give him all that information. I give it to him for $100. And I will call up the customs broker, and I will ask the customs broker before I even ask the guy for his $100. Can he do the job? And then if he can, then I'll call up the freight company and find out if they can do the job. And I'll get their contact numbers in Germany, wherever the fuck he is. But he ain't going to do that shit on his own. Yes, I would do it myself. I would do it again. Of course, it would be easier. I have the contacts now to get it done. And I know what is necessary to get done before it needs to be done. The other way, they all say, oh, don't worry about it. Well, fucking, if I'm not supposed to worry about it, then why did it cost me an extra $1,000 fucking dollars? Well, we didn't think that would matter. The fuck you didn't think it would matter? Take it off the bill. No, sir. And then if I didn't pay that fucking bill, they would have never took it off the ship, or they would have never released it in the Philippines. These people fuck you from the day you start to the time you end. I'm a real man, Jack, but most of the time I was backwards. I was talking backwards. Real men talk backwards, you know that. They don't make sense. I showed the people the rust on the cement mixer. I stayed an extra few hours to show them the rust around the ring here, and It rained all fucking day. Never stopped raining. And then I let them, I didn't read any labels, but I let them watch me brush my teeth. And I didn't throw anybody off. I didn't block anybody. I could have. Fucking the generosity is spewing out of my fucking brain cells. I could have blocked 3 people just before you showed up. And I actually know how to do that now. I actually figured out how to do that. I could block them now. They got nothing else to do. One guy wants to know why I brushed my teeth. Probably that same motherfucker has a mouthful of crooked teeth because he forgot to brush his teeth. I would imagine. Sterling Mad, it's actually, I would not say it's easy, but I would say you have no idea, Sterling Mad, from the first fucking day. I started calling up for container services to deliver my shit to the Philippines in the year 2009. So and I did the container in 2019. It took 10 fucking years to find. Oh, you can get a container service. Oh, fuck. You can call up a container service, and what you can have is a freight mover, a professional freight moving company that moves freight. $25,000. They'll put, I don't give a fuck what you put in the container. $25,000 plus import fees. So they'll just tell you, look, you can't do this, or we charge $25,000 for this service. $25,000. And by the time you were done, you'd wish you fucking paid 20. If you had 25,000, you'd have wished that you paid it. Well, what can you put in a container that's worth $25,000 other than construction materials and tools and equipment? Nothing. You can't put $25,000 worth of household furniture in a fucking container. Unless you have antiques. I mean, you could, but, I mean, you know, they make it here in the Philippines so expensive to bring your shit here that you'll just spend the money in the Philippines buying new shit, which is shit. Like, you can't buy... You can go to a beautiful handcrafted mahogany place where they build mahogany dining room hutches and mahogany tables and beautiful, exquisite mahogany chairs and stuff like that. And you can spend $15,000, $20,000 on a dining room set to get the equal that you paid maybe $2,000 or $3,000 in 1984. And they'd rather have you spend the $15,000, because by the time you bring your $2,000 or $3,000 dining room set here, it's going to cost you $10,000 anyway. With me, I brought a lot of equipment and tools and supplies, so it paid for me to, and that's just the beginning of the fucking problems. Real men view this stream long time. Fuck it. the little tiny channel. He's fucking, he is fucking, did you see that bow tie he was wearing in his fucking hair the other day? That pink bow tie? When he went on the lady show in up in Manila. He had a fucking, did you see that, Jack, where he had the pink bow tie on his hair? Looked like looked like a bow tie sprayed pink or orange when he was on that lady show. Homework. He's going to copy that down, and he's going to bring it to his fucking advocate. Gaga. I saw. Man wears pink bow tie hairdo to live stream 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. He had to wake up 5 o'clock in the morning to abuse somebody he doesn't even know. He never even met the guy. But he had to fucking rip that guy apart. Just Canadian. I've seen Just Canadian. He's always been kind. He's like, he's a kind man. He's not fucking rough. He's not a bullshit artist. Probably a fucking very honorable man. That's what I project him. That's what I see him to be. He's never been mean or malicious. He could have been, and he chose not to be. And that guy had to go on there and abuse him. For what reason? The fuck isn't abusing Barry 12 times a fucking week? Isn't that enough? It's not enough. It's never enough. Jack, where's the fucking tribunal? Looked like he had a bouffant. It looked like somebody, a bouffant. Yeah, bouffant. Okay. Has anybody seen what happened to the tribunal? Mr. Willis makes him go gaga, gaga, gaga. Gaga, gaga. Ooh, look. Gaga, 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 gaga. That was funny, Mr. Willis. Michael McFarland, when the people, now I spoke with, I don't know how many companies. There were only like 60 or 70 companies that do this. Okay, they all have cargo. But I was fucking lied to in so many fucking ways. It's just not possible to fucking believe. I'm not going to start telling you all the lies, because then I'll be telling you what the pitfalls of trying to do it yourself are. But nobody ever told me the truth about anything. They all said, yeah, we can do that. When it gets to the Philippines, we can make that. And then they couldn't make it fucking happen. And those things that they couldn't make happen were exactly 90,000 plus 45,000 pesos, 135,000 pesos. And I had to make a trip to Cebu, which cost me about $400. So add another 20,000 pesos. So it cost me 155,000 fucking pesos, with 3,000 extra dollars for just one thing that they pretty much guaranteed me they could make happen when I got to the Philippines. And when I got here, that became impossible. Just give me another $3,000. I'm telling you the fucking truth. 3,000 extra fucking dollars, because they promised me one thing, and then they said, oh, we can't make that happen. We're sorry. Change of policy, new regulations. Fucking lying bastards. My 7 days was up 2 days ago. I guess I'm in a world of shit. Alien Martin, that AC needs some maintenance. It sure does. Which AC are you talking about? My AC or his AC? Alien maintenance. It's okay that you heard the air conditioner make a lot of noise. Is that what you heard? I'm waiting for your answer. It's okay that you believe my AC needs a lot of maintenance. I'm just asking you, is it my air conditioner that needs maintenance or the other guy's air conditioner that needs maintenance? And why are you saying my air conditioner needs maintenance at all? I mean, is it the sound or did you see it? No answer. Not yet, anyway. All right. Well, air conditioner up on top over there. His air conditioner. Well, if you're talking about my air conditioner needing some maintenance, fucking, I should be happy my air conditioner is working. I've had this air conditioner going on 3 years. It's a 17,000 BTU unit, but I have no fucking idea how old it is. We're talking, this thing is old. 12, 13, 14 years old. This thing, when I bought it, the guy took me into his house. He made fish tanks. And I says, are you fucking serious? You want to sell me that piece of shit? Does it run? It was never cleaned, ever. Well, it was clean, but not the fins. The outside was clean. When I took the cover off, I'm going, do you know how much work it is to clean this fucking thing up? And he said, well, I only want 5,000 pesos for it. I said, well, if it runs, I'll buy it because I'll clean it up myself. So he turned it on, and that fucking thing blew cold air out. I mean cold air out, okay? I had a thermometer. The shit was pouring out of there at 67 degrees. I said, all right, turn it off. It was all broke up. The screen was fucked up. The air conditioner had a half-inch of black soot inside the air conditioner. And Daisy and I took, and the guy delivered it to my house for 5,000 pesos. We put her in his truck and he delivered it right here. And we cleaned it up, and it's been working for 3 years. So, but it was probably 10 or 12 years old when, okay, thank you, Michael. No, Michael, I don't have to ask. You have a wrench. You can do what you want. If you think that someone is trolling me and you see it and I don't catch it, you could just block them. Don't worry about it. That's why I gave you the wrench. So you could do that. I don't care. You know, they're not going to. Once I realized he was a troll, that if you see he's a troll, I won't even bother reading his comments. If you block him, he's gone. It's just that simple. The wrenches that I have on my channel, they make their own decisions. If I ask the wrench to block the guy, then I ask him. Those guys were obviously trolls. As soon as the guy says, why do you brush your fucking teeth? Normally I would block him, but I'm fucking tired. And I have to push 3 or 4 buttons to do that. But you're fucking full of piss and vinegar. You could have blocked all 3 of them in under 2 minutes. Please don't call me Mr. Fazio, Michael McFarlane. We are all roughly the same age, and we'll probably all be friends one day when this fucking lockdown ends. So just call me Mike or Michael. It's up to you. Bronx air conditioner has been sucking in chicken. Did you see how he got afraid when the guys were cleaning the air conditioner, Jackie? He saw them. First of all, those guys that were cleaning his air conditioner, they had no idea what the. I have never, ever in my whole fucking life ever seen a man take the fan housing off, the shroud off to clean an air conditioner. And that chemical they were using, God knows what the fuck that was, but you do not start putting chemicals on old air conditioner fans and stuff like that. You just don't do that. That foamy shit they were using, that foamy shit is a really sweet smelling fucking muriatic acid. That's all that is. Muriatic acid or a degreaser that will probably oxidize the pipes. You don't want the pipes to be oxidized. You want to get the grease off, but you want to leave some grease on to keep it like a paint job on the thing. But when those guys started cleaning the fucking air conditioner, he backed up about, well, he was still in the Philippines, but he was on the other side of the Philippines. You know what I mean? Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end this live stream. I have somebody that I need to talk to about some business I'm going to do tomorrow. And I probably won't discuss that business until the business is settled, if it does get done. But I do need to make an appointment to meet somebody here in the morning and to see if they're going to be available in the morning or the afternoon. They have to come and take a look at something for me. So I will say thank you to everybody, and Jack, a lot, Jack. I appreciate that. I'm Chop, ladies. I'm ending the live stream. I'm Chop, so come again tomorrow. I should be done. If my appointment's in the morning with the person I have to talk to now, if my appointment is done with them, I should be done, ready to start my live stream sometime between 10 and 11 a.m. And otherwise, I'll start the live stream at like 9 o'clock. So, depends. I have a meeting. Thanks, Jack. All right, I have a meeting with somebody tomorrow that needs to be reviewed on the property to get something done for the hotel. Thank you, Mr. Willis. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, Michael McFarland, Jack Thompson, Alien Martin, Captain, YouTuber, you're an asshole. Of course you can drive a bus from Asia to here. Ty Cobb, thank you. Passport, thank you. Mike Frost, especially thank you. Thank you, Michael. Mike Frost, Von Mickey, thank you. Shifting Gears, I'm glad I got to show you the plans. Thank you very much. Von Mackey. Never experienced anything paranormal in the Philippines, except the fact that, fuck, if you think I'm strange, wait till you move to the Philippines. Billy Hunt, thank you very much for all the input that you did. Billy Hunt, thank you. And that's as far back as my comments go. That, I do have several hours of comments on here. That's it. So, I'm being Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. Only real men here, I'm Chop. I'm going to count to 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the laughs. Some of the trolls were a little funny today. Thank you for that. The troll named the Capitan. I could only imagine who that would be. Capitan Cunt. I'm being Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 5, 4, 1, 3, 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 0. I'm being